It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Hello everyone and welcome to the grand finals of VCT EMEA Game Changers. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm joined by Cougar and Ender in an unknown location which has previously never have been seen before.
I
Brand
love
new.
this new desk. Yeah. I think it suits us a lot. I think we should use it for every finals at least.
I like it. I think we just steal it and no one would notice it's gone.
Yeah, it's not like they use this space for anything else
no one
anyway.
uses this.
Nothing important. Yeah, nothing important. But let's talk about today and let's talk about the grand finals. If we take a look at the bracket, we've come a long way to get to this point. Interestingly though, we are so used to seeing G2 versus Guild in the grand finals. We get G2 again, but it almost makes you feel uncomfortable not to see Guild.
It's crazy that we got G2 Guild at the very start.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then never again, right?
Yeah.
Everything just feels a little bit backwards, but I think it's sort of the fun of coming in to a new year here with new teams, new rosters across the board, that things are open to chance, and you have a team like BBL making it all the way to the finals.
Yeah, and of course today, the winner will be getting a lot of points going into their chances of going to the GC champions at the end of the year. And Cougar, as you remember last year,
it was
G2, they got through on points because they didn't win the final split here.
Exactly. That spot was for Guild X, and as we can see, Ascent, we had to say goodbye to them yesterday, but they got the first 20 points. The winner of today will get 30 points, and the loser will get 25. Building up throughout the year, maybe we have another team that only qualifies by points. I mean, one of them has to be.
And correct me if I'm wrong, more points is better, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Generally.
That's how we do it in Valorant.
Okay, cool.
If you win more, you win more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, checks out.
That's if you want to go to Brazil to compete, but maybe you just feel like you don't want to go.
I could compete, you know? No.
Yeah? No. We'll see. We'll get you on a team, Christy. We'll make it happen one day. But let's talk about G2 a bit more, because I think I was hearing a little bit yesterday and also from the casters last week as well that it felt like it was a disappointment that G2 wasn't just dominating, bulldozing their way through all the way to the final. The competition has changed a little bit, but in true G2 fashion, when everybody is doubting them a little bit, they're like, nah, we're still going to make the final.
I think it was so important because when we think about the first time that they ever joined Valorant, everybody was so excited and they were a little bit disappointed, but people could make excuses for them because it was the first time actually getting used to playing agents and not everybody having the same utility. That after that, every single time that they were a step down, you're like, no, but you're capable of more. We know that you can do more. You are the winners.
Yeah, the winners throughout the majority of last year, only taking second place in Series 3. And immediately after that, of course, they went on to win champions. And that was coming after a Series 2 victory where an absolute legend of the scene, Zaz, stepped away from the roster, and G brought in the little-known player back then named Mary, who hit the ground running. She was such a force to be reckoned with right from the start, and while didn't end up winning, once they made the pivot going into champions and putting her on the chamber, it was a thing of beauty.
I think that we had this conversation when she first joined of, oh my God, Zaz is out, we're going to miss her a lot, and obviously the team is going to, we thought, suffer. And we were talking about the size of the shoes that Mary had to fill in. I think that the first time we could also make excuses for her because it was a lot. But ever since the team learned what they could achieve with Mary and actually where her true potential was, she was moved to this role, as you said, Under, to be on the chamber, and she was pivotal, probably the best in the region in Game Changers.
Yeah, she was fantastic.
In the world.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
You take it. You take it. Mary clears Aspas. I don't care. You know, come at me.
As who?
Come to Brazil and come to Brazil right now.
Okay.
Come to Brazil.
Oh man, no.
We
Honestly,
should actually make that happen. If they
like
go to
it.
Brazil, we do a head-to-head.
A little show match?
A 1v1. Yeah.
Oh, that could be wicked. Just like Jet, you do like knives
You can
rounds,
get,
pistol,
you can be the
everything.
Jet, and you can choose a supportive player to go with you, like a Breacher or Sova
I
from
feel
your
like
team.
that's a little bit
Ooh,
unfair,
2v2.
you know, like
Yeah, for any team playing
what's
against Mimi
Aspas
and
gonna
Mary?
do? Yeah. What are they gonna do realistically? But I mean, the reason we say that is because, of course, G2 Gozen are the reigning world champions. Aspas technically isn't currently.
That's true.
Well, yeah,
Yes,
still technically.
yes.
I mean, they lost Lock-in, but they didn't lose. They still have champions to play this year. But yeah, the scenes here, this was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, G2 just lifting this trophy here. It was amazing to see all the teams in person. And then it came to a big shock, I think, to a lot of people after they lift this trophy, that they then lose another legend in Giuliano. Not just their IGL, but also the duelist for the team that was busting out the crazy Yorus and everything like that. It was really shocking. In the span of 6 months, losing Zaz and also losing Giuliano. But then the addition of Roxy is like, hold on, everything just makes sense, because you had the big like meta shift coming into this year, right? Where Chamber's out and Killjoy is absolutely in. If you look back at that Game Changers Championship where Roxy was playing, she didn't really like the Chamber. She was all over the Killjoy, and it makes so much sense. Then Mary is able to step into the duelist role. It all works.
But she was originally a duelist, so for her is like actually going back. We know that when she joined G2, she wanted to fill in the role. I just think it's so funny because there was still a moment in time where G2 have not found their fifth, and they found someone in Guild X, and now they've done the same, and they've taken
They love the
I don't blame Roxy because they're like,
poaching.
hey, by the way, do you want to join the World Champions? She might be like,
Yeah.
But also losing Zaz and Giuliano is actually losing like 20 years of FPS experience, just like instantaneously.
it's crazy.
Which is
but
really,
it's how you
really
deal
crazy.
with it's how you deal with those things. You know?
And look, they've made it to another finals. And while they have had all these changes, Roxy is a player who is coming back to defend her EMEA title.
The only one.
Yeah.
She's the only one.
She's
Of
like
course,
the Chronicle, you know.
when
Like, I
G2
want
got
them
that
titles.
second place, it was to Guild X that Roxy was absolutely dominating with. So it is cool to see her with a new team incorporate in, coming off of a fantastic series yesterday, to now try and repeat that title here.
Yeah, I also like the fact that they did not have the easiest of runs this time, because I think that they have to do through this adaptive process. They need to go as early as they can into losing game, learning from them, and actually finding the new spots for a new meta, a new player, and a new dynamic within the team, knowing that Giuliano was the IGL. So it's a lot of changes of protocols.
Yeah, I mean, do you guys think they can win it again despite having these changes and adaptation and meta shifts and so on?
When I came into this year and I saw like what the meta was going to be with Roxy, I was like, no one will be able to compete with this team. I thought it was a clear cut for the entire year.
And then you
I'll
saw
be
Amy.
honest. Then I saw Amy, was like, hold on, a little bit closer. No, I think all things considered, I still favor them. And even coming in today in a rematch against BBL, I think seeing G2 play in an elimination match yesterday for the first time, like, whoa, that's a big difference. They really tightened it up, and they're not going to give BBL the same chances they gave in the last BO3s.
Well, you guys have heard a lot from us about G2, but let's hear from one of the players from the roster itself. It is Petra. Check this out. Hi everyone, I'm joined by Petra right now from G2 Gozen. Hi Petra, welcome back to another Grand Finals. Of course, you've been in many, many Grand Finals, but here in EMEA, every single time we've seen you in a Grand Final, it's been against Guild. So how are you feeling about going up against a different opponent
It's pretty exciting actually. Like BBL has been playing so well, and compared to last year, they have been improving so much. And yeah, it's good to have more competition. There's way more competition this year.
Actually, do you feel like the competition has risen, the level of
Definitely,
competitiveness?
yes. There's been more teams attending, and the skill-wise, it's going up. So we have to step up our game to, to maintain our spot, you know. So.
Speaking of stepping up, Carcass was talking about yesterday in his interview that it's been really nice to work with you on the IGLing role. He even said, I think in some aspects, he's felt like his life has gotten even easier. So how have you found this new IGLing role? How different it is for you this year?
I mean, it's super different. I really enjoy IGLing. I've been doing it before, but not for this team and not for VALORANT. I feel really good. Like me and Carcass working well together, and I feel like I'm more focused into the game, and yeah, I also like skill-wise. You usually see when you're IGL that skill-wise you might go a little bit like, how do you say, you're a little bit less. Nah, not worse, but usually they're not really like outshining or whatever, or outstanding. I don't know how to put it into words, but I feel so comfortable doing it, and yeah, I really like it.
I mean, your previous IGL, Giuliano, had zero issues in the fragging department. You also haven't. It feels like it's almost like the same. But is there anything that you feel like you bring differently in comparison to Giuliano in the IGLing department? Or have you kind of looked to her as how you would like to IGL?
I think we're a bit different from IGLing. I play more control-wise, I guess. And yeah, I don't know. It's a bit different. I don't know what it is exactly, but also the vibes are a bit different. Yeah, but she's yeah.
I mean, you're not playing the Yoru
no, that's the only
Arena,
difference.
I guess. So we have.
I'm not a Yoru player at all.
We have a little bit of difference. Last question before I let you go. Of course, BBL is going to be your first ever new opponent outside of Guild. But they have already bested you.
Yeah.
You know, they have beaten you already. What do you think you guys need to do differently today to reclaim your
I think
throne?
if we play like yesterday, like it was with way more team play, then it should be able to work out today. Like we need to play as a team because we know how they're playing together. We cannot have solo fights and stuff. Keep on trading like yesterday, and it should be all fine. Yeah.
Well, if you play like you did yesterday, we're going to be out of here very fast, Petra, but I'm hoping for 5 maps. So thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck in the grand finals.
Thank you.
I wasn't just, I was really thinking very hard to her answers before I responded. I hope you guys knew that from that interview. Really thinking pretty hard.
Taking them in.
Yeah. But the IGNing thing is interesting, right? Petra, she's had experience before. It's not really new for her. And despite her saying that some IGLs maybe on the scoreboard could be a little bit lower when they take up that role, I don't think they have that issue.
No.
Don't think they ever have.
Honestly,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say, I think that especially in the entire region and sometimes in the entire world, the problem is not the bottom fragging, it's actually not having anyone that wants to take on the responsibility of being an IGL when the IGL leaves. We saw it in G2 a couple of years ago. They were like, yeah, we're going to try this and then Nuki and then Mixwell, and things that do not end up working because they don't want to take on that job.
Yeah, but let's talk about BBL on the other side of this. Of course, for me, I definitely didn't expect them to get here. I really didn't, but I'm so happy that they did, and I feel like this is a true testament of Turkish Valorant.
Yeah, they're a team that I feel like came out of nowhere, right? When you have like the big names of G2 Guild around for the entire time, they come in and they play really clean Valorant. That's something that I immediately picked up upon. I don't really feel like this is a team where you have like one person, you know, like Star Duelist going in and popping off every single game. This is a team that once they get an advantage in a round are unwilling to let go of it. They always, if they're in a numbers advantage position, they will shrink down their position on the map, play trading angles so that you don't have a chance to actually clutch up these rounds.
Petra was acknowledging it as well, being like the trading, we know it's going to be there. They play in pairs almost all of the time, so they make the most out of every single situation. And again, I feel like this year is the year for the Turkish teams. We saw it in the main VCT. We're seeing it here too. I'm just very happy that it's happening at the same time that we have the Turkish teams performing and this one's as well.
I mean, also the crazy thing is that they have not lost a single series yet here in the split. And it's not the usual suspects of these Turkish players. We're used to seeing Smurfette, we're used to seeing Ness, but they're not on this team. It's 5 relatively unknown players outside of Turkey.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's very important for them as well as a region that they have this kind of representation. So I'm loving it. The fact that this is the 3rd time that they're going to play G2 Goes in this year and they're already 2-0 says a lot about them. I don't think that many teams can say that. I think that only one can.
We got to talk about the fan base as well, because playing for a team in Turkey is very, very different from Christy playing for BBL specifically.
Oh, yeah.
This is like a whole different ballpark.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this. This is from the watch party back in the VCT EMEA, watching the big team take that one down, and just so many kids, the lights, the flags, everything. It's just such an atmosphere, and this extends more than just an arena that's being lit up, but like all online when it comes to just watch parties of streamers co-streaming as well. You're gonna have so many eyeballs on you and so much scrutiny.
And also, Cougar, after the fact that BBL didn't make playoffs in the main VCT circuit, I think all of their fans are probably looking at this Queens team and expecting them to bring home some good news.
Oh, yeah, completely. And I love that we keep evolving into game changers. The fact that we do not have those USO success, that we get more teams, new interactions. The meta is changing and everybody is evolving with it. And we're going to see some new faces. I'm very happy that they made it this far. I really think they have a big chance of winning.
And speaking of BBL, Sochny, the in-game leader of their VCT team, is fully behind the Queens today. Check out what he had to say.
I think the girls in BBL Queens are so strong individually. Like they're amazing. Like they can hit their shots, and I watched their voice comms, and they're so chill. So they have no chaotic environment. So they handle every situation with chilly mood, you know. So it's going really well for them. I remember that I was watching their split against G2, and it was so crazy. It was like 11-5. I was like, close this map, but it went to overtime and they won it, and I was so hyped. Finale alacağınızı biliyoruz. Bütün desteğimiz sizle. Biz playoff'a, siz de finalde galibiyetle şampiyonluğu kutlamaya.
Hi everyone, I'm joined right now by Felipe from BBL Queens. Hi, welcome. It's been really nice for me to get this opportunity to speak to you. You know, you've just changed to a new team here on BBL and you've already made the grand finals of this tournament. Did you expect this result and be this successful when you first joined the team?
No. I've been having tough times because of the earthquake that happened in Turkey a few months ago, you know. And I had to move, like it's been 3 months already. I had to move to another city. Now I'm in another city as well. I haven't seen my house for more than 3 months, and it's a great opportunity for me to be here with my girls. And of course, I didn't expect this. I was in a mood like, all right, I'm not able to compete again since I didn't even have my internet connection. So I played with mobile internet for more than 1.5 months, and it's amazing to be here. This is my first grand final, and I'm so proud of myself and my teammates and my coach and my organization. Yeah.
Yeah, we're really, really proud of you guys as well, especially like you said, considering how much you've had to deal with and still be able to show up and be here. I think all of Turkey are very proud of you as well, which is something I wanted to ask you about because being at BBL, I feel like is different to just any organization, right? Because the fan base, the support, and so on. So how do you feel about being in a grand finals, knowing that they're all going to be egging you on and wanting you to win today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so excited. It's a pleasure to represent such an amazing organization and its fans. And I'm really proud. Like, I don't know what to say. Thanks for everyone who are supporting us. I'm thankful.
I mean, after what happened with the other BBL team, I think everyone is definitely going to be using all of their energy supporting you. I wanted to talk about you as a player as well, because you come from a region where everybody wants to play duelist and everybody has this kind of Turkish habits of how they play on the server. But I think you're different. You know, the way that you play the supportive players, as your coach said, is one of a kind. Why is it that you kind of chose to play these more supportive agents, and what do you think kind of makes you so good at it?
I believe that it's more important to be a good teammate than being a good player individually. So I think support role fits well on me, and I enjoy playing it. So
I think you're going to set a very good example for a lot of the other Turkish players that they can succeed playing the role that you do as well. And last question, you're going up against G2 Gozen. In grand finals, they are very, very experienced. They've been in 4 or 5 grand finals at this point, but you've already beaten them twice this season. So why do you think you've been able to beat them? You know, what is it that you guys do that maybe they don't do?
G2 are not only good individually, but also as a team as well. But we have a good team chemistry and are hungry to compete. So I believe it's gonna be another victory for us. I believe that we're gonna win.
Oh, I like it. I like it. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Felipe, for joining me, and best of luck in the grand finals later. I believe her. I'm with it. I think she's right.
You hungry too?
I'm hungry, but also I think that they are going to win today. But I want to talk about Felipe real quick as a player, because as Turkish players go, she's not that Turkish in the server.
In the server, okay, yeah, okay.
An alarming lack of jet, I think.
And an alarming lack of over-peaking and just running around W gaming.
The thing is that if she does that, she's never going to be alone. She's always going to be taking the deals that are most favorable for her. And we see a lot of breach coming from her. And it's very different from the ones that we used to see.
Yeah, she's definitely a breach enthusiast, doing so much in terms of like setting up her teammate to fight. But also, I think there is an absolute like clutch factor. Late in the round, she is so reliable.
Yes.
Turning around kills. Like, even if they are put behind on a retake, she is usually finding ways to flash a couple of players, get in there, find some kills there too. She is one of those players that she is quiet until her front line,
until the mic is in front of her. The mic is in front of her. Yeah. For example, exactly the last time that they played against G2 Gozen on that Ascent, she was the one to close up the entire map with a 1v3 attacking. So yeah, it's the kind of thing that Felipe does. Very Turkish in that way.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the last time they played against each other, because they played against each other twice already here, and both times it was a 2-1 to BBL. So I don't know why you guys feel like, you know, miraculously they're just going to get 3-0 today. But
nobody said 3-0.
You,
Ender did.
There we go.
Okay,
I guess
where we lied.
Yeah.
I'm going to need to defend my 3-0 prediction, but I'll do so in a little bit. First, I'm going to hit you with the cope of G2 for these first 2 series. First series they played, it was a 2-1 loss. It was really close, went down to overtime on the final map, right? And Mary had a really off day. She was not performing to the level that we know she's there.
True.
If she had a better day, they're winning that series, okay? Cool, we can get behind that. Then last time they played, I actually think G2 should have won that series, and they mega threw, especially on Ascent. Petra sort of identified in her interview, but they threw so many rounds where they were up in numbers, up 4 versus 3. You blink, they're all sort of spread out around the map, and BBL taking the right chances to get themselves back in the rounds. Then you remember, BBL will never throw. When BBL had a lead, they were never giving that up, and I think that was a big reason why BBL won the series, and that's full credit to them. G2 just played a little bit sloppy.
So no throwing from G2 today?
No, did you see them yesterday?
Narrative. It's a change in the narrative, right? Because we're used to a G2 that the second time around that you play against them, they have adapted a lot and all of that. I think that they still.
But this is the 3rd time.
Yes. So this is that's what I mean. That is a change in the narrative. And if we see the G2 that we saw yesterday, we were on the desk yesterday, and I was telling you, listen, I don't think that this is.
I didn't see you yesterday. You have no proof.
I don't. No, but we were speaking about how this G2 is not the same as it was last year, so dominant, doing everything to a T. No, they were a little bit all over the place in many, many occasions. But yesterday, I was very surprised with what I saw.
Yeah.
I did not expect that kind of performance, and they got into their heads, into the heads of Ascent.
Here's the thing, though. I think G2 are 2 completely different teams, because you have a G2 when the pressure is not on them, right? When they're not in an elimination match. And that's the team that gets a little out ahead of themselves, is a little bit more individualistic, right? Taking fights on their own. And then you have the team yesterday where every single fight they were taking was set up in some form by the utility. Especially Mimi's breach, I think on split rather, was a thing of beauty. You could not ask for a better performance when she's just floating between the 2 sites, concussed, ready to go. She wasn't taking fights, but she was making it so G2 always were having favorable ones. Yeah,
she was getting them assists.
I'm down for the G2 hard cope. You know, it's also the popular opinion. You know, I think it's pretty obvious
I'm a
they're
popular
the favorites.
kid. What can I say?
They're the favorites. you know, it's not that.
Didn't get Tom, so we got to end.
Yeah, it's not that edgy for you to say, yeah, G2 could win, because I also think they could, but I do think BBL have a great chance. Before we head into the map vetoes, I do believe we have a leaderboard we can show you when it comes to the top 5 right now that's leading the league. If not, then we will go to map. Here we go. Here it is. So we do have some 2 members of BBL in there, of course. Mary right up there.
That's wary, actually. It's a W, Harry.
Oh, I got it when you said it. You didn't need to explain. But yeah, so I mean, I wanted to show this just to illustrate that these are just definitively the 2 best teams we have left in the league. So I think it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath, which is why I don't think it's going to be a 3-0.
I think it's also very scary because some people might look at this and they're like, oh my God, they're duelist. Vanya is a controller, by the way.
Yeah.
You must be scared. You should be scared.
She is so good as a side anchor for the team, right? Very hard to actually get in. Also, like when she's playing maps where she has the Astra, she has a lot of tools to stall out, set herself up to take fights too, which is something that is very, very scary to deal with. And is one of the things I'm going to be paying close attention to, because I mean, we're going to be able to talk about maps soon, but there are a lot of maps where it's a challenge between the attack side of G2 versus the defense of BBL.
Let's talk about it now, because BBL, they are coming into this with 2 bans. G2, I don't think have ever been on the receiving end of this. Usually they're the ones that's got that advantage. In the upper bracket, they're chilling, they're waiting. But BBL, they're going to be able to dictate where the map veto goes because they got 2 bans and the first pick right off the bat. And you guys know how important that is if we especially look at the final that G2 played against Shopify.
Yeah, exactly. It's very important. I think that Karkas was telling us yesterday that they do not expect to see the fracture, even though they've been permabanning. It's not something that BBL is very keen to play. So I guess that we will see.
Yeah, let's have a look at the map vetoes now and see where we're going to today. The only thing that I know, I feel like it's gonna come up pretty soon, is the Ascent. It's a Turkish Ascent. You want to see it. It's the BBL Ascent of all things as well. But as you guys can see, Bind, BBL took away right off the bat, followed by Haven. Fair enough.
Yep.
Oh, so Fracture is going to be in the map. Well,
they pick it though. Will any of them pick it?
I mean, eventually it will appear. The real question is, will we get to it?
Yeah.
Pearl.
But
it's going to be the first one. BBL is going to just... I thought that they were moving away from the bind because they didn't want to face a double controller with the Harbor Viper. But that is actually the composition that G2 plays here. And they've decided to start on the attack. Very interesting. Ascent. Second one you're going to get.
But they
Everybody likes starting on attack.
Fracture's the last one. That makes sense.
First picked Pearl. Why do you think?
See, this is a great question because both of these teams have only played the Pearl one time in group stage here. It's been a long time before that since G2 played it. And I'll be honest, I know you two feel differently. I don't think map order is that impactful in a series. It changes.
Let me present you Fnatic versus Na'Vi at lock-in. They gave Fnatic, Haven, Fracture, and Lotus and got 3-0'd, and they didn't play Ascent and split.
I'm going to give you an even better example.
So it's a 3-0 and a 3-2. I don't care.
I'm going to give you an even better example. Game Changers Championship. This team, G2, Mary couldn't sleep on the night before, and she starts messaging me like, "You okay? You want to talk?" And we were just talking about the next day.
You just know Mary like that?
Shut up.
You don't? You don't
know.
You don't know Mary like
that? We started talking about the map veto, and she told me her idea, and I was like, I think that is a terrible idea. I think you're making it hard for yourself. I think the correct order should be this, this, and this. Of course, it's their decision. I'm just giving her a piece of my mind. Do you know what she did after she won? She said, "You were right. We effed up in the map veto."
Okay, fair.
Yeah, so Mary's always right and you're always wrong, Christy. That's a valuable lesson to be learned. But let's take a look at the last time they played. You guys both spoke about it briefly. And the comps that they ran, do you anticipate that they will be running the exact same comps?
I think so, yes, especially on the BBL side. The thing about BBL is Felipe plays Breach on every map. So you're sort of strung into playing that. Yeah. The maps we're going to be seeing today, it's going to be the Breach. And what that means is that they're playing double Initiator a lot of the time. So they don't have the added flexibility to play double smokes on a map like Lotus, on a map like Pearl especially. So they've actually been playing solo Astra smokes, which means that without having the double walls, and especially the Harbor Cove that G2 are going to be running, planting on that B site is so hard on the attack. In the last time they actually played this, they only won 4 rounds on the attack, whereas they won 9 out of 12 on their defense.
Yeah, it's not only that, it's the fact that they're playing with that double initiator, but KO is not one of them. So they cannot even shut down or get that early information and actually whether to decide to, be more proactive on one place or another. I think that might be complicated because, as I said, the composition on the other other side, for G2, running the Astra Viper, they're going to put on a lot of pressure and probably having the upper hand on the attack. So yeah, it's going to be complicated.
Yeah, we're starting with G2 on the attacking side and just looking again at how they performed on the attack. 10 out of 12 rounds were victorious for them. So
They do like to plant.
They do love to plant.
It's
I
just
think
one of
it's
those things,
very
yeah.
important for BBL that they win the majority of the rounds in this first half, because I think they are going to struggle when they switch over to their own attack.
Well, let's see if we do see some changes here as we head into Agent Select. This is going to be a marathon, of course, not a sprint. So, well, yesterday was a bit of a sprint. But let's see what we're going to get here, if we're going to get that solo Astra. I'm with you. I'm not the biggest fan of it.
Okay, let's see.
Somebody pick something.
Somebody come get her.
Wait, hold on.
Vanya is not going on the Astra. She's going on the Viper. And it's going to be the moment that we mentioned
Harbor
Felipe, the
versus
breach,
Harbor.
plays breach every single time. She goes on the Harbor also.
Yeah, Harbor versus Harbor. Talk me through how this is going to work. We're going to see a lot of wars.
It's actually a mirror comp that we ended up here. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of walls. I hope that we have a good server. I'm sure that we do, because we're going to need a lot of them Sentinel views.
Yeah, and also Felipe, debut on Harbor. We don't really have any footage on what she did before, but we do know that she really enjoys the supportive role. So kind of
but it's very complicated, because Harbor is an agent that we know takes a lot of practice when working with the high ties and actually learning the good spacing for that. So I don't think it's going to be an easy task.
Well, we're ready to get into game now. I cannot wait, and I'm very excited to toss this over to your casters for this grand finals. It is Pansy and Ash.
Thank you so much. Yeah, super excited for this best of 5 in front of us. Ash, how are you feeling about this coming into it? Because you've been watching this since the very start. Now we're finally getting to the pinnacle of things. You must be thrilled to see this matchup again.
I am thrilled to see this matchup again. I think the big thing is these changes in composition that the analyst desk was talking about here, Pansy. The question marks about the Harbor are going to be really interesting going into things. I think that for Felipe, though, it will play very similarly to the way she sets up when she does play that breach.
Okay, a couple of things to look out for. And as soon as the teams are ready, we'll be jumping into this one. So I can't wait for it. Yeah, really interested in the veto, though, as well. But I want to get your thoughts on that. But if I'm not mistaken, the video actually is ready. So we're going to get into this. Let's get that first map started. Okay, so kicking off on Pearl here, this has kind of subverted some of our expectations, but then we have seen these agent selects going a little out of maybe the previous. We've seen a little bit of an adjustment here. Has that changed your expectations now seeing this come through? Does this make more sense for BBL to lean onto this as their first pick still?
I think it does make sense to have it as that first pick. I think that it's a big swing map in that kind of sense, where we don't really know too much from either of these teams aside from their group stage play, which, I mean, you shake everything up with the new composition coming in, right? And now overall, it's going to be G2. They're leaning over towards this B side, very much so just holding passive right now, expecting BBL to maybe look for a scale using the cascade coming out from Felipe early, but won't be the case. BBL just holding kind of quiet, but I do really think that this coming in for map number 1 will make this best of 5 series incredibly interesting.
Well, according to Ender, map selection doesn't really matter. You're gonna have to play them anyway. It's all good. Ooh, Vanya, hold on. This could be such a ratty spot. If they don't double check on this, there is a little pocket to be played into. But they are pausing here. They are trying to play that patient game, see if they can maybe draw some additional information out. For now, the wall's going to drop, so they will have to eventually start building. It looks like now's the point. But again, back of your minds, Vanya is in such a key position.
Yeah, the cycling for that toxic screen as well. Perfect coming out from BBL, and she's still here.
Only good for one, though. The rest of G2 actually trading pretty effectively, doing pretty well at this. Keeping it at least advantageous in their pocket in a 3-2.
30 seconds left.
Get this plant down. Nothing to really deny that, so they will have that on their side. And now 2 flashes to play with. Have a couple of opportunities here. Close flash finds nothing. Still a player on the site. 1 towards back, and yeah, this is now getting very difficult with 20 HP. G2 very reserved, very considered. That was a very well-rounded pistol round.
Oh yeah, the patience in the pistol to start things off on the right foot there for G2, but also a missed opportunity from Vanya, right? I expected maybe a little bit more coming out from her in such a ratty one-and-done position to buy a bit more time, but G2 clinical on that execution, despite the fact that those toxic screen cycles were a little bit off in that timing, giving that opportunity to bring it back up for the defenders here, but now G2 spreading out a little bit more in towards a default, and BBL, they've got a read for a stack on A.
Yeah, just trying to stack out one of the sites. That's really a bad idea. It does maybe want to see G2 go through the protocol list here of being quite diligent in how they want to approach this. Keep in mind, you never want to see them walk late into a stack. So they've had the heads-up approach of at least splitting those two players over towards that B push, just in case anyone was trying to take that space away. It's not been the case, so they can lean back towards this with some confidence in the fact that no one's overextended, and should be able to navigate around the vast majority of quote-unquote this stack, which is still held in place. They haven't left from this, so G2 will still have to be methodical. Obviously, they don't know what we know, but we talk about the buy they've gone for here. 3 rifles straight away, so a big investment behind this. Yeah. You want to see them keep hold of all 3. If they lose one of those, if that goes out of hand, there could be problems. That's where it could really start to spiral. They get forced onto those repurchases. For now, though, they should be pretty safe here, running through the protocol list, and I'm quite surprised that BBL haven't maybe just gone for a rotation off the back here. They've just stuck around on towards A, and eventually they're going to have to give up these pistols anyway.
And the thing is, it's one thing to have a rotation coming in late, but it's another thing to have a rotation coming in late on Pearl, where the rotation is so long in towards spawn, still, for some reason, choosing to juggle the classic and the shorty, hoping, I guess, maybe they'll find something in towards halls, but G2 playing it really smart, all 5 players in towards long, ensures that none of those rifles you were talking about will be recovered by BBL. Unless Mary goes in into a bit too deep. Yeah, it's super open.
So much utility on it. Even if they got every kill, like just the time purchase alone is so substantial. But keeping it clean, yeah, I think BBL know that they've not really got any point of access to this. You already see the KJ mollies being run through, so they'll just give this up to the spike. So let's kind of touch base again with some of what the analyst desk was saying. And I think a point that wasn't mentioned, which is fair, but we saw it become quite apparent in our game, was the off game from Roxy, right? Now, again, I kind of put, so for example, Petra, considering her new in-game leadership role, fair enough, she can have an off game if she's calling, but she had a fantastic series. I want to see Roxy having a good game here, because she was absent in the one we witnessed, and it was a shame because I hadn't seen Roxy having a bad series like that.
No.
But it was the first time I got to see her into this G2 roster. The game since then seemed fine, seemed to be back in, you know, somewhat traditional form. So I'm hoping to see that adjusted, as she's one of the big names now that are keeping my attention towards this. And on the other side, of course, Vanya, kind of the opposing number to an extent, was having an outstanding series.
Yeah, speaking of Vanya too, she's gonna be this first point of contact here in G2. Not even the util, just contact up, and that's a guiding light towards site. One found in towards R as well, but Felipe, a big risk to still go for that contact. Now BBL playing that full retake, but touching back on Roxy as well. She did have a very good game yesterday, especially on split, top of the leaderboard there. So finding a bit more synergy and connection here with the rest of G2.
Yeah, and that's what we need to be seeing, is that evolution, because working under new in-game leader, different styles, roster changes, it's a lot of different pieces. Now, anything else to come this round? Let's see. Yeah, got a lot of work to do, and they're sitting pretty deep in this post plant. And again, they are going to run that utility. You can see it being poured in. Having Viper, a KJ, and post plant joined with Harbor as well. It's a lot to get past. Now they're going to try and apply a bit of pressure here. They haven't made any progress towards that spike itself. There's the push. That's not bad, but Glance sends them back, and the defuse isn't going to happen. Roxy waiting patiently. Lineups ready, all good to go. 3 to G2, and we kind of highlighted it in round 2. They went for those big investments towards those rifles. They had the benefit of it there in the bonus, and now they've crushed BBL's economy. So this adds a little bit of an issue here. BBL, I'm wondering, obviously not in this round, but none of them made massive progress towards ults. None of those are kind of, you know, all that close by. I wonder when they start maybe pumping the brakes here, because this is their veto. They could not have had the stronger start, right? You had the ability to take away 2 maps and pick the first. I want to see instant diligence. This, however, has been pretty much a masterclass from G2 so far.
I mean, G2 and their post plans, right? I think it was Ender talking about it yesterday on the cast, but just the little rats that follow up with that utility being usually Mimi and, well, normally it's Petra actually, but this time it would be Mimi and Roxy with those mollies, right? So that's a big factor as far as you have Mary taking a little bit more of that space, usually alongside Petra in this case, since that dynamic duo does come through. And now BBL, all 4 on the flank, 5th, actually a little bit later.
Placing swarm grenade.
Gotta be careful. Roxy's position should be checked. Oh, that wasn't bad though. Able to pick up 2 there, but this is where there's a little bit of an issue. I'm kind of worried that there's a chance that this could get out of hand. Keep in mind, Felipe and Alkia both have rifles now. Should be put through to good use, both recoverable. So this could get a little bit dangerous. So they still have that harbor to go for this retake here. So you can see that utility. It's going to force Petra to play a little further forward. Glance can't swing that corner anymore. Still has a flash to play with, so maybe on the spike. Invests it, but they need to deal with this now. The diffuse still going to be going on. They have to check this. They push on in. Perfect work from Petra. Puts life on the line. They should be able to fall off from this now as they've done their job.
Done their job, but that was just a couple pixels off from a defuse coming in from BBL. G2 still rolling with this, and now BBL very much so stuck into that back and forth economy, right? Sure, back onto a buy in this situation. And now it's actually going to be that timeout being called. Just in time, I think, here at Pansy. BBL need to find answers now because, like you said, they're the ones going into this best of 5 with that advantage. Sure, Ender mentioned that those, the order in which the maps come out don't really matter, but at the same time, it could be the difference maker between a 3-0 and taking it the distance.
I will never listen to Ender's point on that. Never. Straight up league take. What is that? I love you, Ender. Yeah, I mean, even that aside, just kind of going back to the rounds we've just seen, I feel like the only reason that got a little bit more precarious, even that previous round, was the first time we've seen that mid-aggression brought out by BBL, and considering that G2 in that round did go for that all-in B piece that we've seen them run 2-3 times now, max, it just worked. If they'd run that default that they did up against the last pistol round, they probably would have caught that mid-push anyway, but it got a little bit more dangerous, but I do want to see the kind of progress being made here by G2, because they have been winning substantial rounds, somewhat quite cleanly. Good ult progress coming in. We still had that, you know, you've got Harbor's ult coming through. I think we're 1 away from the Seekers as well. Not far off from the lockdown either. And they've got that nice buy in hand. They've got a fair bit of cash built up beside them. So masses of momentum. So I do want to see what the cure is that BBL have come up with. What's the conclusion? Because it looks like we're seeing a fake being pulled here by G2.
Yeah, right now, you know, you have that high tide go out, then it's just a re-clear in towards the mid side, which is very weak right now for BBL. Only piece of utility for them will actually be Raika's turret watching in towards Art. Otherwise, uncontested as far as mid-connector goes, and you see a reposition coming out here. However, the risk is that if Raika gets caught out by a lurk, sure, information garnered by her turret, but she could easily be isolated. Especially with that lurk wall coming in that cuts off that deep portion of B-Link. Otherwise, though, pivot now from G2 into A.
Yeah, I like this split, though. Having the 3-2 split will at least deal with the players that pushed up towards main. So there is a chance for them to be able to handle that. This puts a lot of pressure on these two, though. And now you can see the ult coming in as well, which is going to make it twice as hard. High flash over the top, hoping it finds it. Does at least slow down the roll a little. Vanya needed a bit more than that, I felt, but still makes the best of a bad scenario. But they bullied their way through towards the site. They've taken casualties on the way, so it is a fair 3v3, but the plant will come in and put the time on their side.
Full reposition here for BBL. Everyone now coming in from defender side spawn, and you've just got one on site here. Remainder of G2 playing for that post-plant situation, and Mary's always the one to try to slow down the roll with the retake.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, just playing on that spot. Has the ability to even back away from this, using that utility against them. Mary in charge this round. Huge impact already. And yes, Glance gets taken away. As does Mary. Hold on, there's still a chance of this, but 10 HP isn't much. Just gonna pour that utility in. Keep your mind on the time here. Mimi still has that nano swarm if she wants to try and invest it. There it is, that could be GG right there. Mimi kept cool at the end, ran through the utility and made sure that defuse was never gonna be happening. G2 get brought close, but nowhere near close enough.
So well played. The amount of time they're able to buy on these retakes, I think, has been what BBL is struggling with. Of course, the aggression coming out from Mary always creates those openings right here for G2 to secure the round. Still, though, BBL, I mean, they still managed to keep it close overall, but you want to be seeing a lot more success off the back of a timeout from a team like BBL on their bye.
Wave crashing. Okay, go back in. And remember, off the back of that timeout from BBL, G2 went for a switch up. They went for like a little mid-piece. So a little bit of a difference. They kind of pulled that fakey move over towards B, invested that, you know, harbor wall further down. Now they're going back to kind of it's normally their almost anti-eco round, right? And then Petra's been overwhelmed. Glance, can she handle the strain of it? Does do very well to keep this competitive. But they've suffered a lot, but the numbers are still sitting at least a little on G2's side in the regard that they both have weapons. Now that's going to be brought to hand, though. Alkia should be able to pick up a rifle off the back of this, and they do still have spikes, so they're going to be sat around here. We've got Roxy and Mimi. Both one away from their ult, but can't bring that in here at all.
No.
And the other's just sitting to swing off the back of contact. Felipe, as soon as you see someone cross, you're going to see that push out, and they're going to apply the pressure. Alkia now has to swing. Great adjustment from Mimi. And now Alkia, 1v2, couldn't quite select the target. Wonderful work in unison between Mimi and Roxy, making sure they navigated that dirty little crossfire so well. And yes, threats being made by BBL now. They're starting to get a little bit more threatening, a little bit more competitive, sure, but these rounds are still going G2's way.
They are, and for that particular round too, the snake bite to come out here we're seeing in the replay was massive coming out from Roxy. Completely forces Alkia out of position there, makes the trade a lot more difficult because now Alkia is completely isolated and can't even get the trade down from Felipe. Now we're going to see a pivot back over towards that B side. 6-0 so far for G2. Very much so controlling this series so far. The Cascade, beautiful just to scale up.
Yeah, but look what it's done. Mary's gone down just off the back of the spam. They'd started to get a little bit curious about this. We've seen a couple of fakes with it. This time, G2 played behind it with intent, and they lose Mary, just purely from a spam alone. Noted that Roxy was one off, and as was Mimi. Now they have at least one of those two ults online. Mimi's going to invest hers. And it looks like Alkia wants to play ahead of that. That's a little bit too risky for my taste. How long can you stick around in this one? Trying to do some damage here. Alkia still not finding anything. Has to respect the lockdown, but they want to get the plant at least, G2. A 5v4 finally in the favor of BBL.
Seeker's coming out now as well, finding that information. Vanya also has Viper's Pit for post-plant. Things are definitely going to get scrappy here into towards this retake, especially with the operator in hands here for Felipe.
Yeah, counter just came in. Petra still will be the only one really tucked up on site here. And it's perfect from Petra again. Takes down another. How could no one take a fight on Petra here? Finding the timing just to bob and weave back and forth. Flash through the wall and we're into a 2v2. Alkia a little low. Eva sitting pretty, but looking vulnerable. Looking on a platter. Mimi can still do some damage. She takes down one, another 1v1. Keeps cool, keeps the clutch, and keeps the score line clean. G2 not letting go here.
So scrappy there on site. Util just across the board coming out from both teams, making things extremely chaotic. But the way that G2 are still keeping their cool, really interesting to see, considering that, I believe in the interview that we saw coming out, or just a bit of a conversation that I heard about how BBL Queens does manage their comms, is they're calm, cool, and collected all times. Right now, I'm pretty sure they're boot camping together as well, as is G2. And I do wonder if there is maybe a bit of that franticness coming out now from BBL Queens being down 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, okay, this should be ringing the alarm bells. This time, well, we saw BBL get a little bit dangerous doing this when they caught them on that B push. This time around, they're sat in the default, so we have to see how well this actually holds. Yeah, Mary should have a lovely position to catch a punish, but at least notes them falling away. So big information found from that they've reset from this aggression, but not completely. Felipe is still here and punishes Petra on the cross. They're going to lose a little bit of that control and that little bit of ability to get in towards the side now, and it should be highly telling towards BBL that they're going B.
Yeah, full rotation comes through here now, right? And BBL quick to meet, but Mary dashed up in towards heaven, but they know.
Fully aware. Mary gets found. Can't turn the tides here. Oh, Roxy deciding to go for the ult here in this 3v5. Big lurk needed, not gonna happen. Mimi can't find it. Down to 2 now, that lockdown is a problem. Roxy is in a world of trouble. If she can fight her way out, that'd be fantastic, but it's just too much to bear. As now the 4 players from BBL looking for the first time to get that round on the board. dive on in. There's only so much one can do. Glance did take down Vanya, but the defuse is going to be there. And finally, BBL figure it out. Off a little bit of, I'd say, lovely work from Felipe. Kind of the aggression coming through, but just catching that timing. Catching, I think it was Petra, just as she was shifting over towards that B site. Here it is again. Beautiful. Made all the difference. All the information's there now. Take down one of the main proponents of taking these sites, and it was just gorgeous from that point onward.
Really lovely ebb and flow coming out from the side of BBL. You can see, though, that G2 goes and are also wise to BBL's antics in those senses. Very aggressive eco rounds consistently come out from BBL, so G2 usually hold back. They anticipate that to come through, but what they didn't expect was that fall back, and Felipe to just keep that position. Going into this next round, though, that same kind of fake situation with the Cascade going out. Instead of following up as quickly as we've seen before, G2 will be stalled out by the high tide that's gone actually quite a bit further than we expected. Yeah, she's all the way.
But how? When does she want to press the go button on this? Because I'm seeing G2 pause for it, and considering you've had the Viper split on the other side, so you're not feeling like you're going to be going that way. You've already got obviously BBL controlling middle. They have to be aware of this chance of a flank that someone's pushed up because of that success in just that previous round. Now with a flashback in 5 and 1 in pocket, they should be able to burst towards the site. Gonna make it hard, but a high-low hold gonna make it tricky to break, so they should be good for the first, and they are. Mary goes down. The flank could be on the way, but they're actually succeeding on the site without it.
Yeah, still tucked in towards Jenny here. Petra's looking for more, might even aggress in towards Connector to find one early. Just gonna hold so far, though. Timing is everything.
Blocking sight.
That flank starting to come in just to draw the attention, but Petra's victory is huge. Winning out at least one lane of this, right? So you have a little bit of safety from middle. She can control that. BBL breakthrough on the back line, so taking down Roxy, taking down Glance, and there goes another. Beautiful work from the duo, trying to hit that wrap perfectly, and they do. BBL starting to work this out. I think we're going to need to see G2 maybe find some adjustment. Don't know if they want to call that timeout for it, or they simply have a plan in mind. But this aggression up middle has been their downfall a couple of rounds now.
Yeah, very much so, getting stuck in these situations. Even the turret, I think, coming out from Mimi could be a bit more aggressive in that sense. Go for a bit more of that 4-1 lurk in a passive kind of way, just to find that earlier information, because when G2 are clustered up as 5, that is when BBL take advantage of those situations. And meanwhile, you always see, okay, here comes the timeout, Pansy. G2, they're calling it early on. They want to keep this momentum going. And BBL, they found that success in mid. G2 have to look to answer back.
Yeah, and the question is, what do they do for it now? They've got options. We've seen it kind of rewarded twice now in slightly varying ways. Keep in mind, once was that kind of singular lurk from Felipe, and then the second was that kind of committed push between, I think it was Alkia and Riker. But what do G2 want to do with that? Do they want to hit maybe a longer hold, try and apply pressure on one of the sides, try and catch up in the middle? Do they want to posture middle themselves, take maybe a 50-50 fight, unless they have some utility to tilt it their way? A couple of different options. They do have the Seekers as well for Petra, so that's a nice piece to be brought into play. Glance not far off from hers, I think only one away, so they have options there. And on the other side, kind of similar scenes, actually, very, very close by on symmetrical ults as well. They just have theirs ready to go. So I'm wondering if BBL also then hit the switch of adjustment, right? Do they then come back in and go, okay, well, it's been a timeout, we have to do something weird, right? Last time they went for massive mid-aggression. Do they do it again?
They don't tend to do it too much on their buy rounds is the thing. So now you're kind of seeing a swap up here for the setup. Very much so focused on that mid control in G2. Their decision is to actually speed back up here towards B. Nobody is home, of course. I love that alarm bot, though, waiting into mid connector, anticipating that Petra might try to go for that aggression, or Mary, in this sense, now that she is online for this round. Just watching that back as BBL continue to scale up back in towards that mid side, and Mimi, of course, she is waiting on that flank, but still, that's a lot of information garnered. But with mid connector looking very empty, G2 are anticipating this flank coming through.
I've got your trail.
More than likely, and rolling on my back, yes, aggression was the answer. And you can see the Seekers with 2 of them coming this way. Masses of information found. So they should be able to kind of turn their attention to the right side of things. It is now 3 players against the 2 towards long, and then obviously a lot of weight then over towards the side itself. Roxy doing great work to be the backline, but it's Mary's success that should tilt the scales towards G2 here, leaving just one to try and work their way through, and now they still have all their big players in this post plant. Maybe losing out Mimi is a bit of a shame in that regard, but they still have Roxy, and they still had Mary until then. Can Ava find any more? There's still presence here, but no, I think she's realized and recognized this one is beyond saving. There's no way I can dig them out of these positions, and G2 found the cure to what was working so well against them. BBL's flanks, BBL's aggression really amounted to nothing in that regard.
No, I think it's about beating the timing there, because when G2 are playing a little bit slower, that's when BBL have that opportunity to actually post up on those lurks, on those flanks, and find that map control. Meanwhile, when G2 have that tendency to speed things up a little bit more, they're either hitting BBL head-to-head or just missing out on that timing for them, finding the space on site before they can really get funneled in together. And now we're going to see G2 posturing up for a much more split take, likely going into an A pinch with the way that this is postured up, and Alkia has to use that right off the bat there. Tailwind no longer available with the op in hand.
No, forced a little away. G2, good early protocol list to try and make sure they handle any of the aggression. Keep in mind how fast those flanks were, so this is quite telling that this could have been an option, that someone was pushing over towards A. We saw it a couple of rounds when they got that nice little 2v2, if you remember as well. So it looks like G2 kind of learning quite nicely on the fly, but the double dip on the punish, that's massive for Mary. But a good trade for Felipe, not to let that go too far away, but they're selling a fake picture. This isn't where they're heading. That was purely one player going on a mission, which was Mary. So they're going to turn their eyes towards B. Now, how much does Eva get from this? She has a flash to play, she has all her kit, but that's a lot of players coming on through.
Yeah, this Cascade a little bit awkward to scale off of, though. Talk to Scream still buying a little bit of time here with 45 seconds left on the clock. Trailblazer for Petra to clear out in towards front site, and Jenny is not going to find anything home except for Ava here, and the rotation already for BBL.
B-site's looking like an Etch-a-Sketch. There's so many lines all over, it's ridiculous. But the lockdown's the big aspect to this, and they're just going to hold it, and that's all they have to do is defend it, and they've done very well at that. There is no chance they can kind of deny this plant now. It's a little too late for that to come in. There's just one left in a 1v3. They still got Roxy in the post plant, so that's some nice utility to invest. You can see the benefit of it there. And this is very hard for Reika to try and break this. 3 players in complementary positions. As soon as contact's made, you can already see the adjustment coming back through. Petra, right back with them. Glance will be the last player to swing, it looks like, just trying to hold the cards close to the chest. Oh, first, actually, to go for. A little interesting that she went for that. Flash buying time, and speaking of time, Reika doesn't have much of it now and needs to get these kills, and that just feels like the salt in the wound, doesn't it?
Oh, it definitely does. I was hoping that Reika could maybe try to find something more with a pick, but otherwise, G2, they're making the adjustments coming through. I think a bit of an overextension there coming out from BBL, looking to fight to take down the ultimate early on in a 2v3, where Reika wasn't able to get on site to assist with those trades, was a bit of an overheat in that situation instead of playing full retake with numbers equalized. Otherwise, though, potential for G2 to look into taking a 10th round on the board with the buy we're seeing coming out. Or not the buy we're seeing coming out overall, but the alt economy here, because G2 just one away from getting that Reckoning back online.
Yeah, very close by. We've seen this before. Rather than mid-aggression, though, going the long way around, but G2's adjustment is very interesting here. They still have 2 players waiting, and it's going to be a surprise, but it's not a terrible one. No one loses life, but now they've made contact, this changes the plans, right? Do they still commit towards this B piece, which it looks like they are, or do they double back? Have they dealt with the aggression enough that buys them time to rotate towards the site? There are 2 players here, though, this time, Ash.
There are, but split up, because you've got Vanya down in towards halls by herself again, looking for the same position here towards Billboard that we've seen her in before. G2 know to clear out that angle. She can play within the toxic screen, but G2 have seen it already.
This is allowed time for rotation. They've got 4 players here now. Yes, Alkia is disconnected from the rest, but she's acting as purely just a warning signal if there was a double back.
Yeah.
But still, this is a lot to try and work through. But with these ults, they can at least clear towards the site, so they're not as bothered by that. But there we go. Speaking of ults, that's what I'm talking about. Now, I think they know there's someone behind screen as well. So there's the spam. Vanya's in a lot of danger. Flying all over is Mary, but a great trade for Petra to keep this working in towards G2's way. None of the kills quite going cleanly towards BBL, spamming out towards the coast, though. They've denied it. Diffuse, excuse me, Plant denied, and now the problems begin. Petra trying to readjust here, but has very little support. Wall drops, Rake's behind it, and this is perfect from BBL. Nice. Finally, they get the positions they need. Finally, they get the bodies on the right side. They hit the rotation correctly, and they give themselves a little bit of a buffer here. I don't care about the curse or not. G2 absolutely trounced them in this first half.
Oh, they definitely have. And now we're going to see what BBL can do now that we swap sides. For G2, earning the pistol round earns you the double digits early on, and then you're just a few rounds away from closing out the map. Meanwhile, it's a long climb here for BBL, and the pistol round essentially a must-win for them because interestingly enough, actually, in the last series that BBL and G2 went head-to-head in that upper bracket finals, BBL actually won 5 out of the 6 pistols, which really led to their success in opening up maps early.
See if it holds true to trend then as we come into this. 9-3. Lots to be played for between these two. G2 looking pretty fired up though. Much better than the last games, and BBL not quite seeing the same scenes yet, but maybe this... I still just think the veto was a poor choice, if I'm honest, but beyond that, it's a best of 5, it's a long series, so you don't have to be too worried just yet if you are BBL. Speaking of worry, it's a lot of pressure towards the site. They are right here and very fast. 1 minute 17, and they're committing. Mimi gets an isolated fight. Dreamy, you couldn't ask for anything better. A heady moment for her, for sure, as now BBL do get the plant, so time's on their side, but it doesn't feel safe on the site, and getting away from this cleanly might be difficult, but Mimi's now down low.
Oh, she's down low, but ooh, she's better.
Okay, Mimi's had a round. Mimi's had a round. Mimi should have been dead 10 minutes ago, Ash. I don't know how Mimi's alive on 20 HP doing that sort of thing.
She's just better. I mean, holding down the fort there in towards back halls was exactly what G2 goes and needed now. Double digits, right? 10 rounds here for G2 and BBL. 7 to try to bring things back. And G2, you know that they like to go for almost like the FPX buy on steroids, right? Last time we saw 3 Vandals coming out. This time, actually, though, being on defense, not feeling the need to take those early engagements with the long angles quite as early on, will land themselves a bit of a lighter buy. I guess you have to consider the fact that you don't get that extra money from the plant either.
The scary thing is at 3 rounds, though, BBL have to force buy. They're having to buy as much as they can here. This is a huge investment, and Mimi not too far away from her ult and in the right place as well. So 3 kills away, I think. Now hearing that utility, she can't quite swing that angle. She knows she's lost a little bit of that timing, but she's got support here. Waits patiently, sits a little deeper. Roxy in unison, and now the punish on the cross. Glance takes a little bit of a dip in the water, and they can't even draw blood against this side. G2 crushing that force buy. That was BBL's best attempt yet, and the best shot to try and maybe deal with that round 1 not going their way. And now they've been crushed, and now their money is a problem to deal with.
BBL need to pump the brakes at the same time too. That was a bit of overheat crossing beyond, I should say, my bad. The toxic screen there, just pushing on towards site, applies that decay, and you saw BBL peeking out 1 by 1 at times. Sure, maybe a double swing overall, but you're all lined up when G2 are just holding the smoke, and now with this lighter buy going into a potential match point here for G2, BBL searching for this mid control. The timing could be good. See a rotation being called here, but the Trailblazer will find all the information needed.
Mary. Gotta be careful there. Has now the support of Petra. They've made contact on both sides. This feels highly indicative of that pinch towards A, but almost a little bit too simplistic in the way it's painted. So I wonder if BBL try and adjust something. Find any sort of opportunity for those sheriffs. Not going to see anyone on the way in. This post plant, unless they swarm towards CT, would be uncomfortable, but it looks like that's a plan. So they're going to try and carve out some space. You can see what Mary's plan is here. Doesn't check it, doesn't see
timing?
it. Oh, Vanya, this is unbelievable, almost unthinkable. First and second. Perfect play from Vanya. And Alkia over-delivering here. BBL doing exactly what they needed. Push through CT, take that space. Allow themselves somewhere to play this post plant, and then even having that benefit of top of Vanya doing that sort of damage. And now Roxy and Glance, this is not what you expected as you finally make your way back towards the site.
Yeah, it's just clean coming in from Vanya. I mean, that was maddening. The position that she played, the fact that G2, they take the time to initially clear out in towards A main, looking for her, but Mary's just a couple pixels away, honestly, from even probably seeing the elbow of Vanya in that situation. And her internal clock as well, you've got to commend the timing that Vanya was able to find, knowing that G2 were going to have to re-clear back towards site. And now the power-up round here, Logitech G power-up that is coming out for the side of, honestly, Pansy, I'm not even sure. But overall,
no one knows what the Logitech G power-up round actually means, but we're all excited to see it. 4-11, another exciting round here, but the buy. A very extended full purchase here for G2, who got the benefit of that force-up converting against BBL in round 2. So it's a little bit of a kind of knock-on effect that we're here now. But the work's still cut out for BBL. They can't take a break as Mary. An extended spray, not pretty in the first, but did at least get one. The trade was there. Petra wanting the follow-up and actually gets it. Ridiculous scenes from Petra, but hyper-aggression being shown. But do they know Glance is really here? It looks like they're aware of it. Trying to clear towards back of the site. Gets the first, knows the flash came from somewhere, knows it's going to be another player and gets a second. Glance, incredible work. And now, just down to Felipe. Is there a clutch potential here with 17 HP, 8 bullets, and a dream? Oh, Felipe! Out of nowhere. No right to be doing that sort of damage, and G2 will be kicking themselves for that.
that has got to hurt if you're G2. Just shy away from match point here, and BBL holding on with dear life. Hands of Felipe now. G2 into this round. Money's not looking too great. BBL have that advantage as far as weaponry goes. Reckoning as well, just for ensured execution on site if BBL were maybe wary of potential shotguns coming out from G2. But overall, now G2 on this eco looking to take a page out of the book of BBL, going for mid-aggression.
Yeah, why not? Again, they're only on Sheriff, so if they can get a little bit dangerous here, do a bit of damage from either side, cool. It's not the round that you're expecting to win, but if you can cost them some of those rifles, force those repurchases, you build a little towards your own ult. So you're looking at the small wins rather than the bigger picture, so not the end of the world here. Looks like Petra will be the one to receive. Whole lot of players coming away. What you gonna do, Petra? Show me what you got.
Oh, she's holding it.
Oh. Oh, that's the one you get, is it, Petra? Well, now you're probably dead. How is she still alive?
I don't know.
It's gone down, and now Roxy's on the site. What on earth is going on? This isn't the round that's meant to even be competitive. In a wild play, oh my word, dearie me, what have we just seen? That's foul. Roxy's had a great round, but BBL made an absolute meal of that.
That should not have happened. Just disconnected a little bit on that push. Very much so getting divided up by the Reckoning, I think. You had some players stuck behind, others pushing out. And for G2, they played around the environment here on a site, used the Cascade, used the high tide to their advantage, and just played around their corners, isolating their ones. And this is a showing that you were asking here from Roxy. She's looking a lot more connected with the team into Pearl.
Okay, but here's the buy, right? Here's the buy. You've got all the, the good ults. You've got all the bells and whistles here. So this is going to be a lot to work through for G2. You can see it already. They've put literally everything into this. Glance needs to back away now. Is there any chance for BBL to jump into this? I don't know if you'd really want to, would you? Might subvert the plan, change where they plan to go. But I like what G2 are doing about this being proactive elsewhere. They've denied that take towards the A site. I want to take a little look through towards Art, see what they're up to. And you can see BBL are aware of that too. They're still being very diligent, re-clearing this space.
Trying to see if there have been any pushes. The other difficulty here is Vanya's on a judge on the attacking side, right? Very much so anticipating that BBL will find themselves into a post plant to actually make use of that. That's also why we saw them initially heading towards that A side, right? Trying to find the closer quarter angles, but a bit more difficult for this fight now for BBL. Looking to take in towards long. Nice poison orb to get the cross down, but you've still got that cycle for the toxic screen to delay.
And there's the opportunity. Mary strikes first. Alkia goes down, but now the cross towards the site should be secure. They should be able to get a safe plant. The lurk, so late. Roxy going to be furious with that. We're going to have the lockdown as the counter. They're trying to hinder this approach, and look at the time. It's getting close. 15 seconds here. Glance with a look up and above. Dangerous shot. Mary has to back away from this. 10 seconds now. They still need to get that plant down. Is there anything to deny this, or does it go down? No! Glance denies it. 4 seconds now. They are running out of time. I don't think they can get the plant down anymore. G2 just keeping them away from those final precious seconds.
What a way to do it. Map number 1 ended just like that, Pansy. 13-5 on BBL's map pick. A tough sight to see considering we're going over to Ascent afterwards, but we also know how that went down last time.
Yes, plenty to be said about this matchup. I think, again, the veto, considering how well BBL played when we watched them, right? It was the first real experience we got to see them up against G2 there, and it was wondrous. It was incredible to see. Yes, a little off from G2 in some aspects, but the way BBL played was out of this world. This just didn't look anywhere near that degree. So I think the veto didn't love what they've done here. They had the complete upper hand, at least to start this off strong, and I think they missed on that, if I'm honest.
I mean, potential grand finals jitters, right? Sure, BBL Queens, an undefeated run so far here in VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 1. But overall, this team, while they have a couple of best-of-5 experiences under their belt, G2 goes in, is not shy when it comes to BO5s. Not shy from the big stage either. Meanwhile, BBL, they're also this underdog looking to prove themselves, right?
Yeah, hopefully they warm into it then. That's what I'm kind of hoping for, that this is, hey, we've got a longer series, let's kind of warm into this one, let's play it out to the best of our capability. But map 1, they got blown out of the water on that. Scoreline is not a pretty one. What, it was 9-3 on the half. And yes, there was some bits of hope here and there, but the second that they had to force back into, what was it, round 2, and that doesn't get converted, you're praying for miracles there. You're praying for, someone misses, someone goes wrong, someone makes, a round out of nothing. And just, I think BBL just didn't quite have that composure. Whereas on the other side, it was just going through the motions for G2. It felt like they knew what the goal was, they knew what the plan was, and it was executed absolutely perfectly.
It was absolutely perfectly, like you said, right? And really interesting to see because, I mean, Inami on the analyst desk earlier on in VCT GC EMEA also talked about how BBL Queens, they'll lose the first map, but then they'll take the next 2. So we'll see if it is that slower start going up. Alkia, a lot more quiet, I think, on Pearl as well, Pansy. But we've got more Valorant to come. So let's toss over to a quick break as we wait to see what the analyst desk has to say on the other side of that.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Welcome back, everybody. G2 goes and continue their win streak here in the grand finals. I'm your host, Sue, and I've got Cougar and Ender with me. Now, BBL, they haven't dropped many maps this season, but that was the heaviest defeat they have suffered, which they only managed to get 5 rounds. Are you guys surprised?
Yeah. I am very surprised. I mean, I have to say that I understand that they came in with a plan, but just we have to consider and remember that they had 2 bans plus the first pick. This is what they got. So I'm surprised, honestly, by G2's performance, most of all. I think that we're seeing a lot of what we saw yesterday.
And the crazy thing about watching this game was I didn't feel like G2 really reinvented the wheel or anything like that. They just did so many B-long executes and were just aim training on BBL.
Pearl?
I thought, yeah, oh, crazy, right? But like managing, and then there were a lot of situations where even like you had like the Petra round, she's clutching up from backside, finding a 3K and just the most absurd way. And to me, it seemed like BBL were a little bit slow to identify how they could exploit G2. And it wasn't until they had a couple of eco rounds where they almost got wins where they realized, wait a second, we can really aggressively fight for space in A main. Actually, their mid pushes that turned into flanks also ended up paying off really well, and they were able to convert them later.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the rounds we saw as well. First of all, the round 5 here. We're going to start from the 3v3 part of the round. I'm going to skip the beginning a little bit. I thought maybe BBL would have a chance here. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think that they had the idea of how they want to counter this. The problem is the harbor utility. I am actually surprised by the way that Felipe was playing around this, but I think that the idea was there, the execution a little bit shaky.
Yeah, I think what ended up happening was obviously like Mary has a bit of a round, but I think that G2 fell back into a little bit of old habits here. Like Mary is still seeking a fight, still looking to backside. They're all sort of spread out on their own, so Felipe is able to solo fight 3 different fights. The spike also not really planted for Art. Now, good thing for Mimi, she still has another molly she can throw on the spike, and Felipe was taken down to just 10 HP. But I think that there were a lot of rounds in this game where I saw, oh, G2 were still showing some of that individualistic play when they had a numbers advantage, and they ended up winning the rounds, but they got very, very close, and that's what cost them in the previous matchup they had against BBL when BBL took the series 2-1.
Yeah, exactly. I think it also was a Felipe clutch. We were thinking that it was going to happen, but actually later in the map, they were not making those mistakes anymore. I think they're being conscious.
Yeah, let's take a look around 8 and 9 as well, because this is where I felt like we were going to get the comeback, but it was a fake comeback.
And credit to Felipe again, who they'd actually taken space up in mid. Felipe found an opening pick. This was an eco buy from BBL that they managed to pull off on the retake. But again, G2, once they fall down 4v5, Mary goes for the crazy heaven push. She falls, then Mimi is on her own, falling on the opposite side too. So it just got a little bit out of sync from G2, I think, in a couple of situations when they lost a player. And you saw immediately in the next round too that BBL are realizing G2 aren't challenging for them in space around mid. So again, they find the ability to post up. I believe they sent Alkia to just sort of watch towards spawn. You can see that they turned that into a quick flank where Felipe again clotheslines Mary, killing Mary at the start of the round, really giving them a chance. Then they also have the flank coming in very quickly, and G2 find themselves pinched on B-Long in a couple of rounds, which made it a little bit closer towards the end of the half.
Yeah, exactly. But right after that, we see a timeout coming out from G2, and they understand that it's happening again, that they found a way to breach into the executes that they had planned. And we even see Glance using her ultimate, the Reckoning, to even clear the back, because they know that the duels are going to be complicated and that this goes shoot hard. Still, it was a clean win in my eyes for them.
Yeah, the first tactical pause from Carcass in 4 maps, which is kind of crazy. But let's talk about the next map of Ascent. This is G2's pick, and in the past, in the main VCT circuit, she should not be picking Ascent against BBL or any Turkish team for that matter. Do you think that applies here?
No, I think especially for 2022, this was one of the maps that G2 played the most, alongside, I would say, Icebox. So they have a very clear idea of how they want to execute and how they want to play onto this map. I think that if we take a look at the compositions, the surprises are actually on the side of BBL because they're playing with that breach. So breach is something that you don't usually see when playing Ascent, but the way that they execute it is very specific, trying to control those first areas of both A and B lobby.
Yeah. The main ways to get into the site on either side, attack or defense, the concuss is just great at forcing an op off the angle if you're attacking or stalling out. Right, like using an early concuss to then, push back into wine when you're on the defense to sort of force out the attackers to use an extra piece of utility to end up clearing you. Now, it does come with a bit of a weakness. The KO, of course, gives you some information that you can scout out on 40 seconds with the knife. You can also, when you're attacking with the KO, use it to turn off a lot of the stall utility of a Killjoy. Like, how good is that KO ult when you're trying to breach in to a Killjoy site to turn off of all that stall tools? Now, the breach ult is very strong, but here's the thing. You can't turn off the utility of a Killjoy, so there's still ways that you end up getting stalled out when you use a breach ult to exec.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select now and see if the breach is going to be making an appearance. I think so, right? Surely that's not the thing that they're going to change.
They changed it on the last map, but I don't think that'll continue.
I mean, they can always come back to the previous composition where they were running something very similar to what G2 runs. So maybe they're back to the KO. No more Felipe on breach for today. Could you imagine?
That would be a crazy pivot going into this finals. Now, one thing I will just note about the breach is that it's really good at controlling A and B main, not so good at controlling space around mid. So that's why I think Vanya ends up playing the Astra on this comp. It's a little bit more flexibility with the pullbacks of your stars because you don't have, the KO flash to get back into mid. The breach flash, very easy to dodge away, I do feel like. So they're going to use pullback stars and stars on Cat to try and force Mary off the op angles. Because with G2 starting on defense, everything in your power on the attack side has to be to neutralize the power of the operator.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's news to nobody. The breach and Astra make an insanely good combo. If you can top that with a good performance from Alkia, I think that after the performance that she had on Perth, she needs this support all around her to actually make everything work.
Well, of course, the last two times they faced each other, they are currently 1-1. BBL took one, G2 goes and took one. I'm not sure where this is going to go, so I'm going to bring in Pansy and Ash to help us out. What do you guys think? Yeah, they know all the things. Give me your predictions.
I have no idea. Absolutely none.
Okay, well.
None the wiser. Don't know a thing. What's up? What's up, guys? How you doing? Ash, how about you? How about you?
Despite being the color caster, head empty. But, I think, to be serious, though, looking over towards BBL Queens, a big factor in how they took G2 Goes in off guard in the last matchup on Ascent was the switching of their team composition, which we're seeing is, sticking to what they had seen previously. So G2 Goes in, it'll be a little bit harder, I think, to catch them off guard.
Okay. Honestly, I think last time around it was Vanya having a mad game that completely changed how I expected the series to go. But outside of that, we also had Roxy having a nightmare of a game on there. I think Glance was pretty quiet, if I'm not mistaken. I know Petra had a good series, but I need to see everyone from G2 kind of playing to what we just saw, that just kind of raw confidence. But for BBL, it has to be better than last map. They were slow on picking up on some of the tendencies of G2. They were slow in adjusting to it. Need to see a little more from them here. So that's what I'm hoping for, is at least they have that adjustment and maybe that comes into effect. We see Vanya finally fully activated back into that form we'd seen before.
Big thing too, I think, is waiting for Alkia to wake up a little bit more. She was quiet last time until the third map, but best of 5 series, you're going the distance. You got to get started now as well. Overall though, nice shot coming out here from Petra off the bat. Does a little bit of chip damage overall, but BBL, they're not falling back.
No, they're committing towards this. Utility going to be worked through, some of it. Lane going to be denied, so they can't quite go through there yet. And now with a little bit of patience, they get towards the site. Roxy going to be pinned towards the back, but she does have some help, but she doesn't maybe need it this time around. The right click just fine as Petra there in support. Doesn't quite get the conversion, but there's so many bodies from G2 now. This is very difficult for BBL, and they're fighting as a team finally. That's something that felt a little bit off. Some of those kind of crossfires, some of the trading wasn't quite there for G2. This time, much better around. Spike, yes, dropped on the side, so Reika's got to work it out. She does have 50 seconds though, so could try and make something out of this. She needs to try and isolate some of these fights here, but Glance is the paranoia. You've still got the flash for Mimi, knife as well, and the turret just came back up for Roxy.
Yeah, there's just no way you isolate the ones here. You can even see G2, Roxy, and Glance right now regrouping here in towards stairs. It's just a contact play. The second Mimi hears a sniff,
30 seconds
it's just going to be a swing out.
Actually even got this far, it's quite surprising. Thought they might have gone off the turret, kind of fully activating there, but being patient, 3 still standing, G2 will probably take that.
Trying to beat those timings too. Probably anticipating that Raika would expect the swing off the turret and just staggering that a little bit now. G2, let's see what they end up picking out with this buy. We've seen that FTX type of buy coming out from them previously. They don't tend to pull it out on defense rounds. It'll be that same kind of story now. Instead, it'll be the Bulldogs to bolster to go head-to-head up against BBL when they are on their anti-eco. But right now, BBL playing a 2-3 split. Something you don't see too frequently from them, and already you got Glance up here in wine.
Yeah, the timing on this Paranoid is quite nice. Swing for Mimi. I don't think it caught everyone there, so Mimi might have to be a little bit careful. She took a fair bit of damage off that, so you're down to 21. Don't want to risk that Bulldog. She does have support, but maybe she could trade it out for Glance. Maybe not the worst thing in the world to do. Depends how they want to do this. But now we have to look towards the other side of the map. So they dealt with that split towards A. And the others just shifting away from this. Again, you're looking for any potential damage, any chance of causing those repurchases. Mimi's still holding on to that Bulldog. I'm kind of surprised that she hasn't dropped that out to one of the other players just to keep it, or make sure it's kept safe. I guess Roxy's a little too far away, but as it stands, maybe Glance could have been that player. But still smoke to be put in. And seeing no threat towards A, they've left Roxy here perfectly fine, doesn't seem too phased. As soon as Glance shoulders some contact, that should call everyone back.
Try to step back over. Mimi's just going to play for these flash drives. Not picking out the first one, just looking to delay so far, and now BBL, they move for Zane.
Kind of, I'm a little worried, yeah. I don't like that Mimi was left in that scenario. I still wish that they'd given that Bulldog over somewhere else. But did they recover it? Yes, Glance picked that up, so no harm, no foul, really. That's fine. There was no big threat to this round. It seemed they didn't over-rotate, they didn't fall for any of the split coming in. Full faith in Roxy to lock down that B site with the full utility set still into play, so that's perfectly fine. Now we get to see the fun round. It is the bonus here, so they're bringing in the 3 Bulldogs they previously had, and then 2 additional rifles to supplement that. So Glance and Roxy on to those, and on the other side, they're on their first full purchase. No one making massive progress towards their ult. I guess you got to say Vanya not a million miles away.
Thing is, for BBL as well, up until this round, have played pretty passive in mid. Still decently passive. Alkia was just kind of shouldering up into top cat there and otherwise fall off. Neither of these teams right now have been fighting for that mid control, which could be a potential opening for BBL going into future rounds, maybe a pivot into that mid-market split push that we've seen them do previously. Otherwise, though, contacting up here towards B. Flight. Drone will be information enough to pull these rotations 2 from that A side, and even Glance starting to posture up. But if you go on towards lane, BBL at risk to be melted.
Let's see how this goes. I want to see how Roxy deals with this, because she's been revealed. She's dead. Straight up dead. Beautiful work towards that site to try and isolate her. She got away with a little bit more damage than maybe they'd like, probably playing from the back by Boathouse. This time, not at all the case. G2 gonna hit those rotations fast with the flank to boot. But working this retake isn't gonna be too easy. There's a lot of bodies in the way. Paranoia gets sent. No one there to really close the gap.
Now there's a recon though for Petra on this retake situation, just waiting for these B main players to catch up.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
No.
All of that work and then didn't check the back of that nade that went through, but the swing out's not bad. We're down to a 1v1. This was looking so good for BBL, quite clean, but the time is on their side and Felipe is on the back of the side, so unless Petra gets this real snappy, this should be all but done. Petra trying to find this fight and Felipe's having none of it. She doesn't want what Petra's trying to sell, and Petra's just gonna have to close that gap to her best. Yeah, she can't really make it away now. That's about it. BBL finally getting one big round on the board here. And sadly, Roxy just so overwhelmed at the start. Look at this. Lovely work coming out from BBL to isolate her so quickly.
BBL may have gotten the round, but it was an expensive one at that. Sure, you know, they went out on their anti-eco, but the bonus coming out from the side of G2 went massive in damaging that economy now. Mary's got that operator online. She will be postured up in towards B main. Question of how long she does stick around there. She plays it really nicely, always being fluid, moving that operator around after the first reveal. And BBL, shoot out the dart. That's information given. And green light actually for Mary to proc up that tailwind as well, but BBL, nobody's moving a muscle.
No, they're chilling for now. Don't have to do too much. We do have the Owl drone coming out. towards middle there, just gonna be clearing through. Now, this should be enough to force Mary away, but if anything, she actually tucks in, allows Roxy to take the contact. That's nice. So it did give Mary the shot, but Alkia a little bit quicker this time. That's perfect. Hadn't seen that sort of success in the past. That's what you want to be seeing if you're a BBL fan. And now straight towards the site. Roxy already noted earlier, nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Alkia on her heels, and the site's pretty much theirs. BBL should be able to lock this site down.
So much util already used up by Mimi as well, meaning there won't be too much going into this retake aside from Recon. Okay, 0 point, freshly charged, and Rika always on these lurks, always going for these backstabs. As Petra, check the timing, though, for the drop is huge.
A couple of glances this way, but nothing to truly reveal the position of Rakia. So already gorgeous work on the follow-up as well. That's perfect. BBL. What a round to answer back with. Much better from them here. I like the idea coming out between kind of Roxy and Mary, but the shot hit by Alkia is out of this world.
I feel like also just being a Jet player, you know what's going on. You see that Mary has enough money in the bank, and an early shot out from that Owl drone, you have to suspect that there might be one tucked into the corner. But I mean, great execution coming out from BBL overall, now pushing G2 into an eco round of their own, right? Very least, there is that null command online, Blade Storms as well, so Mary is the player to watch, especially with this aggression. Nobody's home outside of B, so G2 know it's the safe hit.
Yeah, great read as well from BBL, just either good guesswork or just good work in itself. So A should be theirs. I'm pretty sure they can get a plant without too much contest. A couple of shock darts, but it's not where the plant's currently coming down. So this is a lot on Mary to really do some damage, but that turret's a bit of a nuisance. That's going to give away the game. I like what Alkia is doing, though, trying to take a little bit of control towards Heaven. Ray could be the one to try and deal with this, playing from Wine. That's the first challenge for the two, and it's challenge passed. Mary delivers, as does Petra, and now it's all starting to get a little bit dangerous. Petra's got to do a lot of work here, and she can't do it. The rest got held back by, well, one of the ults. Speaking of the other, it's Mary bounding on in, still going to be finding it, still putting up numbers. The back line gets broken at G2. How are they managing to turn that sort around after struggling so hard? Mary with an outstanding one, sure, but everyone was present in that.
Moving like a unit here for G2, a thrifty round to come out to gain the lead back in, and that's also expensive again here for BBL Queens. Rolling Thunder invested into that round just to delay, but it doesn't even matter. The shots coming out to open up that round. Mary on that flank. I believe that was Petra with the pick off of Rafters as well, were the big openers, and now BBL shifting back into their kind of death ball style that we've seen them move into, where they keep as 5 and have Rika maybe on a late lurk later on, but otherwise very much so playing that numbers advantage. Glance knows she's got to get out of dodge. That's a great shrouded step to back off towards site. And the stall is massive. This 0 point just slowing the entire roll of BBL. Broken door as well.
I like what Mary's doing, because normally you can see players sometimes peel away from this. They're not getting success through towards A main. Hit that split up towards Cat. Not the case. They're going all in through main, which is so deadly. And you can see all the stallers going to be doing some serious work. That's lovely, though. Taking down Glance ain't bad at all. Mary needs to get a move on if she wants to get there to find any sort of impacts. The site is under threat. BBL sweeping through. Dug in towards Hell, though. Mimi and Petra do well. The answer back is perfect from BBL, but look at Roxy's position right in between them. Finds nothing for it. And Mary, surely that temptation to save is kicking in. She doesn't have a lot of play towards this. Already has a fight, though. Finds the first. And now a 1v2. Spike just going down. Can she decide for the last two players? They're both on towards site. Only a little bit of kit to play with for Felipe, but that's about it. She still has her smokes. Does she? She's seen where that's come from, though. She's absolutely seen where it's come from. She didn't expect the second. Pop the dash to get back out. Now she's got an opportunity. Stunned up and dazed, though. She gets slowed down. Felipe on the other side has been so impactful. Switching out to the rifle, though. Mary tries to work a couple of steps forward. This could be a huge clutch for her. Looked for the readjust. Expected some movement to come out from them, but tucking their head down. They're just trying to play the time. Trying to play these precious few seconds. Mary's got to move, as Felipe is going to win this round if she doesn't. Time going to be dwindling. It's too little too late. A great attempt from Mary, but Felipe keeping her cool and playing to those last couple of seconds.
Now that's the operator out of the game here for Mary as well, going into round number 7. But Felipe, this is the second time we've seen her do this to G2, just buying that time. The diligence coming out, ensuring that you're not over-peaking, the micro and knowing to tuck when you're playing in towards dice, with those upper angles being a risk. The updraft coming through, now G2 pushed back onto another eco round. It's a semi-eco kind of situation almost, with especially Glance bringing in the rifle into this round.
Just going to try and even out the money. Make sure they're on the same sort of page moving forward. So Guardian going to be in there, Glance with that Phantom. It's not too crazy, but I kind of like what they're doing with it, trying to be a little bit proactive. This A piece has been run a couple of times. We can see the contingency plan, which is these two players sitting super deep here towards spawn. Very, very passive. Mary looking to be the first one forward. Should be able to space out well enough for a trade for maybe the others, but again, this is ridiculous that they're trying this sort of stuff.
The adjustment
it's
from
just
BBL
an absolute standoff here.
We've seen it before. I mean, we've seen a similar push, except I believe G2 last time it was maybe two players coming through, and BBL now two with the hole. What a flick coming out from Mimi. Now it's all up to Rika. G2 know though, they're gonna sniff her out. It's all about taking these trades, and G2 coming out on top. This is a potential round conversion situation here with rifles picked up.
Where are they off to? Where are they off to? What is the? Why are you leaving? What just happened? I thought they could at least maybe try and play the site a little. Maybe they're a bit too paranoid about that rap coming in, that they could make a way out towards B, but felt a little short-sighted there. This feels like a timeout for BBL, because that was maybe, I don't know, it could be a G2 one. The awareness from Felipe to clear this, crazy. But Mimi hitting that flick is filthy. Now, yes, you're banking on hitting a couple of shots with, either a Sheriff or a Classic, but the fact that they just peel away from that, very interesting. I think now that G2 have kind of signified, yes, we know what you're doing on these A hits, might cause BBL to try and adjust something, right? Because they've been brought right back down to pretty poor cash. I think they're sitting around like 2K. They do need to consider what they're going to be doing going forward. They've had great success towards B. Some of the darts revealing Roxy's, all of the work they've done on B has also been very good. I don't think we've seen that full answer yet from G2 on that. So I wonder what BBL actually bring out this time.
It's interesting, like, the reads coming in from both sides, because that was almost like a picture-perfect round from the first time that we saw Ascent coming out from BBL and G2 just a couple days ago in the upper bracket, right? So you can tell that both these teams reviewed their VODs and are picking apart the tendencies on eco rounds, on anti-ecos, and even just the protocoling that both these teams do with having two players posted up very passive top mid, waiting for that eco lurk to come in. For BBL, I'm curious to see if they do shift back over to Rika going for those late lurks. It will be Felipe, which is an interesting choice, maybe hoping to fake some sort of presence, anticipating that Alkia might be alongside her, but overall, normally, you have the breach with the duelist to set up for the team, and Felipe is the one right now with all the space. She's walking up cat.
One down.
Yeah, not going to happen to Mary, though. She's having none of that. Wonder if it pulls the additional player. Not seeing too much of it. Mimi's just chilling, jump spotting top mid. Hasn't decided to peel away from this yet. And BBL just trying to work the map, but in reality, they've not caused any reason for G2 to over-rotate. Yes, they could maybe lean a little more towards A just because of that pick towards short, but beyond that, you've still got Glance in quite a nice forward position, still has a smoke and paranoia to play, makes contact, decides, okay, time to back away, don't need to overstay here. And actually double step off the back of the flash. It's perfect between Glance and Mary, and that little under flash from Mimi is just stunning. That is perfect. That flash coming out was everything.
Communication, coordination. Now it's just Rika alone. No opportunity to even pick up a weapon, actually. Okay, you try to swap back over to that Sheriff, but it's just not gonna happen. A flawless round here for G2 to clean up. BBL, I want to see a bit more of that mid presence with, utility actually enabling it. We've seen them contact up towards tree beforehand, but now I want to see that util coming out. I want to see Felipe coming alive with those fault lines, with those flashes to enable Alkia. But it's just kind of that shift over, okay? A doesn't work out. Now BBL, they head over towards that B side. But again, I really feel like that mid presence is lacking from BBL. And G2 kind of worried that that might be the pivot, actually go for it themselves.
Mary is up middle and just got dinked through smoke. Alkia got her almost dead there. And this is going to spur on the hit, right? You've just seen someone like running it up cat, you instantly lean towards B. Now, if Roxy can buy time, that's all she can really achieve in this. A nice attempt here actually to slow the roll a little bit, and she's done well at that. That allows at least for rotations to come in. And even better, Roxy going to find the pick on Alkia. That's huge. Normally, we've seen Roxy kind of bullied on this site, having a really difficult time. This time, much better. We do have lockdown coming in, though, so they have to respect this.
They do, but they have a lockdown of their own as well. But Cosmic Divide to come out here from Vanya. You have from the shadows, checking in towards back of Boathouse. And now that's going to be actually the Rolling Thunder coming out just to deny the push back in.
Now this is getting messy here. Eva still holding back the flank. Gonna find another. Roxy on the trade, and here we go. Vanya, though, the position is so hard to clear. Petra's done it. Hold on. We're down to just Rakia. Time is ticking. They've got to get a move on. They've still got lots of kit to play with, so they should be able to clear some of this. But Rakia can still take down one of these players, make it really deadly, and denies the diffuser straight away. And Petra back in this position, has to go fast, and she just does not have the time. BBL down to the wire, but this time just pipping them to the post.
They are insane in those 1v2 situations. The amount of time that these BBL players are able to just buy for themselves, playing the time, playing those peaks, and the game of cat and mouse that you see often in those post plants. And that was a lot of investment coming out from both sides, especially BBL to secure the round as well, though. That only leaves the Hunter's Fury here for Ava. Could do well for some zoning when we see Alkia trying to get on towards site, cause a bit of that chaos. Overall, G2, they're playing 2 into back site this time around. Previously, we've seen Roxy or Petra often alone. Now, a duo to trade.
Trying to play with more bodies on the site might be the solution, as G2 this time actually, navigating this hit with ease. How's it gone from one extreme to the other so quickly?
Hey, both these teams are going to be on their A game, right? The adaptations have to come in fast. It's the grand finals of VCT Game Changers EMEA, and for G2, looking to continue their reign, the championships of the world event for Game Changers. Meanwhile, BBL, still that dark horse that's come into the competition, trying to prove that they are up to snuff to take this #1 spot. And overall now, BBL, second last round before the half, pushed onto an eco, and it's back towards this B side. G2 maybe not expecting them to go towards it again, but all these footsteps are going to tell the whole story.
Yeah, very loud, but they've been such a threat. Like, I really don't want to underestimate BBL even in these rounds. Gorgeous dart work from Petra, though. She's doing fantastically there. Finding Alkia for free, unable to avoid that, but they're trying to close in on her. Yeah, gets a little bit ahead of herself then. Petra, got to be careful to not outstay her welcome. They are chomping at the bit to try and find one of these picks. Bayori not going to let that happen by her side. And Petra somehow seems to just not be affected by this. How is she alive? Petra should have died 10 minutes ago.
I feel like there's also just been generally a lot of fights that we've seen where maybe neither party can even see due to all the flashes coming out.
It's crazy, right?
Someone finds a pick by some sort of miracle, but overall, Pansy, we're swapping sides here now, of course, but I really do feel like BBL Queens just aren't feeling as coordinated on average in this series so far compared to what we saw them play last time they faced up against G2 in that last matchup.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Difference a couple of days make. Pressure, whatever it may be. I don't really know what activates G2 to this extent. It's still a very close game, though. These rounds aren't clean. Like, keep in mind, this isn't like map 1. Map 1 was a blowout. Call it what it is. This isn't. BBL is still very competitive. They had the complete read on how to deal with Roxy at the start. These adjustments, though, have worked very well. They handled the A pieces with some relative ease, but as it stands, G2 got a grip on the game. They started to really figure out that approach. They've made it incredibly hard to find those free picks, and Roxy now has support. She also has the lockdown in the back pocket, which does help this round. Mimi also won away from her ult too, so they've got a lot to work with. Obviously, the counter of the Hunter's Fury is there for Eva if they do decide they need it, But this is a little bit of a different look, kind of defaulting throughout the map a little bit, showing a little bit of contact towards B, but still playing towards tiles, towards middle, and having that presence on A. But look at the discipline being shown here. Mary was holding this the whole time. I think she even legged one of the players. Yeah, Reika does get tagged by that, so still, this is the 3-2 split. I was kind of hoping that Mary caught when they were coming up cat, because that readjust from her was nice a couple of rounds ago. This time it's the split. Little ratty line up there. Absolute dweeb, double face through the smoke, gorgeous. BBL in unison, that's what you want to see. Sight's all theirs, they deserve it too. But Roxy still has that lockdown, so this post-plant won't be comfortable. It could certainly get a little dangerous. She's got support here as well. Make sure there's no threat to that lockdown if it does come in. And they know that this is in place. So how do they deal with Ava though? Because she'll be sat there waiting. This is the counter on counter, so they're going to try and get aggressive behind it. That's why Petra is here to threaten this, to buy time on the lockdown, but gets back to business, takes down one. The trade-out comes in, the lockdown is still in effect. They need to deal with it, and they have. And they finally bought themselves some time. Roxy, though, waited, could only get one, and leaves it all down to Mimi in the 1v2. Time already has gone from this. Spots the first, just drawing the attention, just showing the barrel of the gun, unable to get it towards halfway. She's being toyed with now. Mimi trying to take matters to her own hands. Not gonna happen as BBL convert the final round and keep this scoreline nice and close.
The back and forth in that round was insane. I mean, the game of chess that we're playing here between G2 and BBL, where you have that Hunter's Fury proc, that's why you send over Petra to go on that flank to try and shut it down. But just a great disconnect there from Ava to turn that offline and pull that weapon back out, completely annihilating the lurk coming through. Now BBL on the defense here. G2 postured up for an A hit. Right now BBL, they're all kind of just chilling in towards spawn at the moment. Might look for some early mid aggression like we did see Mary take previously. You do see a ping going out towards arches, so playing retake here on the A site, looking for a fast pinch maybe. No, they're chilling.
Spike retrieved.
Sorry.
Revealing area.
Let's see if BBL can get this pistol round though, because that has been one of the aspects missing from them in this game in comparison to the previous, as you highlighted, that they haven't been winning those out as much as it stands. G2 getting sight, going through some really nice little protocols here, but that will be denied. That plant can't go down in that spot. Go for a second time of asking. This time the pressure's starting to mount, so way less comfortable in the post plant. Almost a body block, but goes back in for the second and still gets the kill. This is much better from BBL. Huge damage from Alkia, 3 already this round. Masses of impact. And now Mimi and Petra not looking, or excuse me, just Petra not looking likely in this one. Alkia heating up this time.
Okay, she's starting to wake up now. That slow burn into a hot start, but overall BBL moving a lot more like a unit there into the retake. Coordination that we're a little bit more familiar with coming out from them is really nice to see. Maybe a reset as you swap sides there. A little bit of a longer buy round gives you the opportunity to kind of just reconnect as a team as well. The question is if they can keep that going once the rifles come into play for both sides. BBL on the anti-eco, G2. Nothing to be really forced up here. And otherwise, looking for a kind of play for Pick's default split overall. Just looking for a bit of information. 0 point early will deny any dash potential for Alkia, who just chooses actually not to hold the angle anymore.
Hard to make these pistols really work here. We saw how it went down for BBL in that first half. Very hard to close that gap in. Just the classics, I think just the Ghost for Roxy and a Frenzy for Mary. So yeah, not much beyond that. Pretty light in the bite. Alkia could be looking to try and get that ult through, but no one really coming her way, so she's got to work for her dinner if she wants that Blade Storm on early. That's going to be Eva hearing all of this. She knows that they're on this site. And Tommy the Turret has been doing work, so he gets Roxy down. That feels bad as a KJ player to die to the turret. Alkia though, lovely. This is a big round for her. Very nice. Working towards that ult progress. Now just one away for her. So that's a pretty good win for BBL. Going through the motions, but bigger picture, they tie up the scoreline. 7 apiece now here.
The big thing here, I think, for G2 is going to be looking to deny that ult orb control over to BBL. I am absolutely certain that Alkia is probably going to look to try to get that online. And right off the bat, you see 4 players here postured up towards top mid, outside a lobby, expecting that BBL might try to go and bolster that ultimate, get it online. And yeah, even if they don't, Alkia... Okay, I was going to say, she's buying up to that Bulldog. We'll actually bring it through in this round. So ults are not even necessarily needed.
Yeah, they're ready to punish it, though. I really like that. She'll be fine regardless, but I like what they did there, that they were hyper aware of it. Keep even in mind on the other side of the map, you still had Roxy waiting around, did have the turret towards it, so could have noted it, may not been able to stop it, but G2 fully aware that could be a high priority target that they're going for. That's also a Bulldog they can pick up. It's not exactly what they want, but it could be worth policing that away, making sure that the rest of BBL couldn't take that if they try and backfill this area. But Mary left down on 10 HP, not a lot to work with, but she's trying to at least provide towards her team, get on the site, be that first person forward, and make it work. So it does. Now, Glance gets punished on the way in, but Petra with a good trade, so the site's theirs. Now, what do the last couple of players do with this? Tricky to try and work back in. Look at Roxy's position.
Yeah, she knows. That could have been all 3 players spotted as well. BBL, door closed in towards tree, so that'll be a sound cue. Ava, at the very least, has every single piece of utility available going into this retake. For BBL, we've also seen the way that they've played more so for those exit frags to deny ult points and to deny weapons over to the side of G2 previously. Might be the story here with the little time remaining.
And G2 don't really want to entertain this.
No.
Falling away. Mimi's going to sit around just long enough to make sure that no one's going to go for anything wild, but there's nothing more for them to do. Yeah, they know it. So, again, not a bad start to things for BBL there. They kind of prioritized maybe trying to get that orb, got punished on it, fair enough. And then obviously the overwhelm with the weaponry. You're not going to be able to do too much with just those, I guess, Spectres up against the rifles on an A piece like that. So did what they could. I want to credit Roxy a little there. I like that positioning towards top middle as well, catching them, then kind of falling back around, turret towards main, making sure that wherever they rotated to, she'd at least be able to keep note of their presence. Also had that nanoswarm up towards heaven as well. So literally every single route that they had back, she had some sort of utility to meet it. Fantastic on that sort of look. Now, though, we get the fun, right? BBL going to bring out that operator. That's going to be on Alkia. Got to see how she's activated in this. We didn't see Mary having as much mad damage across the board. Yes, some standout rounds, but I wonder if Alkia can have a little bit more presence in that. And it's going to be Roxy who's going to at least be tasked with that early test, which will probably take down the turret and then open up some opportunities. But while that happens, Ash, it's looking like an A piece.
Looking like an A piece, but there's also the nanoswarm to delay just a little bit with the fact that you have players playing so far back. Rika knows that she's got to play far back, right? Pop that nanoswarm, not get caught up by the suppression with the null command being popped, and look at Mary already into heaven, punished for the overextension.
I like the attempt from Mary to kind of backfill the space that you were noting, that obviously with that ult in play, they're going to sit deeper, but they just started to creep back towards the site. So not a bad play, not a bad attempt, but BBL heads up, already starting to work towards it. Roxy this time going to get proactive on the flank towards Cat. That's gorgeous. If the timing's right, she could maybe punish 2-3 players here on the play back through, but let's see if that timing is right. Ooh, maybe a couple of seconds off, but actually they want to brawl on it. G2 taking the fight towards Tree and makes a bit of a mess of it. Now Roxy with almost an insurmountable task, because BBL willing to scrap, willing to fight, and bring this scoreline right on back.
Could have been a tighter line of communication there, I think, coming out from G2. The players that pushed in towards Tree from site, giving Roxy that heads up to speed up a little bit, because she wasn't able to actually make the trades happen when the remainder of the players actually went for the actual swing. Overall now, BBL retakes consistently looking a lot more clinical. And for G2, big factor has been cutting off those rotations from BBL on the retake situation. Every single time, it's going to be the same 3-2 split. You've always got Petra and Roxy usually lurking around the same side of the map. Mimi always alongside Mary here to enable her. She's got 16 assists under Mimi's belt. It just tells you how much she's been doing to open up the rounds. And I think that the 0 points have had a lot of value in just generally finding information and shutting down util potential from BBL.
No timeouts yet from either side. Still feeling as though they've got the correct read on this. Interesting from Petra. Wonder how much space she gets from here. Maybe trying to get the test, get the lay of the land. Not a bad idea either. Haven't really tested, straight up the guts yet, straight up middle.
they're walking over to B though. And Alkia, she's posted up with the op. No.
There's that knife.
Yeah. No dash now.
Yeah, and they know that she's towards it, so it's very telling. She has to respect it now, as Mary ate that flash on the other side, but fortunately no one was there to punish, and I like where Petra is. She should be able to hear these rotations and no players close by. So this isn't bad at all, because she got tucked into this position early. They can go for a double pump, right? She can hear these rotations. She can maybe punish a flank here, but the timing's everything, and she outdoes Reika. That's huge, but there's still someone who can stop this. Felipe, perfect on the first. Mary's gone down. No chance for a big stall on this, though. G2 want that spike down.
They do. Site completely free for the taking. Should be uncontested on the plant at the very least. 1 nano on, and alarm bot as well for that drop. So great signal to even drop to assist Glance in some zoning, play this crossfire here. But it's all about taking out this drone early. If you get tagged up, that's a bit of a harder situation. Luckily, it does get shot out, but look at Petra here. She still has mid.
Time starting to tick. BBL need to work together on this one. There's so much utility to play through. Glance needs to make first contact, keep that in play, but BBL breaking through this. Roxy's still going to find value from the grave, but they're down so low on players, on bodies on the site, and BBL already going to start that defuse. Petra going to find one, but it's Mimi on the trade out, and the numbers just against them with it half already being achieved. The defuse is no problem. Alkia coming alive here as BBL starting to take the lead.
I think what was really interesting too is BBL, you see how they actually adjust, make the decision for all 4 players to go rafters and drop on towards site. Instead of taking that tree control, knowing the fact that, okay, Petra does have mid right now. She's likely to double back on Cat, and we're just gonna avoid her. That door is closed anyways. No potential for that backstab. Really, really well played with the positioning there. Now for G2. It's about finding these answers. However, with how tight every single round has been, both these teams are on the precipice of an eco.
Damage at the start. Alkia on to shine here. Oof, look at the damage on, was that Roxy who just got backhanded? Yeah, down to 18 HP, just straight through the wall. And the follow-up as well from the shot dart is devastating. That's rough.
Right here.
But does Alkia get away from this? They have got that mid-crunch coming in. She's going to have to make a go of it. Mary has got the punisher now. That puts Ava on a platter. A little bit tricky to get away from it now. Smoke drops towards CT. But Ava, lovely positioning and a better snap towards Glance.
Lockdown in play here for Raika as well. Unlikely to be needed. And now it's Mimi all alone. Spike in hand, at the very least. 50 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a race towards that A site for Mimi. She's mostly just looking to get this spike planted. And that's Vanya seeing her. And that means that BBL, they're going for that rotation.
Go on, Mimi. Show me what you can do against a lockdown Hunter's Fury and a fully bought up BBL. Show me what you got. This is going to be difficult. And gonna get the first. No more. There we go. Just one hit. BBL, that's gonna be 10 pretty soon. I think G2 need to pump the brakes here, Ash. They're running a little low on ideas and executions, and BBL are running away with this half now.
What's interesting too, I think for G2 is you see them going for this B split. They did it last time up against BBL. I think that's why G2 are struggling a little bit. BBL very much don't know how to read into this. They're posturing players towards site, ensuring that there are crossfires to be had as well, fighting in through CT. Unless, even when it's smoked off, you do see, you know, the peaks coming through, trying to find the timings with the cyclings of those smokes. But overall, the B split with the heavy mid-market presence was probably the most frequent strategy that G2 pulled out on their attacking side versus BBL last time.
Looks like they're trying to find that answer here now, aren't they? Still, I mean, they've got so many ults to play with. They do have a snowball round, but this half has been so one-sided, really. BBL, head and shoulders above what we saw even on the first half here. Only one round going G2's way so far. It's been pretty rough to watch, honestly, but it has been kept close enough that you can see the money hasn't swelled out of control. They have still been competitive rounds, but ult-wise, they're sitting with 4 pretty influential ones for BBL. And on the other side, 2 away from Mimi's, 1 off from Roxy's, but they do at least have kind of 2 out of the 3 being very influential, but the money's just not there with them to be able to make much of this round. But they've got to do something to find impact. Otherwise, running it back from 11 is very difficult.
I could see potential of G2 trying to rip some of these ults off alongside the Blade Storm if they can find that first blood at least. Open up the round for themselves. Really heavy presence here, and Mary's actually going to go on a solo mission towards Tree. Nobody's home in that situation, and she's very cut off from the team with these nanos to delay.
Yeah, both of them still in play, so that's going to create a whole lot of stall. Rake is okay still, they can live through this. The flank's on the way, but it has to be Mary to do some serious damage now. Actually, it's Petra. Finds Vanya, can't clear over by Dice. The second swing not good enough to claim Mimi's life, so they will be able to get the plant. A couple of recovered weapons, but the Hunter's Fury, I don't think that connected. And if it did, Mimi's doing the dance. It did connect to the end, and it finds Petra. Problems now. Plant going down for the second time of asking. But an even affair between these two. Lockdown coming in. They want this one. They're going to fight with everything they have towards it. They want to buy as many seconds as they can, but you can already see it. BBL are trying to close the gap towards this, forcing Mimi to swing. Finds a fight towards one, looks for the follow-up. It's going to be happening soon, but great readjustment and a great shot from Glance. It's all down to 1. Maybe hearing that drop, Felipe looking a little bit vulnerable here. Surrounded on all fronts, G2 turning the tide in a round that should never have been theirs.
What a way to do it. Right off the back of a timeout as well, and Mary's positioning ended up going big. The initial pick, I'm not even sure who ended up earning that first blood. We might see it into this replay. But just being able to pressure into that backside control, do enough damage over towards Rika as well to ensure the frag does go through. Then you just build up those ultimates, and now, sure, slightly expensive round there for G2, but they refresh a few others. Null commands in play now. With G2 catching up, BBL call a timeout of their own as they're pushed onto a bit of an awkward buy if they actually commit to some of these hero rifles. I guess there is the Blade Storm to work with, Cosmic Divide, Lockdown. BBL might throw everything under the kitchen sink into this to keep the lead.
Good too, but I wait with bated breath to see what this comes out like. Again, the fact that the money is even brought into question after having, so many rounds on this half is just wild to me, But they have been close enough, scrappy enough that they kept some of the money humble. What else do we have here? Hunter's Fury for Petra. Null Command and a TP on the other side. Yeah, they can still make an impactful round out of this, considering that they have the knives for Alkia, they have a rifle for Ava. Rakius still has a rifle. It's just what do the other two really do with this? Because obviously you don't want to buy down too low, but they've got a couple of ults to play with. Maybe they could stack out a site, get proactive if they want to, try and work off each other. We're going to have to wait and see what they can make of this round, because this one is very interesting. And that's, well, there you go. There goes one of the most impactful pieces of this.
What a lineup coming out from that 0 point. Now, though, Rika has snuck in towards Wine. First time she's done so, and you can hear the turret on site.
And the swing, only going to get one. Mimi, I thought she was dead to rights there, but the timing on this position is just rotten. Petra, patience pays, and the punish is there for her. Alkia goes down, and they've lost the main proponent of making any sort of danger happen. Now they're really in dire straits here. Maybe there's still some damage to be had. Can Felipe even find a weapon? Pop of the Null Command really going to make this harder, as the spike will be going down.
Yeah, you've got a Cosmic Divide to work with, right? But there's still the threat of that Hunter's Fury playing in towards A main.
Okay.
All right, Roxy.
G2 suddenly waking up. There we go.
10 to 10.
Feels like just once in a while you get these sort of rounds that are just... or at least these kind of like adjustments, right, where it's just like G2 suddenly wake up. Because up until this point, BBL have been so good on this half, and it felt like really G2 didn't have an answer, right?
I mean, especially on those retakes, it was 4 out of the 5 rounds that BBL found into this half were retake situations, and now what we're looking for from them is either that to repeat itself or a bit more stall potential coming out. And G2 though, slower start. Curious to see both of those rechargeable pieces of initiator utility actually going out into mid-market, but again, it's that B split. However, G2 know that they've conditioned this before, that BBL have anticipated it before. And the spike actually posturing over to that 8 side. G2 very much so hoping that maybe rotations were called from A, But BBL, they see very comfortably with A main control.
Yeah, they're chilling there. And the only threat to that is this now little show of a display of strength towards middle. It makes you a little uncomfortable. It makes you want to either commit deeper or fall away. But as we can see, G2 already exploring up towards tree, quite deep by this point as well. Mary had the angle and loses a bit of the fight there, down to 18 HP. Felipe way better off. 70 on the other side, and the stall comes in, but now in danger. There's so many problems here, but Glance goes down. As has my feed. So you might need to cast this.
Well, we know we're in A main somewhere, somehow. Recon dart going out here, and everyone's going to scatter BBL. Full-on retake situation. 30 seconds to that plant. And BBL, they retake that tree control here, and Petra, she's going to look to try and re-clear, but that's just the early Hunter's Fury. Cancels out that lockdown.
Okay, this is everything. This is the poured-in round. Mimi's going to find one, and the second Mimi. Come on. What a moment between Mimi and Petra. Their activation in this later part of the second half has been massive. But Eva's not going down without a fight. She's going to make something of this and make a damn good go of it. Trying to creep a little closer. Can she find Mimi, who's been the superstar of this round just a little? No, she can't. Mimi outdoes her on the dance. And now we're starting to see the scoreline tip back in favor to G2.
Really, really nicely played there between Mimi and Petra as well. You see the dance like you were talking about here in towards Dice, and Petra's just waiting for the timing for that Cosmic Divide to drop. All Mimi has to do is buy a little bit of time, so eventually the swing positioning is available to watch that cross. And here now, G2, one away from match point. We're on their map pick this time around as well. A much closer series here on Ascent compared to the first one that we saw in BBL. Choosing to play a heavy mid presence on the ecos. Very much so a pattern for them. And G2 anticipating the aggression to come through, just sitting back, waiting to see if BBL will funnel out into their own crosshairs. But BBL, they've kind of shifted that counter condition themselves and now looking to be a little bit more passive.
This is so tense. We haven't seen G2 go for this kind of like B main piece, and we've been starting to see this bit of aggression thrown in, but Felipe's only got that Shadow. Oh, this is... but clearing that utility isn't enough. Felipe wants all the information. Oh dear, she's found almost too much. Yeah, and what does she do with this now? The knife will catch to suppress. Do they try and springboard off this? Is there more players here? They'll be walking into the unknown. You don't want to do that. No, absolutely not. They pause. But look who's going walkabouts in middle. Eva's going to hear this.
Check? Oh, nearly a lineup.
Yeah, but that wasn't bad. Shot. Mary goes down. Mimi was the one who took the damage there as well, so there is another vulnerable player here. 35 HP, flash goes in, no one playing towards tree, they're playing towards site, but this ain't the weapon you want for it, but you have to make the best of a bad situation. At least the paranoia doesn't hit you, but you find Mimi. The follow-up! No way do you get this round! Out of all the rounds to get, how do you tie this one up, BBL?
It's the crossfires on site. BBL, the communications, the comms. Alkia, you know, she's going to be calling, okay, I've got the first one minimum through tree. Gets the second as well. You've got, I believe that was Felipe towards back site for the swing. And I'm not even, that round was so fast, I'm not even sure if there was one into A main to catch that out overall. But here, now, 11-11. Both teams itching for match point first. You never want to be the one trying to take it to OT. And you can see with the buy-in hand, BBL going back for this mid-heavy presence.
This outrun could be huge. Yeah, massive. Does it get to check the second player? I don't know if it checks for either. It might have done. I'm not 100% sure. They seem a little bit cautious. So kind of indicative that they were feeling out there's the additional player there. So actually going to be quite hesitant on the way in. But look at this utility stack towards the A site. That's horrific to try and work against.
It's a nightmare. So much delay. You just don't even have an opportunity. And then Rolling Thunder comes out, delays even further into A main too. But there's still a minute to work with. This is a lot to be used at once.
Felt like maybe a little preemptive on that. Maybe feeling they wanted the stall, but I don't know if I loved it. The problem is that I guess Glance is out of sync with some of those smokes. Don't know when Glance is going to get those smokes back yet. But Mary's already on the site, but that's been given away. The UKJ utility's still there. The flash again from Mimi is wild to even get a chance at this. How again, this one player has made a mountain out of a molehill. There should never have been a round like this, but just does pure aim training. But you're up against Mary now. What do you do in this 1v1? 25 seconds, Bladestorm comes on. Mimi. And Mary, excuse me, just now trying to find this kill. But Alkia's not having any of it. She's taken such a gamble on this 15 seconds. She has to push for this. Alkia seems aware of the chance of it. But Mary now forced to fight. Smoke goes in, spots a pixel, 8 seconds now, 7. Forcing the commitment here, Mary. Oh, she's been drawn off it. I don't know if she's got time on the plant. It's gonna be so close.
Whoa, what? No way.
Alkia's gonna be forced to fight, goes in completely blind. And Mary takes them to 12. That felt impossible because Alkia just made something out of nothing. Ash, there was no chance that round was going any other way. Look at this flash played in. Perfect, right? Because keep in mind at that point, Mary already noted, but here, how is Alkia allowed to do this?
Swing one at a time and right into her crosshair. She's gonna take you down, cut you down like trees. But those two duelists, the young ones of these teams, going head to head. The micro plays, the way that Alkia played that, it couldn't have been better realistically. It's just the timing that went down there for that spike, and now, based off of a pixel, G2, they earned that match point, and Alkia, operator on hands, earns the first blood, so Petra is down.
Through the wall.
Yeah, that is, that hurts.
All right, no follow-up though, but Alkia looking so threatening. But look at the amount of ults that G2 have to work with as well. This is the big snowball round, right? They got lockdown, they got knives, they've got null command, they've got the TP if they really want to get a little fruity with it. I mean, they got it all. And now they're a player down because of a shot straight through the edge of that wall there. That is brutal to face, but do they pop this now? Does Mimi invest the ult into this area? Do they just go for the knife? They've got so many options here. Okay, they're going to go for the lockdown. Nothing too easy to deny it. Don't think there's going to be much they can really do about this. So, again, on the other side for BBL, they're forced to respect it.
Yep. It's also the stagger of utility, right? Lockdown goes out first, then you have the null command after the post to buy even more time, deny util over towards BBL onto their retake. That's Owl Drone already taken out, and now less information to garner here for BBL's push back in.
Again, Mimi's flashes have been god tier so far. I think that did just catch them towards CT, so going to try and offset the timing. Paranoia sent towards Market. Again, Reika can't really play out this one, but Vanya can. Takes down Roxy. Now you go look towards the Poor on the site. BBL flooding towards the site itself. This is now where it gets dangerous and deadly. Glance still standing, but only for so long. BBL! Right back in the game, of course. This has to go the distance. The best of 5, not long enough for these two. They want to go all the way here.
You can also feel the vibes of BBL, I think. Alkia, with the few frags that she's found, the multi-kills in the past few rounds, has really built up her confidence into this series compared to the quietness that we saw before that wasn't nearly as aggressive, seeing out from her on Pearl, where it was such a G2-sided map. Neck and neck, though, here. Economy is reset. Opportunity to build up those ultimates, at least one, into this round is always a huge tide turner to fight for those ult orbs, I think.
Yeah, we'll see if they get the opportunity to go for it, though. Is that even allowed? Do they take a scrap on it? No operators to come out with this one. Alkia just fancying that rifle instead. Why not? This is a ridiculous match. Considering G2 had the pure snowball round of that many ults and not convert, wild to me. The fact that that's the round that BBL, again, feels like BBL, whenever the odds are against them, they're able to dig that little bit deeper, which is just out of this world. And now, what does BBL bring in on their attacking side here? A little bit of chip damage potential there, but nothing really doing too much, but a lot of audio cues and the smoke going to come in just in time.
I love the nanoswarm towards stairs, just denies the pinch to come out from BBL. And you already got all these stars laid down here from BBL side. Vayner can't even call them back. Suppression has now finally faded, but it's a 3-stack here towards this B side. BBL in for a world of hurt.
Certainly are. Alkia has a chance towards Roxy though, but gets proactive towards CT.
Mimi.
That's the spike! That's the spike! Why is the spike swinging? Oh dear. That could be the fumble to deny any chance this round. That spike is just left. A little too deep for comfort. And now with 37 seconds, they're going to need someone to offset this, maybe depending on Reiki here to be able to kind of slip up middle. But you can already see Glances watching it, aware of the intentions. And one mistake could cost them this round. And maybe this map, all down to just one. Oh, the paranoid landing, that is devastating. Yeah, not sure what happened there. Trying to maybe punish CT, trying to maybe get the trade on Mimi, but she gets everything she wanted and more from that.
I feel like you just can't hand the spike over to Vanya either in those situations, or pick it up if you are her, because she is usually the one, despite being on the controller, to follow up on Alkia's aggression, to get those trades down. Now, with a bit of a fumble of a round, to be completely honest with you guys, it's a timeout to be called here for BBL onto the defense. Found the most success in that second half on their retakes, but G2 slowly started to pick them apart.
Yeah, and again, this is what I think worries us a little bit. Yes, Lotus was a fantastic map for BBL, but if they make a mistake here, I worry that they're going to have to be working with their backs to the wall, right? Like, we've seen the first reverse sweep pulled off by the likes of G2, so it can obviously be done. It has been done. But man, I still can't believe that this has become this close. Again, I know everyone kind of harps on about Ascent being, the Turkish playground. I get that, but G2 are always incredibly diligent on this. This map suits them very well as well, which we are seeing right in front of our eyes. And BBL have pulled off some miracle rounds. Same could be said for G2. This hasn't been like one team just super scrappy, the other, you know, just a little unlucky. No, these two teams are very evenly matched here. But that one little mistake in just that last round could come back to seriously haunt them.
I think one thing I want to see coming out from BBL, an adjustment on the A side would not to be playing into back dice. Consistently, Mary has been able to get up in that position.
Oh no.
I guess with Alkia here, you don't really have to worry about it now, but...
Petra, petrified after the amount of damage received there not too many rounds ago. The Owl drone, yes, that's probably the right option here. Got to be careful. Does force Alkia off that angle. We saw that wallbang last time, but a complete clear towards middle as well, at least close towards the arch. So a big amount of information. And what we highlighted last time that was kind of set up was the amount of utility invested towards that A site, right? You've got all the KJ set up, you got a lot of the Astra set, you got pretty much everything poured into that. Alkia wants Petra dead. Anywhere Petra goes, Alkia's ready and waiting. And even, I don't think Alkia even saw Petra adjust to the other side, but so heads up to even double check that she could have maybe made it to the other side of the arch. Devastating for Petra though.
It is, but now G2 leaning over towards this A side. So much util every single time. You've got the setup from Vanya and Rika stacked on top of each other.
Let's go, Mary. She's in. All eyes towards her. Where's that second layer? Oh, this time disconnected, discombobulated BBL. Digging their heels here, not really wanting to take too many of these fights. Mimi, though, the last one really to make a go of that, as Roxy was held behind the smoke, couldn't try and work in unison. Be taking down the turret. Roxy, I think, second death to the turret here. Yeah, Reika's like,
yeah.
Yep, that's my buddy right there. We go again.
Maybe we'll get a little Timmy graphic at the end of the series, but overall, G2, I like the adjustment coming out actually from BBL. You post Alkia up on tree. Mary doesn't go to late contest that as a result, which has been a big factor on that A site take, is Mary worming into tree, finding her space back Jenny, going off of a pop flash from Mimi into back dice. But now it's switching sides once again here. G2 consistently looking for this early A main control, glance to tuck into one. BBL, lots of noise here towards that B side. Oh, one swarm taken down.
But we can see where the spike is.
Yeah.
Right, so it's loud for a reason. They want to get their attention, and right now they are getting it. Now, I wonder how subtle they're being on towards tree. Have they made noise here? Has this been heard? Because G2 is starting to get curious. There's been all this noise and then no follow-up. Now there's a bit of follow-up, but look at this timing. Oh, there's a shoulder spotted. That's huge. That's spike. Surely that's enough for this round, but who's still standing? Alkia. Dangerous, right? Maybe a little something could still be done. Isolated can't make it happen. G2 stranglehold on this round. They found the weakness. They found that one little pressure point to push on, and they found those two players. Spike goes down, and the fake really amounts to very little. Felipe can make a damn good go of it, sure, but a 1v5 with the spike down deep towards A main is almost impossible.
Oh, the timing just missed, and you're gonna have Petra on a backstab as well. Beautiful paranoia to come out here from Glance, and Mimi just cleans up. back on match point with a flawless round on defense here for G2. Reading so well into play of BBL, because when they are going for those blitz fakes, it is so consistently just immediate util coming out from Felipe's breach. Then you've got a very fast follow-up coming out from Alkia. But then you don't really see what's going on from, you know, the other members of the team who are normally actually present in those executions. G2, they call this timeout now because they want to close things out before it gets out of hand.
Yeah, you don't want to get into like silly season, do you? You want to get this done now. You still have that timeout. Talk things through, see how you want to approach this, because a couple of the rounds have purely been... I've got to say, once we got to OT, it does feel like BBL started to kick into like, one player is going to get me across this line, and we've seen a couple of those rounds. G2, that last round was so well crafted that it was quite a clean approach to things, but this is when it kind of goes out the window a bit for me. G2 have been having some up and downs. I didn't love that. I mean, that was in regulation, so you couldn't even push that aside, but I'm a little worried for G2 on this side. Again, Alkia with that operator has been super deadly. Petra's been fighting hard battles to find impact here. Again, it's what Alkia do we see this round? Do we see that operator coming out to kind of challenge down towards tiles, keep Petra away from having any impact? And the adjustment towards top middle was brutal. It doesn't look like it. We've actually got the Vandal Alkia coming out this time, so a bit of a different setup. But I wonder if the intention's still the same, to keep Petra basically split from the others. Similar look here from G2, right? Ash, it's that kind of 3-2, but maybe a little bit more attention towards middle.
You see Mary gets drawn over towards B early on as well, after initially being over towards the A side, right? Same L drone comes out, spots the turret in towards arches, but not much else. This turret taken down early. I like that coming out from the side of G2, and Mary's actually going to go for that first contact, so Alkia finally shut down.
Yeah, Petra brought her big sister to the fight because she kept getting bullied by Alkia. So she was like, Mary, can you please come over? I can't deal with this jet. It's been horrific for me. Now this time it's different, right? They have Alkia down. Yes, Mary took some damage for it, but she's still going to play her role by trying to be that first person in, draw the attention towards that dash and that smoke. However, how she found another player there? I think that was fully blind. I think that was just pure blind spam. And it looks like G2 just shifting a gear here. Down to the 2. Vanya's still alive, and as is Felipe. This is not completely done yet. We've seen mistakes, and we've seen over-deliveries from BBL. But it looks like Petra wants this done, but the timing is right. Felipe's got her. Here we go. Game back on, 2v4 now. Mary still a little weaker. Utility still to be played in by Felipe. It's not completely out of the woods just yet. Glance got to make her way out of there. Yeah, okay, fall back to safety. There's still a chance here.
Time is ticking though, and you've got to start moving in here if you're BBL.
Got to, and there's the first step. Great trade for Mary. As I said, barely breathing, but does the job required. Roxy to close it out, but G2 being taken the distance here at 15-13 up against BBL in this second map. Overall thoughts here, I kind of want to know how you're feeling about this, because that was a very long map.
It was an incredibly long map, and I really feel like G2 kind of started reading BBL a little bit better compared to the way BBL were doing the same thing back to G2 last time. Felt like they very much so had a read on the general protocols coming out from BBL Queens. Sure, BBL, yeah, they were throwing things out randomly here and there for switching up their setup. They go for that death ball of 5. They've been swapping between that 4-1, 2-3 split. But overall, you know, even with those blitz attacks, with the fakes that came out from BBL, they were still repetitive from what we've seen previously from them. And G2, they just protocol and response.
Yeah. So as it stands, if you are wondering why we're still talking, like, you know, the game's on, it's best of 5 time, right? We go the distance here. And this is why we're questioning that veto, because yes, Ascent does sit well with traditionally Turkish teams and BBL themselves, obviously. But the fact we started out on Pearl, came into Ascent, these are still possibilities for G2. Yeah. And that's what scared us. It wasn't like it was, because I said, if you were coming in with the advantage to a best of 5, traditionally, you get to remove your permaban, you get to remove your opponent's best map, and then you come in with a strong map of your own, right? Like, it's such a big advantageous beginning for them, but to see the way it went, I think it's a mistake from BBL, who maybe not used to those best of 5s, but still, every opportunity to bring this one back. But now we are sitting with a huge advantage to G2. But overall, I also have to highlight, Alkia kicked up a gear here, fully
Yes.
another level. Huge problem to deal with. You saw Petra was struggling to handle that. She had to bring Mary over. Mary bailed her out. We saw them suddenly kind of kicking up a gear themselves, finding a little bit more value to that. But man, what a close affair between those two in that series. Back and forth the whole way, heroes on either side, over-delivering. But for me, watching Mimi's flash work on that map is also unreal. Like, there's so many little elements that have come through here, Ash.
Yes, the little elements, like you were saying, just the bits and pieces coming out from G2 to connect the puzzle and build the bigger picture together were overall what helped G2 take the advantage here now over towards BBL, sitting on series point as well, depending on how Lotus does pan out. But as we go back into another grudge matchup here head-to-head on Lotus, we are going to swing to a quick break and see what the analyst desk has to say in a little bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You are super quiet. Can you turn your mic up? Please. I'll try and turn you up myself. I'll turn you up as loud as I can.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable.
True.
He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Well, that was a close encounter for sure. BBL, they nearly had it, but it was G2 that take the 2-0 in the end. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm here with Cougar and Ender. How are you guys doing? You good? You know, I felt like we were kind of losing our minds slowly over that match.
Yeah.
Better now?
Yeah, the timeouts, the overtime, the very, very long rounds, it felt like yesterday altogether.
It's a small room as well. I feel like we're getting...
Yeah, I'm gonna need my own personal space. I don't know if this does go to more than 3 games. I'm gonna need my own corner in the room.
I think it just might. I think it just might. I'm not sure, but maybe. But I think one of the times that we did all collectively lose our mind was the round 23 1v1, the Jet duel, right towards the end. You blink. If you blink, you would have missed everything that happened before that as well.
Honestly, like we're tied 11-11, and it's both. 2 Jets are never alive at the end of the round, but Mary had a great lurk timing actually to get past Alkia. That's how she got into sight, sort of backstab. Then Alkia finds the 3K, and it's a crazy situation where Mary tries to pick up the spike, and then instead of planting, sort of has the read that Alkia wants to move into heaven, and she tries to track her down.
Time and time again, she hears the ult and, you know, keeps playing with time. And it was literally in the nick of time. She was, I would say, less than a second away from not being able to plant. She keeps looking for her, being like, okay, are you going to pick me? Are you running? What is going on? In the end, she does manage to get the spike down. And just in a moment where Alkia is feeling like she has the timing onto her, she...
I mean, look, she plants the last possible second and then repositions over to Generator here, and then on the trap down, Alkia just didn't see her for too long. If Alkia is expecting, I think, Mary to retreat back towards A main there, so she wasn't actually looking down at Generator initially. If she had, I think she can win that with a right click. Like, the reaction time on that just needs to be a little bit quicker, and if she won that, they win the map, right? Because then they went on to tie in round 24. It goes to this, you know, a little bit longer of an overtime, and it slips away at the last second, and that's going to be a heartbreaker. If BBL do fall, they're going to be looking back at that round and just feel so bad about how close it could have been. No, that's the thing.
I say the opposite. Wipe out.
Here's
Wipe
the thing,
out
though.
your
No.
memory.
Here's the thing. Like, yeah, they'll wipe it out the brain for the rest of the day, but this is one of those things where there's even more pressure on you because it will haunt you for it'll haunt you for so long. Losing a round like that, it really will.
I honestly don't think it was that round. It was the amount of ecos.
Let's take a look at them.
G2 goes in where winning. I think it was 3 in total, at least that I could count. Spread through both of the.
Getting up to 3.
Ichi ni san.
There you go.
That's all I get. But yeah, it was especially this rounds. I think that at least one of them was also outside of the back of a timeout, and it looks like they're so very well prepared. It doesn't matter how much they are investing onto them. It looks like they play better in pairs when they're in this kind of rounds.
Yeah, honestly, I think G2 were doing some good things, like on this round taking early mid control. G2 actually played a lot for mid control on the defense and then turned it into very quick flanks. Both these rounds, right, it's eco rounds where they're committing 2-3 players onto the flank. Even though Rika finds the 1, it starts to fall apart. But G2 didn't just do that in these 2 rounds. They were also multi-flanking over towards B, so they never had to worry about any off-site players. Because they had flanks, they were trapping all of BBL on the site.
You're forcing a lot of mistakes from BBL here because everybody has their position for the post line and then you're just running onto them. So it's little that they can do but trying to hit the shots. But since there's always a trade because you're never going to go alone, the round favors G2.
And I think some of what this comes down to with like G2 fighting very heavily for mid control in the defense is a little bit of the breach. It's really hard for breach to fight back into mid, right? You have like one less piece of scouting tool. The flashes I think are very easy to turn away from, and the concuss just doesn't hit a large enough area to be super reliable. So I really liked the way G2 were playing on their defensive side to look for the mid control and then quick flanks.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent, BBL losing that, they're going to be kicking themselves just because, like you both said, they had a chance to close it out, but it's better to look forward than to look back. Let's not forget, they still have an opportunity to reverse sweep this like G2 did to Shopify the last time they faced each other. But as we move on, just the fact, mate, like, what do you want me to do? Rewind time?
True.
Don't forget.
But Lotus, as we're moving on, is the return of the breach. I feel like you said, I think across all of the maps today, we're probably going to see the breach pop up. But is this where BBL make their redemption?
See, See, this is where I'm not quite so sure, because there is a world where they have been working on double smoke, similar to back on Pearl,
Yes,
where they work that in and they run, you know, an Omen into Viper as a different option. I don't think they will, but it's something I'm going to be slightly mindful of. I think that, again, the breach for them gives them a lot of early control in rounds, but it's the mid rounds where G2 are going to be challenging, because I think we saw a lot more back on that map of Ascent than we did on Pearl, where G2 were trying to like find lurk timings up through mid. Petra was like always on these solo missions, which were maybe a little bit extra, but they were proving some problems.
They've neither teams have ever changed their comp on here.
Yeah.
They've only played.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but based on the change that we saw on Pearl, maybe they want to go into that direction, or maybe they thought about doing so, they prepped it, but after the result that they found on Pearl, they think it's better to stick to this.
But do you? Why would they change it? They beat G2 twice here. They've only ever lost once. I feel like
precisely
you don't.
and exactly because of the reason the G2 can prep for them and have those reps, and they can go over why they lost and where were their strengths. One thing the G2 does a lot here is that they barely even fake. Like, they're super straightforward onto sides. A little bit of that is, I think, what we can expect.
I think I'd be surprised if BBL change anything here, but let's find out as we head into Agent Select. Of course, they've only ever lost one time here out of the 8, and they beat G2 twice already. I firmly believe if they're going to make a comeback, surely this is the place. I mean, they don't have a choice. They have
like
to.
they
They have
really...
to.
The problem here is the mental. After coming out from that loss in Ascent, where literally the map was yours for the win, maybe it's time to swap things around?
Perhaps. I don't know. I feel like Felipe has been so good. It's like Breach is her classic picks. They are going to be keeping things similar on that
G2 are the ones that change.
This is
I was
true.
going to say, so Glance is going to go on that harbor. It looks like she's mastering now in 3 maps.
Honestly, I'm a fan. I really like the ability of having like the Cove for plants, especially over towards the C site. It's really hard to get the spike down a lot of times, especially late in the rounds. And G2 are actually running themselves in positions, I think, previously versus BBL on this map, where they would get run down on the clock and they would actually run out of time to plant the spike before the rotates when the defense came in.
I think it's so important that you mentioned that, because especially now that G2 are going to be starting on the attack, they're going to be very focused on just getting that plant as soon as possible, get it in a good spot for you to just play for that post-plant situation. And as I said, BBL does not have the best mental to face off against that when they have already faced it on Pearl and actually not find many solutions.
Yeah. Also, with all the smokes and the lack of a ton of info on the opposite side from BBL, I'm going to look to see G2 find some lurk timings and pivot their attacks into their lurk players this round.
Well, G2, they weren't able to beat BBL here the last 2 times they met, but they might be able to do that today, considering how things have gone so far. So I can't wait to jump into map with your casters, Pansy and Ash, and see if G2 can indeed close us out 3-0.
That's the question, isn't it, Sue? Is this really how this goes down? They've had history on this map. We haven't seen it really sitting very nicely for G2 historically. Ash, this has been a map for BBL that they've thrived on, barely dropped a series on. Is this where it goes wrong? Do you really think that's the case here? Or are you a firm believer that, you know, they've still got this one in hand?
I don't know. The analyst desk was making some really good points. It's a big question as to if G2 goes in, will be able to actually get onto site. Ender talking about how they were really running down that clock. And I think the harbor pick coming out from Glance could be a difference maker in that sense. The Cove, very much so a high priority piece of utility, especially for those C hits. Any hit, but mostly the C hit for the open plant there in towards Mound. So that's protection provided for an early plant situation. But meanwhile, BBL, they're running it back on a very comfortable comp for them. Just afraid of, again, them falling back into the typical protocols that we saw last time, and G2 being able to read that. So gonna have to see a lot more innovation coming out from BBL in this 3rd map.
I guess this is always the benefit of being... benefit's a strong word, but being the team who gets to kind of reinvent themselves. Obviously, if you're BBL, the temptation to change isn't there. You've had a winning composition, you've had the theory, but if G2 have been able to reinvent themselves with something a little new here, this could be interesting. Let's see if BBL are ready for what's coming their way. They'll be starting it out with an aggressive beginning on this defending side, and Roxy, with a lot to handle, trying to keep their attention, and does do well. Alkia goes down, and Mimi gets played in. Perfect delivery from Mimi. Calls for support, but Felipe, out of nowhere, finds 3. She even got Glance in that.
She's been such a huge factor with the timing here, and Felipe somehow finds the 4th. Ace on the line, and Petra in a pinch.
Oh, Petra's screwed. 22 HP.
Nice flash.
Yeah, eats the flash, but still. Spikes down by A long. What are you going to do?
Little bait play. That's the turret down too. Timmy could even take her out.
3 seconds on the flash. Might as well just wait for it. Okay. You got the flash. Oh, Petra wanted the fight. She had the flash to play with. She waited like a couple more seconds. Maybe could have helped her in that regard. But roll this back. This was G2 winning this, right? Look at this. Look at how this went down. And then look who's left standing. Felipe here. And this adjustment, filth.
This was gross.
How? And even considering that timing then on Mary being able to do that is wild.
Just the management of your time to know, like, okay, check behind yourself. We heard the door being broken in that kind of sense. We know that the flank is coming through, and now G2 shift over towards the C side onto the eco round. Very, very fast pacing. Cascade to block vision. Might even just be a shop around the map here for orbs, bolster those ultimates. And yeah, you can just try to find value here in the eco round.
Yeah, it's not an exciting way to play, but it is a way to play. You go and collect the little orbies and have a great time. That's about it. Mimi needs some assistance before she can do this. There you go. The rest of the gang's there. They want Glance's ult to be on first with Harbor. Okay. I mean, Mimi's already got 3 towards hers after that pistol, so not too bad. They get to work out a little bit of that utility setup as well. So if you're talking about kind of like that fact-finding mission, this isn't bad. They've managed to get the C orb, the B orb, and they've worked out a little bit of that, I guess, normal KJ setup. And see if they can make anything of this round. Just going to try and pour it in. Vanya should be able to farm this. And honestly, feeding Vanya the points towards the ult, it's not the end of the world. Oh no, you've got your TP online? That's crazy. Yes, it's an ace, but it's against a pure eco, and if anything, they'd probably want it to go to Vanya rather than anyone else.
That's valid. Vanya also didn't really find any success with the From the Shadows previously. Overall, Omen ult, not too great, but the last few times, she actually tried to stick it into spawn against G2, and they sought her out every single time. So now, into the anti-eco here. G2, rifles in hand. Ping's going out towards B and C side, so maybe a thought to hit towards C first, draw the attention away, maybe pivot into the rotating door afterwards while you watch that B push out. Otherwise, just nice contention so far, and BBL not able to actually find that space they usually find over towards Mountain. Look at this rebel control, though.
Yeah, let's look at the combination work here. Alkia, not necessarily blind fire, but does find Roxy. Ooh, Eva's caught. This is actually pretty dangerous of a position. And Petra prioritizing Alkia. Oh, the adjust. Where's the support? How is Petra on an island? I know she got isolated. I know she had to play ahead, but still, you got to hope that second layer's there. That could have been another kill for them. Felipe was on a plate. But still, a 3v3 and the full interest is all towards this A site. No plan just yet, but got to be careful. There's still BBL very close by here. On's going to come in. Vanya getting closer.
Paranoia online.
Oh, the paranoia gets sent. Gonna force one away. Mary waiting patiently, gonna deliver towards Vanya. Does she expect the second no? But still kind of keeping no towards that side in case they drop from heaven. Breaker getting to take a couple of steps. No one was watching this. A fumble and a mistake. And suddenly, we're in a position no one expected. Mimi called upon here. There it is, a swarm grenade still on the site. Lovely work to be able to isolate the 1v1 and buy a couple of seconds on this readjust. But now, KJ versus KJ. Oh, Reika's got it. For the time, not gonna have enough on this one. Close but no cigar. Mimi just playing to that clock so well.
Really, really well done there by Mimi, especially just the reposition out from tree, choosing to try and take a bit of a longer angle. And overall, though, playing her life in that situation. I do gotta give kudos over towards Reika, though. The pick she was able to find on site to nearly flip the script on that round, and on top of that, just the read to even just play crouch next to that spike. Make it look like you're defusing until they notice that that red isn't actually going through. But Logitech power up, again to come out here, and G2 looking to equalize into this round. Great guiding light to push Vanya back, who previously had a lot of success actually fighting in towards C. And BBL actually haven't gone too aggressively for it, knowing that G2 did their homework, would likely fight a lot harder for that control, deny that space over. Now we see the spike being pulled over. Yeah.
Well, because we saw consistent pressure from Vanya. I mean, she was a menace. It felt like she had just like the perfect read on so many positions. Her timing on when to push out was out of this world. So interesting to see that change up, and you're right, maybe just feeling though she has been read with that want, with what she tried to achieve with that. This time around, just cycling through the smokes. But Roxy watching the flank as well. So Alkia has been noted. Outdone though, Alkia lands a big shot towards Roxy. And Vanya has to respect this and fall away.
Nice slight delay coming out from the Nano Swarms, but overall the Reckoning just does so much to zone the players of BBL. Numbers advantage still here for BBL, though, into this retake, and the positioning from Vanya is good. Somehow she finds a second, a third on top of that. How are they letting her get away with this?
I think they just misinterpreted the time on that wall dropping, and Vanya just got the drop on 2 players fully unaware. And you'll take that every day of the week. That's a dream come true, because G2 got what they wanted in that round. They forced Vanya back. They'd kind of held out, beautifully done. They got the site exactly on a platter. They'd already noted the flank coming in. Yes, they lost to play, but look at this. The timing on that, completely unawares on the drop. Glance gets caught out. Mary with an uncharacteristic miss. And then the fall from Vanya, that third, really nice from her. But again, that one moment where that wall drops and they're just not quite aware of it, it's enough to send them back. That could have been a totally different round, but Vanya, the patience pays off. She can be disciplined, she can kind of play it cool, and considering this is a different gear for Vanya, this is a good look, considering that she hasn't been going for those aggressive plays. She hasn't been playing throughout the map. Let's see what she does this round, see if she's the one to get proactive. No, again, not her. This time, Alki is there. A little bit of a trade out, though, as Petra does find one, and they're only on Sheriff, so any damage done isn't bad.
No, it's definitely not. Now 4 players for G2. Posted outside of A, and Rika could be in danger with the tree positioning depending on how G2 decide to scale up. Alarmbot to watch her back alongside that turret. But you know G2 are going to try to force these closer angles.
Any threat here. Still sitting quite pretty, but getting a little pressured on the site. Luckily, that nano swarm in the way should deny them easy access towards her. Beautiful work from Reika. Eventually overwhelmed by Roxy. We talk about chip damage. If you get any more kills other than 2, then you're going to force some uncomfortable repurchases. As it stands, it's still quite okay. But G2 do get a plant, so Roxy now getting much closer to that all as well. Actually, maybe it was Glance who got that down. As Vanya now trying to take a couple of steps towards the site. What can Glance do with this? Just a classic. Not going to happen. But still, spike plant. A little bit of threat made, but good for BBL to start stabilizing a bit here.
It's for sure. A little bit of eco damage done, but overall, with how it stands for BBL right now, it won't be hurting their bank too much. Going into the next buy round, though, for G2, you're going to have Rolling Thunder online here for Felipe. That's something to look out for. I feel like she has been a little bit trigger happy with it today, to be honest. Pulling out the Rolling Thunder in moments that you wouldn't normally expect. They're typically pretty effective, but overall, I really felt like she was kind of throwing those out a little early on over on Ascent.
Yeah, there was a couple of rounds that come to mind where it wasn't quite timed as well as you'd like, but as it stands at present, we'll have to wait to see how they want to bring that into effect. I feel like you can be a little bit more choreographed with it on this map. A couple of big ults to play here as well for G2, so maybe what they're pausing for thought with. We've got the lockdown for Mimi, Petra as well with the Seekers, quite impactful ones. Roxy only 1 off, 2 away from Mary. They basically got a snowball round in hand. Similar scenes on the other side. Again, that TP, you can leave that with Vanya. It's not going to be necessarily a round changer or something you can't use as something to completely change the outcome of a round. It can be situationally great, but yes, you're right. It's Felipe who's got hers ready to go. Reika 1 away. Alkir as well 1 off, so maybe they could prioritize that. This could be a fight for a couple of those orbs, maybe.
Yeah.
It does come down to it. C2, what G2 have cooked up for us. Maybe looking to utilize those ult 6. They do need to kind of get back on the board here. BBL, yeah, pushed a couple of times, but mostly having the correct answers. I don't want to read too much into Vanya getting, I think it was, what, 3 as the wall dropped and G2 weren't prepared for it. I want to see them kind of determining outcome from the start of the round. That's when I'm impressed with BBL, and maybe enough of a course correction here after the first 2 maps going away from them.
Great guiding light, though. It just delays that swing from Alkian. She gets taken down early into the round as well. Typically an opener player here for the side of BBL. Look at this mound control.
Like, if you roll your mind back to when we first saw this, though, BBL were getting away constantly with like a pick through this play, right? That like aggressive play through towards mound. Vanya joining them this time. Gun said she wasn't there. Now she is, of course, just to be that person, but her rotates were on point. Vanya was everywhere at once, and it was so hard to handle. So for G2 to actually win that fight is interesting. Maybe just that little bit of a pace change, but now he gets to test the anchor on the other side. This is going to be Reika with a lot to deal with. One off from the lockdown as well, so if she gets an early pick to this somehow, if she gets a little bit of info on it, she could be good to go, but a lot coming her way, and there is a lockdown and Seekers obviously as well that could be implemented on this side of the map, but also Roxy could get her ult going here. Looks like the Seekers will be the option to start with. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, good positioning, though. Take the zip back up. You're into heaven. Now you play retake with the team. Stall it with your utility overall. Try to take out those Seekers before they find too much information. And great pushback coming in from Mary. Paint shells clear out the close quarter, ensuring that there's no one to post up any util to delay this plant. Now, post-plant story here for G2, and they still have that lockdown to play with.
Yeah, but the pick just at the same time. Look at that. Mary gonna find Reika. This is now looking almost insurmountable odds. Yes, they still had Felipe with the ult, but is this the round you want to try and bring it in? It just doesn't feel like it's gonna find the value you want. You can still hold this from pretty deep. They have a nice little setup on the spike as well. Mimi investing that late round utility. Obviously, Roxy can maybe add a little to that, but I don't think she's got much left. Still, trying to pinch towards that drop side. Mary's still good for one. Roxy with a follow-up. And now there's problems. Yeah, clean round from G2. And roll it back to the start here, Ash. What a fantastic pick at the beginning. First time we're starting to see G2 very cognizant of some of the aggression that was allowing so much room for BBL in those previous games. Now, I think they've got a bit of a read on it here.
I'm honestly a little bit surprised to see Alkia even committed to that swing off the fault line, despite, you know, the temporary flash that went through. A little bit shorter than you would normally expect, but for BBL, though, this is an important round to win, to swing things and keep things back in your favor. You've got 4 ultimates to work with.
So many ults, surely they've got something. And you got the 3 play stack towards middle. Do we have an aggressive start? I want to see if they're bringing this one out here. What do they do with this? They've got options to play with. We praise them time and time again with Vanya's correct timing on the reads. You had, you know, Alkia a little quiet when we last saw her in my book, but starting to find some real form here. Couple of deep flashes sent towards the A side, catching nothing, but this is a default, right? We're seeing G2 go through this, so we know the BBL like that touch of aggression on the map.
They definitely do, and Trailblazer in here. It's going to find a bit of that KJ utility Cease, but you also have Felipe here towards that C side, so I'm sure we see G2 probably scaling away from it, not looking to get caught up in that rolling thunder in a potential stall, but still neutral positioning for that spike. Nobody's actually picking it up quite yet. A little bit of orb shopping. Always Glance the one to be picking these up. So prioritization on the Reckoning here. Maybe could have great information with some sounds potentially being made. But overall, it's going to be G2.
They're about to walk it.
Yeah.
Mimi. How sharp is she? Oh, messy spray there. Wasn't quite switched on to that. BBL waited just to hear those kind of, you know, the audio cues to see that pressure building towards A. Now they pinch back through towards the door. Counter ult comes in just to slow the roll to play in these 2 players, but Glance delivering is not how you expected it to go. Vanya outdoes them though. Vanya holding down by that door is massive, but has to back away. Can't be made vulnerable. They might play through the smoke, and they do get both kills. Fully through the smoke. Vanya's timing, second to none. We're starting to see her come into her own here after being missing in comparison to her previous performances on the first 2.
Just what she's able to get down also with so little time to work with that smoke to ensure that she had a safe way to back off. Then she just holds it instead of running straight up into window, which is what you would normally expect from that player. That's why G2 were chasing Vanya down. The micro is just so good. 13-3 right now on that Omen. And Rolling Thunder sure invested into that round here in G2. We've got the light shield buy coming out. Reckoning online on top of that showstopper could be magic in a combination.
Much pace here. Maybe looking for a different, I guess, result against Vanya. Maybe an overextension of this ult here, but they're going to invest it regardless. Takes away so much in BBL. Yeah, just vice grip on this round. Not falling foul to any of the problems. Reika does need to be careful, though. Yeah, left on a little bit of an island. Could go down, but reinforcements are here. Might be able to fight out still towards Roxy. No, it's going to be Mimi to get her, but as it stands, BBL want an answer. Trying to quicken the pace, it looked like G2, and then just got held at the door. Roxy, nah, not going to have anything here. BBL, comfy. Now starting to get into their own, starting to look much better. And yeah, the problem is, though, obviously they then have to run it back the whole distance, but this is the first map in a long process.
So many ultimates for ultimates here. The head-to-head straight out into B main, it's been an issue, I think, for G2 for a couple rounds now. Previously, BBL Queens were going for that early aggression. G2 looking to shut it down, often with a guiding light coming out from Petra. But since then, instead, BBL have kind of been playing a bit more responsively, ensuring that they are always combining several pieces of utility. Another head-to-head to come out here as both teams fight for Rubble.
Let's see, can Mary tame them? That ult's going to be pretty impactful. Yeah, going to find one. Alkia, opposing number got. How do they clear the rest? It was there. Pop flash goes for it, swings it. Gorgeous. Could have had more. Didn't know it at the time, but now coming out of the flash, Mary can see just fine. Now the punish happens. Now a player to the good. Does Mary get to keep her life here? There's still so many players pushed up. Vanya this time wasn't able to back away in time. Maybe should have tried to get out there earlier, but Felipe's still going to catch one before they fall out of this. So still a possibility in a 2v3.
Reposition, though, is big as well. Catches another, and they're going for the swings. It's all Mary. 3K on the board, now down to a 1v2 situation. Rika does have the lockdown to force Roxy out of the Viper's pit if she does throw it down, but they're just doubling up here in backside.
Yeah, they're going to make this hard work. Ooh, going for the lockdown in this, though. Okay, now it's a predictable position, right? There's still the paint shell for Mary, but that's sprayable. I'm a little nervous with this. You got the turret as well to put into play. This is quite nice. Preemptive paint shell comes in. Do you check the second? That's the interesting part. Do you check for the second player here? Rika gets a little bit of play on this, though. Mary going to close the gap. That's halfway. You need to check on this fast in there. The good spacing. Roxy, safe pair of hands at the end of the day, but Mary really making this round her own, taking that fight, and not necessarily a fumble, but I think Alkia and who was it? I think it was Ava on the other side as well. Almost doing more than expected.
It could have been a completely different round had Ava not actually pulled out the Trailblazer there. That was a difference maker. Mary could have just been taken out, and then could have been a completely different shift into the hands of BBL, but now G2 trying to find momentum on their side. Still down 3 rounds. Still hurting for that money with how tight these rounds are. Only ultimate to work with is that Viper's Pit. And again, Rubble control early for BBL. This time G2, they don't contest. They just wait to see if BBL will continue to aggress. And another contact up here towards B.
First time we're seeing like an attempt towards B without that aggressive fight from Vanya, right? Like normally we've seen Vanya kind of sitting towards this. She is prepared, maybe with either a smoke or the paranoia to be sent through if necessary, but Vanya's just trying to stay mobile in this, but we are already seeing them kind of readdressing that Rubble push. So Alkia should get checked on here if they're being smart. Yeah, that flash should be more than enough. They should be aware of this, and they are. Mary, very heads up. There is no one else pushed up towards it. We can see the secondary player would be either a little bit further back on the site, so tough to bring in. Does have the Seekers, but the only real support is going to be Vanya, who's made it here quite early, still as a paranoia. And a couple of options. Looking like they want to test that B site, but keep your eyes on Felipe. She could do some serious damage from this.
She has all her util available, right? Aftershock to zone out, trying to do some damage. A bit of chip through the smoke, and Spike still initiated here. It's Glance alone on site, though. Viper's Pit does come out. This is a near impossible retake from BBL.
Yeah, very difficult with that Viper's Pit. It starts almost feeling insurmountable odds. Unless Vanya is able to find a paranoia that hits like 3 players and you just find the perfect timing. But no one's there to close the gap yet. Spots one just crossing out of the pit. Good trade for Vanya. Roxy, still got a bit of life on the line. They did manage to find Roxy, so that was the ult going down, but the numbers, again, they just had bodies on this. If you have so many players alive, that retake is so brutal on B. G2 have carved themselves away back into this game, though, at 6-4, right? This isn't as one-sided anymore. I thought this was going to be BBL just kind of smashing through, but yeah, timeout for them. They're feeling that little change of pace. They don't want to let this go out of hand here. This is the best opportunity for them to run this back after what I think is truly a mistake in the veto. But if this gets too close, this is when those problems amount by kind of vetoing the way they did.
At the very least, you can see that BBL, compared to how they were playing on Ascent, aren't falling into those same traps as we did see with running the same kind of protocols, running the same kind of strategies. Like you said, being a lot more mobile, especially for Vanya, the fluidity of BBL has been a nice adjustment. G2, though, I mean, their post plants are just so difficult to break through, especially when you've got Mimi on the KJ, you got those nanos. Roxy, with the fact that she has the snake bites to work with, make it impossible. It buys so much time here for the team. So right now for BBL, I do wonder, they pulled back a little bit. Do they go for aggression again in this round? They were really relying on Alkia alone to guard that A site in a one and done position.
Yeah, I want to know what the solution is, so I'm quite excited to see this. Again, it has only been 2 rounds back-to-back, but it has broken the money, so you imagine this will be like 6-5. Unless we get a crazy round, there's every chance for it, right?
Yeah, there is.
It can happen. We might have that brawl out towards C. We hadn't seen Vanya going for this too much. Now we've seen some commitment towards it. A 4-play stack, a 4-play walk. Are they prepared for this battle about to come down? The timing should reveal it all. The paranoia shouldn't catch everyone, but the pop flash is good. Good turn from Mary, though, to double down and get away from this. Is there a pinch from the other side? No. They've got that wrapped up too. Roxy taking space in the meantime, and they don't want any of that C side. They are hightailing it towards A.
It's all Rika alone. Again, the solo anchor playing for the reposition, maybe in towards heaven, but she looks pretty committed to me. You've got Nanos to delay, and now that's going to be the Seekers online. Rika is sought out. Does she get an opportunity to get away? No.
Oh, she's still here, but can she make anything of it? Any sort of danger? Sure, player spotted. They turned around in time, just crossing each other's paths, getting so close to each other. And now not finding all that information they wanted. This could be a very tough time to try and get back towards the site. Yes, they've still got 1 Vandal, but can they even have an opportunity to bring it in?
I do
G2
wonder.
digging in now.
Maybe exit frags here. G2, their money also isn't doing that great, but I mean, we are going to the last round next half.
Now down to 2.
Last player standing.
G2 giving them very little. Turret coming in. We got a lot of turret kills today. Felipe, this is tough. This is really tough. Nothing more here for her. Time to bow down and bow out. G2 getting back in the game. 6-5 now. This was meant to be the map that BBL were going to use as their big way back in. But as it stands, G2 are catching up. They are closing the gap. And this was the aggression that we saw work for BBL, right? Ash, this was great for them in the past. This time, not the same case.
I think that tells you the adjustments that Petra is cooking up behind the scenes, right? Knowing the fact that BBL does have that tendency, especially on eco rounds, to get aggressive. You just play to try and counter it, counter flash, counter util, whatever it may be. Now, G2 head-to-head here, again in towards the C side, a slower start. And Alkia back over towards Rubble. This time she has support, though. And there's one way just to guard, so Roxy can't even get the pick, nor find the space.
This is a wild game now, heating up between these two. Worthy of a grand finals, right? This is why we look at G2 to be the team to beat still. Even with BBL back-to-back winning, right? Like in both series that they faced, BBL now coming into the grand final with every upper hand possible throughout the veto. Look at the state that G2 have them in here. If they get this tied up to 6 apiece, this is going to be a crazy affair between the two. Now, full buy this time, right? Eva just shouldering this, maybe trying to play in Alkia. First time we've really seen dedication to Alkia being here. Flash, gonna note presence, okay. Are they trying to spam it on the ult orb, or are they just not even bothering with it? Let's see. Petra's getting so close to this. I mean...
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left. He's got to start making a move on site. There's the reckoning. Here's the execution, but the players in tree, what can they do?
But they have to be aware of this, right? Mimi seems so... Mary seemed aware of it, but still loses their life. Paint Shell and Flash come in, Counter Flash goes out. Roxy utility to try and at least divide and conquer, but there's a success elsewhere. They fight out even towards CT. They double down on the fight, and Glance holds the push back in. G2 starting to really play in unison, but BBL are at the door. Van is still standing, so there's still danger to this. Eva looking for that first pick, but Roxy just toying with her, buying the time. Vanya does find success towards Mimi, working them down one by one, but the time is going to be ticking. They have to get a move on, and Glance isn't allowing it to happen. And now just Vanya, the superstar from before, needs heroics, and it's not going to happen. Roxy there to tie this all back up, all even 6 apiece. G2 showing why everyone puts them as the top team, why everyone still believes in them. Even though they've lost this series so many times in the past, they are still the team to be looked at.
It's the adjustments that you can make within a few days' time. between series, between facing off against the same team here in BBL. I like the idea of posting 3 up into tree. They hadn't done that before previously. It was always Rika holding it alone. Maybe that is why Mary felt caught off guard in that sense, only expecting 1 player. As we switch sides though, pistol round. It's essentially like we've completely restarted the map in a way, right? Aside from the momentum that G2 managed to build with those last 4 rounds under their belt. But overall, everything refreshed, no advantage to be garnered in points. Aside from the fact that G2, they're still sitting at that series point. BBL have to take this map home if they want to take it the distance.
That's what it comes down to, BBL. How bad do you want this? How much more do you have in the tank here? Can you truly take on the champions? As it stands, it looks like there's still a fire in the belly. Alkia going to lead in there with a good pick towards Roxy. Mimi falls further back, but does find Vanya. Follow-up? No, not this time. A good trade out there. Keeping player advantage in a 4v3.
That's unlucky.
Yeah.
That's unluckier.
Has to back away from this now. Still a flash to play for Petra, though.
Not too much you can do, though. Looking for it around the corner. She's going to try and get the peek down. Petra, though, somehow finds one, and G2 now in a 2v3 situation. No!
Oh, Felipe. Every time in these pistols has been just god tier. Saving them a couple of times. Roll your mind back to that first half. She was wild with impact. That was looking like it was going to go G2's way, right? On that first half. She arrived, turned it. This, almost a similar scene. They made it almost doable. And then suddenly out of nowhere, you've got Felipe going, all right, relax. Relax, I'll get us 1. Don't worry about it.
The multi-kills have just been so strong. The impact breaks coming out from Felipe. Overall, man, that was a near tide turner with the way that Petra was able to find picks here on site. Hunt. It's really great to see, though, that BBL, they haven't let the 2 first maps get to them too much. Still very much so standing strong. Keeping this one close despite the adaptations from G2. And on the buy, actually going to go for this B plant, which I feel like previously actually hadn't been successful for them last time on Lotus.
See how it goes now. They are outgunning them by 1,000,000 miles. So, if anything, Reika could be farming some kills here. Alkia doing well. It is only classics, so it's not the end of the world. Really, G2 would have liked to avoid farming up too many of those old orbs or giving them over too many. If anything, giving them back to Vanya. I don't think got to even use that TP that she got in like the second round. So if you give it over to Vanya, it's fine. The rest, though, you can already see the impact alone that could happen off the likes of Felipe getting propped up early on towards that ult. Just 1 away now, and Alkia not far off either. So 2 very impactful ults just on that cusp here, Ash.
High priority here for the ult orbs there for Felipe. And for G2 goes in, it's a question of, do we look to try to deny them? Current positioning, it's not going to be the case here for A or B. But of course, usually that C orb is a little bit easier to get towards, to scale up. Passive play comes through. Aggression in towards B main finds nothing. And already rotations being pulled here by G2.
Bomb buddy out.
Taking a lot of space. The fact that Alkia got so far is ridiculous, and now there's pressure towards CT, right? So BBL can isolate on the sites and see how much value they can get out of Alkia. They know the position, but the flash wasn't going to catch, but Petra deals with it well. But in the meantime, BBL did the right thing. They took over the site. It was the right call. Now, if you're G2, maybe just pause, play for the retake. Don't need to go too far into this. You can see almost a overextension. I like them trying to fight for CT, but this is almost hounding it. Turns the flash, no problem. And still no plant to be had here. Ash, this is going wrong.
I mean, we saw BBL overheat like this previously. They went into B side last time they faced off against G2, and Mary's just gonna clean right up. Same story repeated here. Flawless round for G2. That's basically what happened last time, Pansy, when we saw them earlier this week. It was the aggression in towards Waterfall and top mid, I believe, there on B, and off that one was even the back of the Rolling Thunder. And into this round, it's just still having that sight, but not actually taking the time to set up the post plant greedy for too much.
I mean, they didn't even get the plant down, which is the wild part. I kind of thought they'd...
Yeah.
I don't mind in that round if it's a bonus, which it was. Yeah, go for a little bit more aggression, but I'd still like them to try and see to get the plant, try and at least, make it feel like a winnable round rather than just playing it out for kills. But as it stands, they come back in with a goodbye, and they have Felipe's ult as well, ready to be invested. A couple away for Alkia still, but not a million miles. On the other side, nothing super close to hand. So for G2, they are behind in that regard. But let's see how Mary handles this. Straight through the wall! She accidentally got Vanya in that and then succeeded on Reiki as well. That's ridiculous impact within the first couple of seconds, really. BBL need an over-delivery from someone here, Ash.
I mean, that's a controller down. Not running the double smokes for BBL means that you have no cover provided here, Foresight. And G2 have all the rechargeable smokes that they want. Still scaling up towards A, though. That alarm bot will easily notice BBL, but it might just be this pinch off of B contact. Guiding Light goes out. Petra does find info on 1, but how do BBL pivot?
They're looking for an opportunity, but they found a bit of space towards B. That's where they should be heading towards here. Again, so hard. I think they're just hoping that Eva would find something.
30 seconds left.
Maybe they would have, but at this point, it looks like they're going to double back around towards B. This is the best chance. You can even use that Rolling Thunder. You can use all that utility that Felipe has that could be impactful, right? This is now a winnable fight, but they have to win one of these extremities. G2 are split up to an extent, but Mary finding so much value this round. That's 3 in the round. Finally shut down. But can they handle the other players? This is a 2v4, and it ain't an easy one, but they're putting up the best fight they can. There's a Rolling Thunder. We need Felipe to just go huge in this. So many players, so many potential targets, and she can't do anything about it. Time on the defuse here, not a problem. G2 gonna keep 3 alive and get the scoreline back to all even at 8 apiece.
The depth of the well, too, on B site. That near miss. It could have been Petra just taken out. She was all stunned up, all tucked below that platform here. But you could see the way that G2 had their cogs turning. Look at the positioning in this replay. So far back into top mid, so far back into waterfall, anticipating that Felipe was going to throw out that CT Rolling Thunder, which we had seen from her previously. It's just a great counter, even though overall, G2, they tie things up here and got that showstopper online as well. Eco round for BBL. It's feeling tough.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little scary. But maybe they can do some damage here. Let's see what they can get. If Alkia can get that all online, okay, maybe some big potential for those previous or next couple of rounds. Petra gonna know the player close, but I don't think they want to play into this. But there's 4 players here from G2. And they're waiting to burst on it. Okay, Mary wants to take that space right back following the utility sent through. But can't close it down, so kind of force them into this. And look at that early progress. Look how far they're getting towards B here. They're actually super deep. This is kind of big, and Reika's found Mimi. They've got space to work with. An opportunity with a shot they didn't want. It didn't take down Glance as quickly as they'd hoped for, but BBL get the plant.
Looking for a swarm on this retake, though. G2 going for a pinch. However, you've got 2 players on BBL waiting. Reika always on that late A lurk. You have to keep that in mind.
But 30 HP is not much. She's going to need the freest kill of her life. Alkia's going to get it, though. 2 back-to-back, and BBL back in this round. Back with a chance. Glance the last one alive. And it's not going to happen. BBL taking the advantage in a round they had no right to.
There's an incredible scale-up coming out from the side of BBL. I think a big part of that was we saw the dark cover being thrown out there by Vanya in towards that B connector to A. For the broken door, a little hobbit hole there, I believe is the new comm that I've heard been thrown around, but that actually smoked off the turret. That was the contact for G2's defense. Mimi was waiting for that to turn up to have the info that BBL were on that B site. Completely denied. Now BBL. Okay, you win 1 round, you're back on your bye. You pull out a timeout to see if you can take it to 10 with what you've got to work with. Because for G2 right now, they're actually stretching their money out with these light shields.
Yeah, they haven't been able to build many funds. You can see how close this game has been. It has been a back-and-forth affair already in the second half. As it stands, though, we're looking at the ult progress and something that can be impactful. Yes, the Seekers for Petra could be huge. Lockdown as well for Mimi, not far off, and Glance 2 away. A little far off for Roxy and Mary, as we saw Mary invest hers in just the previous. But here, Eva one off as well. That's huge. Get the Seekers there. Alkia as well does have that showstopper ready to be burnt up whenever needed. But I feel like BBL is starting to get more of a grip on this game. We're starting to see a little bit more of an activation of Felipe and Vanya as well. So if we can keep seeing those delivering, it's a tall task, right? We were asking a lot of them to pull this out against G2. We're starting to heat up as a collective. Yes, Glance a little off from the rest, but it's feeling like everyone else is kind of there. You got your Roxy, Petra, Mimi, and Mary, of course, all doing what is necessary. We go back through, we look at what we have in front of us. BBL, straight through those motions towards that C site. Looking like it's something they want to test early on. Get that orb, and then get those Seekers ready to go.
Great piece online now here. Trailers are out for Petra. Finds all the information cleared in towards B, and they do find one towards that C side. Faster rotation and just want to beat that cross in case G2 do recheck, but you can see rotations already being pulled over from G2, a race towards that A site where Roxy is alone. She does have snake bites to work with, though, to continue the delay here in A main.
This is the biggest test so far, Lucy, is how well do players anchor this site, because it's not easy. It's always going to be a test of kind of your, Mimi, for example, on one side on that C site, and then Roxy on the other. But that late flash is huge. Yep. They've noted the lurk here as well, which could then cause pause for thought. Do they then go for a B piece or back towards C? Seeker's going to come in as well. Those will be flowing on through. It looks like a C end. Yeah, as we're seeing that door being activated, it looks like C is the end goal, but we haven't really seen Mimi fall away from this. The issue is the ults, the utility. She is so dead with the Seekers coming out, everything thrown in. There was nothing that Mimi could do, nothing. So instantly it has to be a retake here.
Yeah, big plants come in here from Felipe as well. Now, no ultimates online here for BBL. It's Alkia all up into CT spawn, always taking that aggressive position to stall out G2's retake, waiting for Petra on the flank.
The double stack here is brutally hard to get past. Glance, I doubt she's going to get out with it. No, absolutely not. Beautiful work from BBL. There should be 10 on the board. Yeah, Roxy not really got much of a say in the matter. BBL pull in those rotations around the map. They took the tour of this entire, every single site. They saw the pressure over towards Roxy initially on towards A. Yeah, double back round. We saw that lovely flash kind of indicating that lurk. But then they also just pulled the rotation off the back of that, right? And then headed towards C.
Hero rifle into the hands of Roxy going into this round. Everybody else on those eco weapons still have Reckoning and Lockdown in play here. So for G2, if they can find a pick, find an advantage in numbers by at least one, I wouldn't be surprised to see them pulling these ultimates out in a retake situation. Cascade actually paired with the Guiding Light this time around. 3 flashes thrown out between both sides, already fighting for this mound control, which G2, they just don't have the weapons to even really contest beyond, this one-way dark cover that was thrown out. Cascade reflash back out. Now G2 actually aggress.
Yeah, Roxy did find one and got away with her life still to hand. So, again, considering that's the hero rifle, finding value is pretty big. Not really a recoverable weapon on the other side, though. Hard to get hold of that. They have to just pull the plug and instantly rotate here. You're going to have the likes of Mimi calling for support, needs it. She can only stall so much. Does have a Sheriff, okay, but still just going to be waiting with bated breath. Can she do anything about this? She got the Boombot coming in. Maybe she can build off that. Maybe there's some hope here, and that hope's actualized with one. But BBL over-delivered by finding Mary at the same time. Glance fully blinded, still worth it. Still got that ult coming in. Overheating almost into this fight. And they both have to dip out towards tree. They've paused it. Vanya is taking the TP. She wants none of that. It's off towards C. Reiki trying to back away, caught, and now a 1v2. But can they get there fast enough? This is a long old run to get over towards this site.
Really great pinch isolation there for G2 to take out Rika, but Vanya now, she's looking to find a cheeky position. However, G2 should expect Vanya to play this way.
They're playing together. Vanya needs to be careful with this. The timing's everything on it. If she leaves it too long, too late, it's not as valuable. She might be tempted to put another smoke just in front of that cross out. She's trying to play with them, she's trying to toy with them, trying to change their expectations. She pulls the trigger on the first. That's Glance now gone. But their cove's still in place, so going to be able to just get to a sword. Roxy gets the gun out, but not quick enough. Vanya with a huge clutch. TP finally gets used, and used to incredible value. 2 HP is the difference.
the cat and mouse game, like you were mentioning too, just the smokes to try and sell some sort of fake position there for Vanya, make it seem like maybe she was playing in towards bend, playing in towards front sight. But wow, what a way to close out that round. Forces a timeout as well here for G2 goes in, because again, BBL, 1 away from match point. Now G2 are the ones on series point. Ideal for them would be close this out into a 3-0. And BBL starting to put them on their back foot.
Yeah, I think if we were looking at the veto from a normal perspective, you would imagine maybe start on this, or I feel like you could have maybe shuffled this around a little differently, because you're putting a lot on the mental of a very young team. And as much as you could look at it on paper and say, well, it's fine, they can just win whatever map's in front of them. Yeah, if you've been crushed on the first 2 maps and you're a team that doesn't have masses of experience,
yes,
it does take a toll. You're probably not feeling as confident when you've lost back-to-back maps, but the fact that they've course-corrected here quite well is it's a good indicator. Now, is it enough to say that they are out of the woods yet? No, absolutely not. That round, keep in mind, was the round that Roxy had the hero rifle, and I think they had an additional bulldog, and it was that close, right, down to a 2v1, and thankfully Vanya had that ult ready to go, and you had a little bit of a Vanya special, leaving what, just like 2 HP left or something. So certainly not out of the woods yet. 3 rounds back-to-back, though, is big. G2 going to be feeling the pinch. They've come back in with an operator here, so that's a different look.
Value must be found, too, with that op, and there's the Viper's Pit pop. So first ultimate on the board to be used up here for G2. Lockdown still available for Mimi. Tools necessary to stave off that match point for BBL as long as possible, while G2 try to make the climb back up. But BBL, for a few rounds now, they've been conditioning this C for control, pressuring in, ensuring that they can farm the ult orb. Then they just kind of go shopping around the map, always re-clearing in towards B main as well, ensuring that no one on G2 has too much information or space. And then you finally see the pivot, deciding where they want that spike to actually end. Noise made calls a few rotations out from G2, but that spike still non-committal, looking like maybe a late rotation to A.
Yeah, I want to see where they head towards this. I mean, they can try and sell this B piece, but it's probably going to, yeah, it feels like it's going to end towards A. So we do get to see the test of Mary with that operator. Maybe a little too close for comfort, but they start to line up. Mary, get out of there. You got to run, you got to hike. They are quick to your tail, but still, she gets the first. Taking down Reika, pretty decent, but they're on the site, though. So that's what the exchange is going to be. The cross, is it made? Are they safe? The spike, I don't think it's made it across just yet. Now, it tries to, and I think it just got denied. Passed on over, though. Mimi there now. G2, perfect response. The lockdown irrelevant. And look at the backfill from Roxy. That's better from G2. That's 5 alive. That's the difference. Forcing their hand, funneling them towards Mary.
That was massive. Mary could have even had like a collat there, had the timing been a little bit different. Overall, though, such a great hold. The fact that she's even able to get out of that situation with the blast pack through smoke is immense for G2. Now, only 2 rounds dividing these teams, and G2's economy starting to look a little bit healthier as we go the distance in this series. However, the only ultimate online will be to look out for Reika's right now. VBL, though, I really feel like these fakes just never tend to pan out in their favor. So more of a straightforward hit this time.
Yeah, this is pretty cut and dry the way they're using this. I mean, if Felipe gets her ult, which he has, then the kind of start and end of the round feel somewhat tied up, right? Like, it's very hard for them to do much against this. Yes, the lockdown gets you on the site, and then the Rolling Thunder can basically get you the round. So as long as they don't lose the backline, which is going to be tested here, they should be somewhat safe, but I've got to see a pace change here. They've got to quicken up. Roxy's position could be actually very valuable to try and disrupt this post plant, but they are sitting quite deep as well. So you've got 3 on the site, acting as those kind of forward players taking this, but it's the back line that can do the serious damage of denying the defuse. For now, Vanya and Alkia are delivering. The back line's getting dismantled, though. Now they need to worry about the success towards the site. Not going to happen, though, as Alkia's denied this. The last 2 players should be looking at hitting the save here.
That timing that you talked about as well, right? Reika still trying to find more. Take out the weapons on the side of G2, knowing that their economy is hurting. And if G2 want to make that comeback, got to preserve every single penny that they can to ensure that they have enough going into future rounds. But overall, G2, it was all that timing that you were talking about, Pansy. Roxy, the great position, but the disruption caused towards V-main a little bit late. Not really enough. She taps onto the rotating door, but doesn't actually aggress in, throw in any of that utility. And then you're split up from the other flanker as well, right? BBL now hitting match point on a must-need win map for them to stay alive in here for the grand finals.
Didn't even have to use the big ult that Felipe has, so that kind of, again, gets brought into this round as a huge boon. Yes, a little close for Mary as well, but BBL starting to win these games out, starting to win out these rounds with confidence, bravado. TP back on here. Not exactly ideal, but it'll get what's needed if required, if they have to make that quick adjustment. And it looks almost bullish. It looks like they almost want to just straight in towards that C site. But I doubt they'll commit like this, because look at that quick rotation that could come in. Again, Mary, super close towards B. They could have a big pinch towards this. Is a good read from G2 in a very hard round if BBL want to win this, even though they have a lot of ult. Well, they have a very impactful ult to play with.
I like this cascade to make it a little bit more awkward. But there goes the Rolling Thunder finally to go in. You're pushing past the Poison Orb, though. Roxy's still alive.
She was unaffected until then. The springboard towards the side was good, though. Cross going to be watched, and that's a spike now lost. But look who's on the side. It's Vanya. The monster herself going to spray down and find Petra. Bringing it back to an even affair of a 2v2. Mimi and Glance up against Vanya and Reika. They won that plant.
Tear it down.
And that's going to be the plant coming in now. They know the one's on the flank. They know the one was towards Waterfall. What do they do with this positioning? Vanya decides on towards the box. Reika down below. Not worried about CT for now, but maybe she should start considering it. Only 30 HP on Glance, though.
He's looking still, though. Okay, one pick down. Now is when you start to check that chip on your shoulder.
There it is. BBL. Comfortable in the end. Got a little close on a couple of rounds, but BBL showing this diligence here at 13-9. A much closer affair than we've had in the past, but still, I still get a little nervous about this entire run, because some of those rounds were down to the wire. You think about the Vanya clutch coming in. You think about the pistol round. This moment from Felipe. Those two are pulling off heroics, right? The amount of impact that Vanya has had, after not having a quiet series, but not quite as impactful of a series, this is a huge turn of events.
It's been insane, just the flip of the switch, even Ava being a little bit more quiet than we'd seen from the first two maps, but overall, G2, they also had really great answers, especially in that first half, tying things up 6-6 when they had been down 4 rounds previously. So you can tell both these teams are really turning up with these micro adjustments, the adaptations and pivots into this series, very much so putting out different looks compared to what we saw before. Even the lurk wall from Roxy completely swapped on that attacking side there for G2. Previously, over towards that A side, switches it over to C, where it finds a little bit more value, because beforehand, BBL would just disrespect it.
Yeah, we've seen some nice changes here. I think G2 trying to bring out the best game they can. This map doesn't look within their wheelhouse just yet in my book. It doesn't look anywhere near as comfortable, but that's fine. Again, we could see this later series get turned. Yes, there is a chance there could be that kind of reverse sweep, but that's a tall task considering that we have Split on the horizon. And that's certainly not a bad map for G2. BBL are going to have to keep up this level of performance. I would say this map, at least when I was watching BBL in their previous series, has looked so good with them. I think it brings out the best in some of their heaviest hitters. So I'm a little nervous going forward because, again, we start to see some of the better strengths coming out from the likes of G2 on those more middle ground maps. I think Fracture can go in the bin. But Split should sit in a little in their favor in my mind. How about you with that coming up next?
I think it's another close map that we're going to see. I think we're going to have a little bit of a run back of what happened maybe on Ascent for that Split matchup, because last time they played against each other, that was an overtime win for BBL, right? 14-12. It's a question of who comes out with the better adaptations. We saw a lot of composition changes from both teams between both series, but we're gonna have to see what else has to come, Pansy, right after this short break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing, how slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
BBL, they are down, but they're certainly not out. What a response from them on Lotus. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Cougar and Ender. You said you were going to disagree with everything she says, so I'm going to put you to the test.
For context, she said she doesn't like Nutella.
And you've never seen Pitch Perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
So
one of these is not like the others.
We started singing a cappella and you didn't follow.
Yeah.
You hate hazelnut and chocolate.
I never said I hated it. I say I don't like it. There's a difference between not liking something and hating it.
Well, do you know what I like? BBL. So Forza BBL, Hilal. Yeah, BBL, they managed to claw one back. And I felt like Cougar, if they were going to do it, it was going to be this map.
Yeah, exactly. They had to, they needed to, they get both pistols, and it looks like at some points it's going to be easy for them, especially after the first 5 rounds. We get the gist that this is going to be going to a 4th map. At the end of their defense, though, I think that they get too aggressive to overly want to be on top of G2 constantly, and that costs them some rounds. But thanks to the great liver of some of their players, we are going to split.
And I will say that once they switched over to their attacking half, I liked some of the ideas of how they were trying to play around G2's defense, because G2 weren't really playing anyone on B the majority of rounds. They had the one Killjoy turret over by Baby Door that was watching the entrance into B, and they were just like smoking that off and walking players out onto B site, because there usually weren't players watching that until later rounds after G2 realized, hey, hang on, they're just going straight past our utility and we don't even realize there's a smoke in front of it. And they got a lot of B plants off that way and were able to convert into post plants.
I also want to just gas up Vanya, of course, the fragging IGL, who Angel wishes he was, you know. 4 first kills on the Omen. I mean, Angel's tried to do it, but Vanya's actually done it, Cougar, if you look at the what she managed to pull off.
But yeah, I think that in so many rounds it was about Vanya. It's true that some of them were eco rounds, but I think it's so important to acknowledge that she was alone in many of these scenarios, and we knew that she had the fragment power, but could she do that on the long run?
And in this round, they almost threw. This was an eco round from G2 where she TPs out of the site with the spike with just 25 seconds left, gets the plant on A. She's stuck in a 1 versus 2 situation. This was not an easy situation to be in, but she hears both players running through spawn, doesn't commit in towards the early fight, and then playing the clock here coming around the corner. There was a chance. It goes into 2 HP, very nearly lost it, but she wins it, and that solidified the map for them,
I love that last stat. 100% clutch rate.
Also,
there she goes.
18.2 first blood as well. Again, I'm just saying that like Angel needs to watch some of her VODs at this point.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I hope that he is watching. He needs it.
I mean, after the Sasa, she's pulling out as well. This is not their entry player. You know, this is their smoker. But I mean, BBL, they had to pull it back, because if they didn't, they would be out of this grand final already. And what a time for her to step up as well.
Yeah, but this is no surprise to see Vanya, you know, popping off like this, because we talked about before, like she's the 2nd highest rated player coming into the day. A lot of times she will just be put in those clutch positions. She has to win out or on the defense, be a solid anchor for the team, locking down a certain area of the map. So it's nice to see that she was stepping up in that way, because it was necessary. They win this map, but there were a lot of very close rounds, even though they won it convincingly with few rounds of buffer there. And if her clutches hadn't gone that way, it could have been a very different story.
Yeah, and not only that, we need to remember that this is after Ascent. It was an extremely long map, an exhausting one for both of the teams to play. They knew that they were the ones that needed to win every single map from now on if they want to take this first victory. So, of course, moving on to Split, I think they need to keep this up. And from G2, maybe they're cursed now.
Yeah, I mean, they reverse swept someone else. It's only fair that someone else gets to reverse sweep them. But
say that.
Let's talk about Split now, because there we go. I mean, the momentum is now behind BBL. They finally got on the board. What a time to do it as well, when the pressure is at its highest. But as we move on to Split, is it the same story, you think, that BBL have a good chance?
I'm gonna say something so you can disagree with me. I think Mimi is great on this map.
No, can't disagree with that. Can't disagree with that. No, I
think your utility is
I am so
beautiful.
confident in G2 Split. I think this map is domination. After watching what Mimi did to Ascend Rising yesterday, I could not in good faith vote against them. Her breach was so powerful, floating around the map. She'd play in spawn most of the rounds, have a concuss at the ready, making it so her teammates were always taking a fight that was aided by her utility. Ascent couldn't do anything against her.
So here's the thing. The last time, and it was mentioned by Ash later in the cast, the last time that these two teams faced up against each other on Split, everything was about the attack. Both teams were brilliant in it. And as we see it on the last compositions that BBL was playing, they were going with the double duelist. We kind of expect that, but the way that we saw G2 taking on an Ascent on the defense yesterday, completely on their face, time and time again, there were very little mistakes that we could see from them. So if they manage to repeat that same defense onto today, might be through.
And there are some things that BBL can learn from how G2 was playing the defense yesterday, because I think a lot of the times when you see Breach and Raze on this map on the defensive side, you'll see sort of trap plays with concuss and paint shells around vents or around mail towards B heaven, but Mary actually liked playing on the ground a lot more. She'd have the operator and be holding B main, A main, which with the paint shells there offers some stall, but G2 weren't using it for like the free like kill off of just the utility. It was actually the stuns that Mimi was sending out, and then like Petra following in behind it and taking the fight with her own flash to make sure that they didn't even need the paint shells. They were just taking the fight to you.
Yeah, the thing about Mary, what is so good about her going in the race is that she has a lot of experience with the operator, right? So if you need that kind of weapon on your team, if you feel like you need to put some extra pressure in some points and you want to, you know, take advantage of that, you can do that. I think it has to do for G2 to win this with the adaptation that we need to see. It wasn't there on Lotus. I think that it was more for BBLs to lose than for them to win it. I think if they can actually bring in the adaptation onto how to deal with that double duelist, we might see them.
I mean, this is the thing that Karka said yesterday in the post-match interview, that they were glad that they didn't have to show too much because they knew BBL were watching, and they said that if we were to play the maps that we didn't play yesterday, we're going to be able to win those because they won't know what to do. That's already happened, you know, Pearl, Ascent. But BBL have seen, albeit 15 rounds of G2's split. Is that enough for them to come up with a good plan?
Yes and no. So again, this comes back to like how G2 were playing on their defense primarily, because
they were also like Ascent was allowing that to happen as well.
Sure. But this is the thing: is usually if Raze is playing around mid, then it's like a little bit more of a passive setup in the sense that it's like not taking early fights on the defense and then off of information of the hit coming in, then using utility to flush you out. Whereas G2 were taking much more proactive fights, whether it's the operator holding A or B main, or actually not waiting for the attackers to make it up into B heaven, but instead the concuss was going straight down mid with a sky flash there too. So BBL have to be much more prepared for early fights in the round around mid and around the mains, around the entire map, frankly.
Well, let's see if they're going to be ready for this. We're going to go into agent select now. Surely Cougar G2, they don't have a reason to change anything. I would like to see BBL not play the double dive, but that's just me.
Yeah, maybe we see a surprise there. We were talking about Felipe earlier, the fact that she played the Harbor for the first time. She should go, you know, by what we know, on the race here. But maybe we see some surprises.
It sounded like you just saying she should go.
No.
She should just leave.
Leave.
Yeah.
No,
go
but
to your
there she
room.
is. My eyes also for this first half, we were talking about the defense a lot, and is the side that G2 goes there and are going to be starting in. It's also on Glance. We mostly expect that Omen from the defense to be just taking control over B main, just with that one way. Glance does it differently. There's so many instances where she's going to be helping and being a second anchor onto A that to me is actually pretty surprising.
Now, the comp from BBL is very light on forcing utility. So the opening gambits on their attack, using the Jet and the Raze with just like a paranoia to get in, have to pay off, because if they don't, they're going to get stalled out from all the utility G2 can throw their way. And G2 have the tools, like we know, to re-clear and fight them out of the space, even if they've taken it already.
Well, BBL, they've done the hard job already of getting back into the game, but they got to carry on doing this, because if they drop just one more map, they are going to be out of this competition, and G2 will be lifting the trophy. Pansy and Ash, what do you think? Can BBL do it?
You don't like Nutella. You don't have no right to talk.
I don't believe that it can actually happen, if I'm honest. I think trying to pull off like a turnaround at this point, no, I think it's too much to ask. This team's not got the experience to run back a best of 5. And you know what, prove me wrong, I'm super happy to see it. I'll be absolutely down to see that. Ash, where does your belief lie in this now? If they're going to put us on the spot, where are you at on that scale?
Well, I saw G2's game up against Ascent yesterday, right? That Zach and Ender were casting, and that was a doozy. Of course, a different situation because Ascent weren't necessarily meeting G2. Definitely didn't seem to be a normal day at the office for them. A bit off their game mentally, I think. So it's a different task for BBL adjusting into this matchup. At the very least, BBL, they have the footage to look back on. They were probably watching live yesterday.
More than likely. Just getting ready here, it seems. So hopefully we can get this one underway nice and quickly here. It would take such a monumental task to run back a series like this. But hey, maybe they're the team to do it. Maybe they're the ones to kind of bring that long-awaited revenge against G2, besting them back-to-back But imagine the revenge served from G2 if they best them in the finals, right? It's like every time you put G2 down, they still find a way. They still fight back through. BBL, this is the one that really matters, right? Out of all the victories you've had against them, if you do it on this map, you give yourself that chance to open up that final map to run the series back. But you are still just living on the edge of a cliff here. If it goes wrong, if they spiral, if G2 get confident, you could be screwed. But we go in, BBL on the attack, G2 on the defense. It could be the last map. It may go the distance. This is the one to find out.
It's one to find out. Early Guiding Light technically didn't find anything, but BBL sold information with their steps, right? You see the bolster back over towards that B side. Investment of players away from mid, only relying on glance really with the jiggles. But now it's a shift over, but BBL, they're not quiet about it. It's all the information G2 needs to shift back over towards this B heaven side, and now BBL might run straight into those crosshairs.
That paranoia is just going to smash all of them as well. That would have slowed down BBL substantially, but they're going to go for the re-hit now. Probably less utility to work with though, and again, stalled again. They are getting held up here in middle quite a lot. The wall goes up, so they are going to filter on through towards A. One rotation of Mimi has come in, but this puts a lot on towards Roxy. She has to be ready for this.
She does. Cam and Heaven gets taken out early at the very least, but it's a pivot, right? You take out that trip towards ramps, a bit more room to work with the re-clear out into A main, but overall, you know, updraft on site here for Alkia, and Roxy has to stay alive as G2 funnel into elbow.
Yeah, 25 seconds though. They have to make their move towards site. They're not giving much room for error here, BBL. Let's see if they make any errors. That's the next question. Vanya already just becomes the absolute beast again. 15 seconds now. Where's that spike in the middle? Trying to make its way across. They are dwindling in numbers. And BBL winning out these fights is just obscene. It's such a risky way to play.
That was too close to comfort, even for a pistol round. For G2 even, the positioning that they had, opportunity to swarm, but BBL isolating those ones, specifically Vanya, with the openings there, right? And Roxy just couldn't do much more than taking out one player on site. Now, BBL, they shift back over to B. Quiet lurk coming out from Rika. Very, very typical. I feel like she does tend to lurk towards that A side, and BBL favor the B side on most maps. But now, great slow to come out here, just to avoid any early peek coming out from G2, which wasn't going to be the name of the game in the first place.
No, and G2 just trying to correct their stack wherever they can. BBL just need to make sure they don't walk into it. Simple as that. This round shouldn't be too thrilling. It shouldn't be too exciting. They have pistols up against a Vandal and pretty much anything you'd want. So, again, if BBL have done their homework, they cross the T's, dot the I's, there shouldn't be too many threats. One, the dismantling of the stack towards A early on should certainly help matters, and now they go towards B. So unless something goes terribly astray, they should be able to overwhelm. Let's see if they can do that. This will be a little bit of a challenge, but again, no further commitment towards this, or just a little bit of testing.
Hey, B Heaven, that's pretty close quartered angles you don't want to be taking up against the pistols, right? Especially classics in hand, the right clicks. You can absolutely go brazy on the right day with the right RNG. Scale back up towards garage, looking to find a longer angle with the entry on towards site. You still got to worry about backside here though.
30 seconds left.
No worries, run and gun. Not a problem. Should be able to overwhelm here. Roxy be able to chip away, but should have noted these players at this point. Yeah, and there we go. So pretty much getting this round under control. Just glance. There we are. BBL perfectly fine, navigating their way around any threat. Not really too worried. 4 of them standing. The rifle still in play. Perfect. And again, Alkia there building up the ult too. That's going to be quite nice for her. Get that online nice and quickly. Always get, basically get a buy in the back pocket whenever you want to bring it out. So farming up in these sort of rounds is just wonderful.
Going into the full loadout, though. Here, 4G2 goes in. That's where we're going to expect to see maybe more of those trap plays coming out. I feel like Mimi hasn't been necessarily playing as far back as we have seen before. Granted, it's only 2 rounds into this match, though, and BBL are going to continue to condition this early garage presence with a lot of noise. Consistently have that slow orb early for that first point of contact, and trade for a trade here over in ramp.
Yeah, and they do keep the rifle still in play. Considering this is the bonus round, keeping that one rifle filtered back through is pretty critical. Otherwise, you lose out on a lot of that punch, even if you're still just down on the kind of, Spectre or the Ghost. You definitely want to keep that in hand. and non-recoverable as well on the other side. So tough for G2 there. Mary going down, not ideal for them. Again, they have the better buy here. Plenty of utility still in play. And pause for thought for BBL.
Just preparing right now. You can see Vanya is proccing those from the dark covers to go over towards heaven, towards CT. The wall comes through, but interesting. Looking for backside control here for BBL.
And Alkia closing the gap. Lovely trade, but better answer back from Rakia. So do they clear Roxy? That's the only thing on my mind. Yes, they absolutely do. Fully aware. Wide swinging for it. You saw them all hunting that down. Now Mimi's left in actually maybe more of a winnable scenario than she expected, but a 1v2 is always going to be difficult nonetheless. Checks close, Rafters sees nothing. Spots the leg of Vanya. Tries to isolate her, but the smoke's up, so it makes it very difficult. What does Mimi do? Try and navigate around that wall. Gonna be breaking now, and Vanya just too quick to it. Good map from Vanya so far. And G2 not really having the start they wanted. I can imagine maybe an early pause could be coming through here once we get that buy back out. But again, this was the bonus that they've converted. Yep. That one rifle they've been able to filter around, done wonders here.
On top of that, I really like the idea of flipping that wall over to cut off actually into backside. That long angle for the player. That was Roxy in that situation. So that the Spectres have a lot more value going into the short range matchups. And going into this next round with the Logitech G power up here, you see the pings going out towards ramps. Early look coming out from G2. Nothing found as Roxy falls back.
Something found over here though. Player spotted Felipe wanting to try and close that gap maybe, but they know better than to try and fall into that trap. They head over towards A. So it puts Roxy in a bit of a predicament now. She got a lot of players coming away. Petra has taken away one, but there's going to be a lot of issues with this. Trying to dance around that cage. Doesn't get the better of the opposing number. And yeah, this is now looking way more comfortable. They've dealt with most of the potential threats. Still a little bit of danger towards CT, but yeah, not too fussed by this. And now just glance. Have to try and cause a little mayhem, but 3 players with rifles against you, probably not going to have what you want. Somehow got 1 out of all of them, but still, yeah, 2 standing, yes, a bit of damage, but at this point, G2 need a round.
And it was all attack, all again here. Last time, similar story between G2 and BBL on split. So what I'm curious about, I think, is how G2 are going to respond. Again, I don't see the same kind of value coming out from Mimi that we saw in their matchup versus Ascend. Those fault lines with a lot of impact just aren't really finding their mark here in this matchup so far. And back onto a bye, stuck in a ping pong economy already with 4 rounds in a row there for BBL. G2 need to find a round now. Big swing round for them to maintain that. And overall, both duelists committed here in towards B heaven. Spike, though, nowhere to be found, actually lurking in a mid. You draw 1 rotation over to comfortably hold into B heaven. And then overall, just trying to make a lot of noise, but G2 holding steady.
Yeah, they've pulled over the 3rd player, right? So you're still going to have someone like Roxy towards this. You've still got Mary here. So they have technically done what they want, is pulling the extra body, right? You want to keep that towards the site you're not heading towards. Simplistic 101. But the answer here from G2 is interesting. They take the space back by B main. Now, there is a split towards this. We are still seeing that 1 player sitting passively. Raker should be all too aware of what's coming their way. Yes, feels out the pressure there, rightly done, and can start slipping back. They now know that the kind of plan is up. It's been noted, and Alkia can turn attention. Good trade for Glance, but no further impact. She's getting very paranoid about that reflank coming her way, but Glance can hold space here.
She can hold space, but what more can BBL do? Vanya on the board. 2v3 situation. Showstopper comes out. It's a shrouded step away, and Showstopper somehow doesn't find anything.
Yeah, but Vanya 1 HP. Not going to happen. Roxy just waiting. Quarter, she tried to readdress the site. Diffuse going to come in, and I do like the answers on this. Very much so. I like the fact that they pushed through B main. They retook that space from them. Yes, there was a player aware of it. Don't get me wrong. Raker was on the other side. Fully aware of it. Applied some pressure, but disallowing any comfort in the post plant was massive.
Just really, really nice pressure coming out here for G2 goes in. Something that was missing in those first few rounds that we saw from them overall. Now, still difficult buy to come through just due to how down to the wire it ended up being. And BBL Queens, look at those ultimates. They have every single tool basically in that toolbox to work with.
Yeah, they have that snowball round in pocket, right? On the other side, one away though from one of those big impactful ults in the hands of Mimi.
Should have it.
There we are. That's ready to go. Felipe on the other side also getting the showstopper though, so both teams really bolstering this element to them here in such a critical map in what could be a very big round. Again, 5-1, you start to snowball again, that money building up on your side, you got all these ults in your pocket. BBL start to stretch that lead massively. If G2 can respond, they get a chance to close the gap. Massive swing round here.
Rotation over towards A. Weaker side right now for G2. You see already Glance being pulled over. She has from the shadows to check for information if she so desires. Not going to be called so far. I really want to be seeing Felipe saving the showstopper into the late round, though, in case the Rolling Thunder does come out for Mimi as a huge counter ult.
And we haven't seen this kind of tucked in play towards that corner. They were very diligent to closing ramp last time, but now it's all a fake play. It doesn't really work out, but the Seeker's going to come down and kind of do very little for them here. It's actually going to take a long time to find any value, but it's Vanya to find Mary, and the side takes over towards A. So we might as well be looking that side. Mimi outdone towards C, T, and BBL. So aggressive and so aware of these players and their positions. It's wild to watch BBL play. Such great intuition. As Alki already tucked into the corner by CT, going to make it impossible for Petra to come back in. These last two have to try and save, and there's already players quite close by.
No, the contact swings have been a lot nicer coming out from BBL. The coordination really tightening up here. You can see Felipe is trying to find Glance and Roxy. Maybe take those weapons out of hand with the economy situation here for G2. These rifles are must-saves.
Last player standing.
Well, there goes one.
She's good here. She's chilling. Roxy carries it over at the very least. So Phantom into the next round. Mimi and Mary also have money to buy going into this. It's just a question of what scrappy buy do they choose to pull together to keep that economy stable as we head into the later portion of this first half. But overall, Pansy, I mean, G2 really not seeing that crowd control that I was expecting to come out from them at all on the defense.
Yeah, I know people are talking about kind of Mimi's capability there, but it's very hard to find one comparison to the other if you're talking about different teams. They play very differently. I think BBL's style is very hard to pin down currently, and they're just not getting the information. Mimi can't be everywhere at once, right? And we've seen that versatility of their A pieces. We've seen their very diligent take towards ramp. I mean, Vanya's setting that paranoia in there. You've got Felipe already just kind of flying up, taking that space away from them. Their B hits have been robust. They've been pulling rotations through by just pressuring up towards middle, you know, then kind of splitting back towards that B main take with the wall. It's very hard to find the same impact. So for G2, this is when we pose the question though, what is that adjustment, right? They're struggling now. They haven't had that pure answer really. BBL's adaptations, super hard to read. Now the one thing I did like that G2 did was that aggressive take towards B main. Would I like to see some more of that? I guess so. You're starting to play for 50-50 fights though, and when you're already seeing Vanya and Alkia having a hot game, that's a very risky game to be playing, but you have to take those 50-50s at some point.
I just want to see a little bit more map control coming out from G2 overall, I think. If you're not going to play or not able to even play with the crowd control because BBL is essentially contacting up everywhere, then you got to at least play for some sort of information with your bodies, with your positioning. Great guiding light. That's some early information here for G2. Who then fall back a little bit, very much so. Suspecting that dark cover that was placed out now. One coming out from Vanya in towards vents, and it's a little boss back over towards the sewer side, but BBL, they're actually still looking to scale up over into B, where a stack of G2 is waiting. That could be big.
Yeah, sets into motion. Beautiful swing off the back of that contact. That's gorgeous work between Petra and Glance. Just lovely. That's what I want to be seeing, a little bit more of that handling of some of this pressure play the BBL bring out. The first time we've really seen any sort of response from G2 here, but the test then falls to the other side of the map. Mary can't get caught out here because this A site is on a platter. But again, Mary didn't get caught in this position before. Does she even get checked here? Yes, Vanya being diligent, but just going to navigate around the positioning. Mary could be none the wiser until that spike gets planted.
If it does have the cross, though, actually going to look away from it.
30
Timing
seconds left.
could be everything here. Just a tuck under. Ava look to clear. But Mary still stays alive and now have to stick that plant. But Vanya
With the spike.
Ult, what?
Sorry. Even if I'm Mary, I'm furious. Because Vanya has the spike and just TP'd up to rafters to take the fight, where potentially Reiki could do nothing if you went down. The odds that you are playing against there are ridiculous. And well, they got the ult online now, so they know the positioning from G2, but I would be in pieces if I was Mary. Reiki, a big dash towards Petra. Oh, and the follow-up as well. G2 are in shambles here. This is just...
timing.
One enemy remaining.
The ult.
I mean...
They're not the ults. The cam. I can't.
Now, this is all getting a little bit bizarre. I would rather never watch that round back. The fact that Vanya's on the site, rather than planting, goes to get the pick on Mary is just wild to me.
Like, imagine losing that spike on rafters, too.
And then you're screwed. How are you meant to get that back?
There's just no way. You know, you don't have... The last 2 players alive are going to be Sentinels, too, in that situation to reclaim it had things gone awry. But I guess that's why it pans out. Vanya's... The way she plays has been pretty unpredictable with the aggression that you see coming out from her as an Omen player.
I'm tilted for Mary in that. Like, oh man, she played patient the whole time. This is going back to that paranoia set piece though, but Mary, beautiful shot, shutting down the 2 frontline players. That's the first time G2 have really countered that ramp take. We saw BBL run it a couple of times to some really big success. Vanya's paranoia sent up there early, really nice layering to it. This time though, it looks like Mary's position was a little bit more robust in towards it, but we did see BBL last time around punishing towards CT. Again, G2 starting to learn this now. Petra last time got punished big time on that. Now, BBL, can they hold them back from CT? That's a lot of bodies here. Vanya's already found one. Hold on, this ain't over yet. They're still doing damage. Roxy, though, walks on in TP time. Oh, where is she off to? Denied. Vanya couldn't make it away in time this time. Roxy gonna shut it down. And the audacious play from BBL made it very close. But it was G2 to handle it, finally.
Such a risky TP spot coming out there from Vanya. Yeah. So a little replay on this screens hold. Man, Roxy goes so big here, catching up those reloads. Not really expecting on the side of BBL for there to be a 3rd player to follow up. And that's first time out here called for BBL on split. Pansy, G2 starting to claw their way back. Only 2 rounds separating them. Yeah.
And I'd say that off of like, honestly, in my mind, it's Mary starting to get a grip on these A takes as well. She's been a nuisance to handle a couple of times on ramp now. We started to see her get that pressure. She managed to catch Eva when she was crossing up before, when they already had Vanya on the site. She was able to kind of navigate around that paranoia piece. So they've kind of cut off at least half of what BBL were trying to run. I guess there was also that nice little set play of the paranoia dealing with that heaven push too. That kind of worked out well. I think it was Petra who kind of capitalized on Glance's utility there. But again, those B main takes haven't been fully dealt with yet, so they still have that to go back to. There is still that to run back into here. So I'm wondering what BBL decide to lean towards. G2, yes, have shown that they have a couple of answers, but I don't think they've read the full look that BBL have been bringing out by any means.
Down to the wire in these rounds. G2, they're still sitting on, series as far as that goes. BBL, the way that they're playing on split right now, though, the attacking side from them, I just love the adjustment we see coming out from Felipe. The aggression she's able to bring to the table as a initially supporting character on most other maps. Great swing timing there coming out from Vanya.
Yeah, almost baited in on that, right? Like, Alkia just putting life on the line, and Vanya just going to make the most of Mary's want to try and shut that down. Now with the first player picked, they've got options, right? Like, you're probably not going to come against the 3-play stack on this now. It's going to be very hard for them to be in the right place. The Glance trying to find a little info, but finds very little of it.
Okay, quick pivot into vents. We've seen this before from BBL. Takes out that tripwire, and same spy cam here for Roxy in towards A heaven. Not found this time yet. Roxy's not actually gonna pop it. Potential to get that down. Okay. Doesn't spot anything though. No tags either.
Yeah, she needs a lot of help from Glance here, and the timing just wasn't right, and they're already down on the ground there. Glance couldn't quite land it with that paranoia. Mimi's just found Vanya floating around in middle. Wait, they're double backing towards B. They basically had A on a platter. I think they could have taken down Glance with that, and maybe BBL are readdressing this. Yeah, they are. Going right back towards it. Glance, what have you got now? One smoke still to play, but she's got so much pressure coming her way. A little bit of chip damage, yes, but overwhelmed in the end. And now they got side control. They still have that mad late pressure down by Sushi too, but I don't think G2 can go for this anymore. I think this is done.
Yeah, this is just a done and dusted save round. No money in the bank there to even just buy up into the next for some of the players. Mainly looking at Petra. Okay, she swaps over to the Vandal, so buy round will come in actually going into the next, but it was a must-need save to actually facilitate that overall here. BBL, comfortable 6th round on the board. No super impactful ultimates going into the next round. Aside from that resurrection from Ava, could definitely be a tide turner to continue that momentum for BBL going into the next one.
Last player standing.
Oh, that's uncomfy. Oh, that's uncomfy. Oh, taking out both rifles is huge for Reiki there as well. Completely outplaying them again. This is... some of the talent on BBL is out of this world. Like, out of this world.
Oh, yeah.
And it's mad to think that they're besting a team that bested North America, bested all the other teams in EMEA and LAN. Like, G2 are head and shoulders, at least were, above the rest. Yeah, Guild used to put up a good fight, but, I mean, it was generally G2 winning out when it mattered. And now we've got a potential reverse run series against BBL, who have just, like, the best game sense and the maddest choices at times. What an insane series this is already becoming. We go into this one. BBL taking space early towards this. Looking like they won that fight, aware that there may be a potential push behind this. Yeah, backing away from that, though.
I like the aftershock to zone out as well. Allows Mary to actually comfortably re-clear in, throw out that boom bot as well, just to add to the extra information. And then you got Rika always lurking over towards this A side. Hasn't heard a peep quite yet. And Roxy's setup here is actually more catered towards that drop outside of Heaven, knowing that BBL favor Heaven control.
But again, it's just these two players here. Can they find that synergy? Glance really needs some benefits to this already. A couple of players starting to step forward. Glance, great work on the first. Tummy on the swing a little late for Roxy, but good for one. Then overwhelmed. Nothing they can do about that, but then they have the res. Back up to 4 now. Only 3 standing for G2. They are struggling in this. Mary finally makes it over towards here, but by now already, that known pressure towards CT is going to be hard to handle. The spikes plant is on their side. They are not winning out these fights. The synergy on the side is not quite there between Roxy and Glance.
On top of that, though, there is opportunity here for G2. Just one pick needed here for Mary to get the showstopper. There it is. Opener here to turtle BBL back in. Maybe find something in towards elbow.
And you with 1. This would need to be huge impact. Only takes down 1. You kind of needed the second if you wanted a chance of Vanya. An extended spray. But it gets the job done, and Mary left in the 1v2. Tap on the spike to try and draw the attention. Gets the first, expects the follow-up there. Didn't happen. Ava just playing the time, but Mary, no time to be done anymore. Has to back away from this. BBL consistently outdoing G2 here in the maddest ways possible.
Mary also loses out on that rifle that she picked up, right? So now that's not even a hero Vandal carried into this next round here. BBL, just this push onto site was immense. Really not seeing the connection between Glance and Roxy that we're hoping for. There was a bit more of an idea there. Glance actually set up for more of a crossfire, but ultimately both still in very one and done angles. I think we're anticipating the ramps control to be more favored there for BBL, but they completely pivot on site instead and not necessarily running it back directly on A. Typically it's only Raiko lurking. With the silent play of contact here for BBL, G2 might just get caught off guard.
Here.
Yeah. There is a lot of players here, but it feels like it doesn't matter. G2 get bulldozed every time the BBL comes towards the site, but they felt something out that they don't like. I don't know what it was that indicated that, but they didn't like what they saw. So they have had enough of this. They're going to already peel away from this. Feeling out a stack very early on after just a jump spot was enough, apparently, for BBL to go, nope, don't want any of that. We're going to go somewhere else.
Honestly, it could even just be spotting out Mimi into back elbow there. Might have been that green light for BBL. Normally, you just don't see anyone if it's Glance and Roxy hiding on site. And now, Spy Cam into B Garage will tell you that B site is weak here for G2.
Pretty rough for Roxy. Let's
not if they don't
fast.
check.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get one, but there's still a jet to follow it back up, so there's no real rest for the Wicked here, and the site's theirs, but a good enough read coming out from BBL, so the plant should be coming in.
Spike planted.
Yeah, eco round here. Unlikely to see those Seekers come to fruition. Vanya just looking for a bit of a cheeky angle. Nice guiding light made combo come through. But again, nobody's going to be checking out those corners. Vanya still alive, finds one. Mimi for the trade. But overall, G2 just looking to do some damage.
Enemy remaining.
Let's see what they can try and do. Nah, not a lot. BBL larger than charge here. Starting to just step away with this game.
Last round before
8-3 now. I just can't believe that they've been able to turn up like this. Some of these rounds, again, the way Vanya plays is so abnormal to my mind at times, but just an absolutely incredible player so far. Didn't quite know Mimi there, but still, across the board, so much impact throughout the last couple of games for BBL has been out of this world. Same with Alkia to an extent, but gotta say it, these two players are something to watch.
Oh, it definitely is. Great guiding light to slow this early Russian coming out from BBL, though, towards B Garage. Now it's a question of, okay, Roxy is playing here, but she doesn't really have too much utility set up to actually stall out the choke on site. BBL had some interesting executions, trying to isolate the backside player, trying to isolate the ones right underneath Rafter Scaffold. It's not going to be the name of the game. Instead, looking to actually re-push back in. The Trailblazer does not see Rika, though. The discipline is so good, seeing if she can get more. No one else is going to walk out. That's just Roxy stabbed in the back as BBL pivot into the A side. They might double back.
Let's see. Well, the Seekers coming in. Wonder where they go now. I guess that's somewhat telling, but you've got 45 seconds. You can still kind of play around that. It does look like the double pump back towards B.
Back over. This guiding light, big information though coming out from Petra. Still a spy cam to work with there for Rika though. Checking in towards close sight, doesn't see anything. Blast backed it on sight. The execution has to come through.
Yeah, they got to try and stick the landing now, but running down a little late. 20 seconds, they're gonna need some heroics. Alkia can't land that shot this time. Mary a little too quick to it, but Vanya's still alive. There's always still a chance. But where is Vanya? And with only 12 seconds, maybe this one's a little out of reach here. Good for the first, needs 2 more with 7 seconds. I just don't see it happening. An attempt. Might have at least a plant on this, but you're not going to get your gun out in time. Okay, so a very small margin for G2 to work with. Give them just a little bit of wiggle room, to make it through a pistol round and a loss, basically. So it's clutching at straws here, but again, across this series, BBL have been unbelievable. This time around, G2 able to stem the bleeding somewhat, but even then, BBL have carved out a massive lead for themselves on the half.
G2 definitely looking a little bit disconnected there on the defense, and a big half like you mentioned, but last time it was 9-3 there for BBL when they faced up against G2. Goes into the group stages there on split, and then G2, swing back over to that attacking side and won essentially almost every single rifling round aside from one after BBL earned that pistol and the anti-eco in round 2 for the second half. So we'll see if BBL are able to answer back towards G2's attacking side a little bit better after having a preview of it previously. And right off the bat, early aggression here on the pistol. Roxy, great drop down into sewers to avoid getting caught out. Now she's just got to run, group up with the team.
Grenade.
Paint shell in. Mary gonna try and clear as she goes. Not gonna spot anything here. As we know, it is that passive hold. As the support system's making all the way around, this is gonna be very interesting timing, looking at Roxy and then the kind of pack of 3 players working their way around the back. Now, Mimi's gonna be called to attention on this. They know what's coming their way, as has Glance. But it's like a flank on a flank, but the timing's everything. The smoke does buy a couple of seconds, unless they just try and navigate ahead of it. So they're really dependent on this, but they've actually predicted that Roxy's position is coming in. Wow. Okay, they turn attention for that, but the trade out comes towards Heaven as well. And now BBL overwhelmed towards main. Now that scrutiny should be coming towards the site. Can Mimi catch the cross? Not really. Glance going to continue that wrap towards Heaven. Outdone by Rekia. And now Mimi overwhelmed. This is going sideways for G2. Defuse on the way. Petra tries to play forward, but Vanya, 3 in the round. Second to none, this player.
What a way to do it there. BBL converting another pistol round definitely seems to be their specialty. And just the knowledge of Roxy going for the backside, the timing of actually checking on this flank with 2 as well was huge for that retake. It really opened up the opportunity to actually push out through B main a lot more comfortably. But now for G2.
Goes there. Oh, this
Okay,
is a nice spot.
they don't have too much to work with here. BBL not at double digits yet, so G2, they don't feel the need to force into this situation. Can buy themselves a little bit more time, maybe even find a little bit more with these pistols in hand. Got that wall. Great timing coming out from Ava here for BBL just to delay. So hard to push through this with the pistols because you're forced to melee it. You just don't have enough bullets in your loadout there.
It might be a burst off the back of it. Yeah, it is. So Mary going to try and lead the way in. If they can get a plant, a little bit of chip damage, you'll kind of take that. But already Felipe doesn't fancy it, but maybe a little overzealous towards that. But the cavalry's here. And if Vanya's here, you're probably not going to win the round. So let's see how much they can get done. A little bit more damage, but it's always that third player that you want to be finding. Make it uncomfortable in the bonus, and Vanya says no. The rest are there, but mostly Vanya is saying absolutely not. And the mad thing is, the entire year, this entire tournament, they haven't lost a single series. BBL.
I know.
Like, where's this team come from? They used to lose to Guild, Rix GG, Wave. They weren't this sort of team. And now they're, what, beating G2 3 times potentially if they manage to pull off this reverse comeback. This is ridiculous for a team to come out this fresh into this year and just be like, yeah, we've just reinvented ourselves into the perfect killing machine. This is crazy.
I mean, big part of that, I think Felipe and Raika, great additions to the BBL squad. Back in early April, had just joined this team. Not sure how long they were maybe trialing before that, but I really feel like Felipe has been great, flexing onto even this duelist role, but mainly on that breach, providing so much value. Very synergized with every single player, I feel like, on the side of BBL, but overall now, very, very posted up here for the side of BBL, in towards mid, and first blood here for Alkia on the buy round of G2.
Yeah, that's rotten luck for them, but that's a rifle that you can get maybe to hand if you could get towards it. That wouldn't be bad at all, but you can already see the intention. Vanya... I've never seen plays like it, man. This is just... Roxy completely unawares. Just punished. Alkia does go down, but already they're solo on numbers, and there's been recovered rifles, and Vanya's just walking around, just taking names. Yeah, a little bit more damage done, but look at what's left. They can get a heal up, I guess. Glance, maybe get back to more of a workable number. And they're trying to make a pivot, but Vanya's beating them to it. You can't escape Vanya, ever present. 22 kills, make it 23. Go on, just give it the last as well. Vanya is nuts at this game. Nuts.
What do these Turkish players like eat every single meal? I gotta know. Like, what's your daily routine? What's going on here? The fact that Vanya is able to frag out while IGLing on this team, while also being a controller for this team, I think just speaks even more to the magnitude of her skill to be able to juggle all 3 of those responsibilities at once and never really slowing down, never hitting the brakes, right? Always on that gas, accelerating. And now BBL 1 away from match point. Should be an easy secure here considering the buy of G2.
Yeah, keep in mind, last time BBL were really playing this last year, it was like lower round 5, they dip out. And now they're in the finals. This is a completely revitalized, refreshed team. Glance.
Oh, that is unlucky.
Deep depression. I feel you. Trust me, I'm there with you. But this is just wild to me that we're seeing this.
Yeah.
Like, they used to lose out in qualifiers to a team called Pokemon. I mean, who is this BBL squad? It's just like they've left G2 in the dirt. Totally different look to them. And yeah, maybe they can get a couple of dangerous rounds here in their G2, but pound for pound, BBL fully equipped and substantially better.
Especially making a comeback like this across the series when Pearl looks so decisive coming out from G2 with the way that they're playing. And now on an eco round, sure, G2 looking a little bit more disjointed. Everyone's kind of just trying to individually worm their way around the map, find some sort of lurky pick or value. But now match point here, G2 have to play perfectly here on out if they want to keep it from going to the 5th map, but I really don't see that being the case.
No, absolutely not.
We're going.
Yeah, we're 100% going. As Alkia does need to respect that. At least I know they're not respecting much else, but when you got that much utility poured at you, you gotta back away from it. Smart choice. As mid now gonna be pressured here. Deep Seeker's going to be sent for Petra, but the problem is the wall's in the way, so they're going to eat up a little bit of that time and opportunity. But they can at least start working off the back of these, maybe give them a chance. But look who's made it here. It's Vanya. Vanya's gone down. Okay, something's strange. Something's in the water. Vanya is dead. Now who knows what's going to happen? G2 took a lot to carve that out. It took the ult and Glance taken down to about, what, 30 HP, but still, they haven't gone on the site yet. They've only won out in middle.
Petra's still got 2 Guiding Lights still to work with here, and Ava's just ratting underneath. Push onto Raptors enough to find the players of BBL, though stuck in the crossfire. It's all up to Felipe and Alkia into this round, but we've seen what these players can clutch up.
Oh, for sure. Like, at this point, after watching this much BBL, any round is possible. 1v5, sure. Sure, why not?
Just read.
Remaining.
That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Roxy, it's still possible, all right? It's not anymore. Just then. Just at that moment, not possible. Right, the flawless comeback. Now, I'm not saying it's possible, but I'll watch and see how far we get.
We'll observe. Check out what's going on. G2 only used 1 ultimate that round. That was just the Seekers coming out from Petra to open things up with that extra information, flooding in towards mid, flooding out to B. Now you've got Rolling Thunder on deck. Yeah, the other 2 ultimates not as important at the end of the day, to be honest, there for G2. So that's what we're really looking towards here for BBL. Rika cannot get caught up in towards, yeah, elbow. She gets out. Okay.
Yeah, she managed to keep her life, which is honestly big tick in the box. That's cool. The flank's on the way, though. So they need a plant, and they better have a damn good post plant here, because BBL are about to smother this.
It's going to be
now,
a
the
lot
angle
of ones.
Pretty nice here, though, from Mimi, but should be hurt on those steps. Oh! Vanya! The final boss is here. It's like when an adult plays against people like, you know, the kids at the park. Like, Vanya just seems like a different beast altogether. And now in unison, they start to work their way down. BBL are going to be taking this the distance, it looks like. Down to the last players here. Roxy, what can you do? Denies the defuse and gets the ult. Maybe still life in them yet. Trying to find the next follow-up is not going to be easy, but Roxy doing everything she can. But with Vanya still standing, finally falling. It's down to the 1v1. And the time should be there for this defuse. And BBL going for the full-on turnaround, the full-on run it back. We are going the distance.
I have got to point out in that last round, the way things were closed in with that flank impending, the dual one in through sewers. I don't know if anyone noticed it on the map, but you actually had Felipe throwing out a nade all the way from Ramps Heaven, and it lands into a lobby that forces the players in a lobby. I think that was actually Mimi in that situation, have to fall back. And then at that point, get just completely crunched. You're running away from the paint shell straight into the sewers players. And just the isolation coming out from BBL on that post plant was insane, considering G2's retake potential.
I'm just stun-locked at this team. Like, I've never seen anything like it. Like, this round from Mary, cool, but this TP from Vanya made me lose my mind.
No, that was
like, as if you're doing that. In what was that, like a 2v4 at times? Like, maybe you're aware of, like, one player being close, you could maybe isolate that kill, but you don't know the exact timing on those rotations, so the audacity to be doing this. Like, the fact that we're seeing BBL play with confidence against a team that is historically and notoriously like the team to beat, and they've got reps against them, right? They've managed to pull off 2 wins against them. Yes, the games have been constantly quite close, they've been very competitive, but they play with no fear. It's wild to see, and it's a real rarity. I mean, roll your mind back to like Cloud9 playing against the squad. You look at Shopify when they used to play against G2, for example. Totally different affair, right? Totally different sort of game. Here, you're seeing BBL play like they've been winning LANs for the last 10 years. They have confidence beyond my expectations.
it's just insane to see. Like, it's a rookie team, essentially.
Yeah.
You know, coming up, being the dark horse in this competition, undefeated so far, looking to continue that run here in a best of 5 where in this format, they've been a little bit untested in that. And G2 are the ones with experience under their belt that have that endurance and stamina.
This is one of those games that will go down in the books as something that I just didn't see happening, because by all accounts, by historical, by facts, by stats, by, you know, any old wives' tale, it doesn't work like this. You've got, you know, your most experienced team out here being taken to a full, you know, basically run it back, reverse sweep series. It's just not what is meant to happen. But BBL against the odds, truly taking us the distance. Now, this is what it's meant to be in a, you know, a grand final. I'm happy to see it. I don't mind it at all. Let's go with the distance and really test the capability of these two squads. Ash, we're going to head to a short break, but when we're back, we will have that final map in front of us.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable.
True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
It's happening! We are going the distance, boys and girls, and everyone watching at home. You guys, we might actually get a reverse sweep. How do you feel about that?
I'm actually kind of happy.
It's kind of exciting. I'll be honest. Like I thought I was gonna go home, have an early dinner, just like yesterday. It was gonna be quick work, and then BBL put out 2 phenomenal maps. I mean, they smoked G2 here on Split.
We're talking about experience and how important it is to, you know, have the strength
To level
go
up,
through.
even.
Yes.
Never mind.
I don't get it.
How experience
Don't
level
worry.
up?
Oh.
Yeah, the experience of
Oh my
going
god,
through
he's a
an-
gamer. He games.
Are you okay, Anton?
I'm
Do you
so
want to take a
relatable
longer
and
break?
What a gamer. Gamer
No, but-
2.
Going back to it, I think it's very important to acknowledge what BBL is doing here, performing a reverse sweep into how long the maps are going and the performances that we're seeing right now. As you see in the screen, Vanya.
Is that correct? 400?
Yes, it's actually, 430. 5 first kills. You know the funny thing, Felipe has like 108, I think I see.
Ayo, save some ACS
It doesn't
for the
matter.
rest of
Felipe
us.
was literally like a decoy. She went in, she died. It doesn't matter. Vanya is behind. She will get the kill. The traits, as we were saying during the entire they are there for BBL. They capitalize on those. And G2, nothing to do against that attack.
Yeah, straight up. I mean, honestly, like even the rounds where G2 did seem like they had an edge, I just loved watching Vanya like take a risky move when they were down in numbers. Like the one round she TPs up in heaven in the 2 versus 4, gets a kill, somehow makes it close. Even though BBL end up losing that round, she was always looking for an angle to equalize and come back in, which was awesome.
I mean, her teammates always describe her as that person that can pull them out of any bad situation, and I can't help but feel like we are literally seeing the living proof of her being able to carry her teammates when they're 2-0 down and bringing them to the final map as well. But before we talk about that, Christy, some beautiful set plays we saw for the side of BBL. I think in the first half there was a fake that particularly impressed you. If we take a look at that now.
The truth is, I usually hate fakes because usually it's like a sky flash and then no rays falling behind it, so it just doesn't play out. Yeah, I hate fakers. I mean, A's top 3 mid lane. Anyways, but like this round, see, they have so many ults, all 5 ults on BBL's side. So Raze and Omen are on the B side of the map. Well, the 3 players on A are quiet. Omen's gonna fake everything with the smokes, the paranoia. They have the Raze ult into sight, and then Vanya actually can ult back over to A once they're ready. So the rotations have already been pulled. All the players up in heaven are now realizing, wait a second, we're not actually here to watch these players walking out onto site. Vanya with the TP into screens catches Mary on the rotate back in, and they continue to take a forward position, just sort of locking G2 out of the round, right? Heaven is walled off from the Sage. There's 2 players ready to swing out and play a crossfire into screens. And then even after that, Felipe was still over by B, so you're going to have the late lurk from her up through mid. It was a great round from them, and I just think one of the best examples of how strong BBL were on this attacking side.
Yesterday, we were mentioning how important Chaos was for G2 and bringing it onto Ascent. BBL just gave them a double dose of it, because in that situation, G2 now needs to rethink the positions that they have left, the openings that they have, the timings that they have lost on every angle that they might have been controlling, and the retake is already already too complicated for them, and it was so many occasions like that. And going after a 9-3 half, it's something that they could not replicate, and they were not strong enough to bring back on the second half.
BBL's map theory has been so good. I think like even on the maps they're losing, like on the defense side of Pearl, like committing multiple players to the flank all the time. This map was the same situation, like always looking for an angle in which they can flank and sort of clear out that way into the site. Because you think about retaking A, it's not that fun when you have to, you know, retake ramp control, worry about an attacker all the way back in spawn.
Yeah.
Not a great time. So they commit to the flank, they make it work out. But also on their attacking side too, because they're playing double duelist. One of the things that I talked about in the agent select beforehand was like, it's actually really hard to play the rounds out if their opening gambits take space don't work. And what they ended up doing was when they played into mid, they would just deposit a Raze or a Jet inside vents, pivot towards one side of the map, and leave them as a late lurk potential through mid. And also, you hear the footsteps of players rotating through spawn when you're playing inside vents. So it's so much information. Even though you're playing a comp with virtually no information other than a Cypher, which is not good, or it's not like, it's very hard to play.
Don't say that in front of her. Do not say that in front of her.
But they're using their duelists as a form of gaining info, which is exactly how I like to see teams play the attacking side.
What about the second half? I have down here that you really wanted to speak about round 15 as well, you two.
Yeah, and I think it's when we venture ourselves into the G2 attack, and you know, of course it's going to be tough because they need to even up the score and actually perform the same, even if they want to take it to overtime. But realistically, we're seeing just in the clip, Roxy going in, the positions are not acknowledged. They do not have the self-awareness to interpret what BBL is doing in their bonus, and also Vanya already had her ult make a fast pivot onto the other side of the map, and it's not that they had their number. It was literally like we were living in the world, and G2 was not having a good vacation.
But it was the old mistakes from G2 bleeding through, because the round started with Mary diving in through mid and falling. So then they're in a 4 versus 5, and while 3 players rotate over towards A, Petra's like, okay, I'm gonna go for the mid lurk on my own, right? Even though it's the anti-bonus round, and the worst thing you can do in an anti-bonus is put yourself in solo positions. I think Roxy
isolating
was also
yourself from the duos, knowing the BBL are going to be playing in pairs.
Exactly, because Roxy, who had like the lurk timing over onto A, was out on site before anyone was there, and she gets shot with a player looking like straight down onto her, and she's in hell. It's like, wait, that's awkward. So you get put in a really tough position. This is one of the biggest reasons, I would say the biggest reasons why they lost the BO3 previously to BBL, and it's really unfortunate that it's shown itself and cost them so much, because we saw glimpses of it from G2 back on Pearl, but they were strong enough and clutch enough to win out in the rounds. Now it's costing them big rounds and maps.
I mean, you guys said that maybe the 15 rounds that they played on Split yesterday could potentially help out BBL in their preparation. I think maybe it did. I think it was enough for BBL to be like, okay, we know exactly what to do. But let's move on to the last map, because this is the fun one. This is the one that Carcass said. Carcass said that.
It's not gonna happen.
He said that they're gonna ban it. He was very, very convinced that BBL were gonna ban it away from them. They didn't. But also, this iteration of BBL have never played Fracture, so I don't know what to expect. What about you guys?
So here there are many different options. To me personally, I would love to see Felipe back on the breach. That is something that I want to see. I think that is when she has the most impact. Now, I want to think we're going to see double controller coming from them, knowing that they use that on Pearl. I don't know. There's too many questions on the table, because for G2 this year, still they haven't played it. So we need to see how those roles are going to adapt as well.
I think for BBL, it's pretty simple. They usually play like very like straightforward like roles where they fill every single checkbox in that comp. So you're expecting the breach, a raise, single smokes with a brimstone. That'll be normal. And then, like you're saying, like maybe there's an option for double smokes with G2, but I don't think so. I want to see Mimi on breach. That's where she's best. I want to see Roxy on the Killjoy. That's gonna be where she's strong. Petra's the biggest question, because for me, I think it'll come down to either Sky or Fade. Sky or Fade are the two. I think she is personally much more inclined towards the Sky. Mary's gonna be on Raze. No doubt about that. For sure,
I would like to see her maybe, test out a little bit of the Neon. I think that Carcass also said that they had something ready out there. It would be the moment.
I believe Agent Select is ready. If it is, I think we will be able to see it very, very soon and see what are we gonna get from both sides. Again, could be a complete overhaul, or maybe something a little bit more predictable from both sides, but surely not the place that you want to go too over the top, because it feels like both teams might be a little bit uncomfortable with this map.
No one knows what's going on this map. Is the good, honest
Vanya
truth.
on the brimstone. Everyone KO. Okay, Rox is going to go Glass is going on the Bream. Okay. Felipe back on that breach. I like that. Mimi.
Petra's the only question mark, and it's the Sky.
Okay, it is the Sky. Okay,
What do you think?
I like it. I think
It's
that definitely for
straightforward.
G2, yeah, it is a straightforward and it's very comfortable picks, you know? It's the kind of team that I, for example, do not see going into a double duelist. I don't think that they have right now the flexibility to do so. So I think this is best in slot for them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for G2, a lot of pressure on them on the attacking side of this map. Usually defense gets to have a little bit of fun here with the quick rotations between the sites. So I'm looking at Mimi, her setup for Mary to take sites, especially playing up towards tower on B. That's usually a site teams have a little bit more trouble with, having flexibility with that too. So I need to see multiple different approaches for them to come out on top.
And Navania last map on the Omen, 430 ACS, but her Brimstone average ACS is actually a lot higher. So I don't know.
You're always in clutch positions on this map on
I
the
don't know
Brimmy.
if that is a good omen, pun intended, or not. But let's send this over to Pansy and Ash and see which team is going to be crowned the champion of the first split here for Game Changers.
That joke did not stimulate.
Wow.
Brimstone stem.
That was very good. Very
Come
good jokes, guys.
on.
Very good. Very nice. But something that isn't a joke is this game now. We have an incredible matchup behind us now, and we come into what is the unknown here. Ash, I feel like we've kind of worked through the expected. We worked through the favorable maps for G2 at the start, the more favorable now towards the end for BBL, but Fracture was always that unknown quantity. Where do you think this goes? I want your prediction here.
Oh, Pansy, come on. You're going to do this to me like right off the bat? What is this? Prediction? When we don't even know what's going to go down?
Exactly.
Man. I think we go to OT. And I think, I don't want to caster curse anything. This is the problem that I'm running into, but I definitely think we go to OT. My money though, BBL Queens. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm putting my stock
You believe in the
BBL
momentum?
Queens. Yeah.
You're-
Are you sticking with G2?
I'll stick with G2 here, but yeah, it does feel like a coin flip because this map just doesn't sit comfortably within either of these teams' wheelhouses, really, to the same extent we've seen the last ones being quite black and white, quite clear-cut in that regard. But we get to see G2 in some of their key roles. We get to see BBL with that confidence and momentum behind them. This is what it comes down to, the final map between these two. This series has gone the distance. The last map not as close as maybe we would have wanted. But now who knows what we walk into with already BBL getting a little proactive here. And Petra's in a whole lot of trouble. Already checked on and dealt with, but the site might be lost when they try and return home.
Yeah, free site here towards B side. And look at the aggression in towards Jenny. You're going to see that it's nearly all clear. They find one more into Canteen, but all other three players walking in through sewers, looking to retake into Arcade.
Yeah, this cross, though, is going to be difficult. And a little bit of value off the back of Glance there is pretty big. Going to bring it down to a 2v2, but let's look what they have in the post plant here. Roxy and Mary need to work through some of that utility. I think they've just done that. Alkia going to get towards it. The tap on the spike going to draw the attention. Roxy swings, takes the contact. Again, drawn off the spike here, chipping them down low. They're working this out. Mary going to find Alkia. And now the 1v2 difficult, especially with that pain shell coming on through. Mary going to post it and get all the reward.
Really nicely played there. Our G2 playing the ebb and flow onto the post plant, and something pretty common that you see on Fracture is generally just fighting for that defender spawn control. When you have the opportunity to do so, you have the numbers and you have the timing. Now though, looking in towards the next round here, BBL going to be onto the eco. G2, name of the game is going to be securing as many weapons into the next round as possible. We know that on the attacking side, when they get the plant down, going into their force-up round, they like to go with that FPX by exactly what we're going to see coming out here today. And look at this death ball of 4 here in Taymane.
Yeah, right place for them. It's whether or not Mimi gets the timing right on this. Now there's that terrible surprise. And BBL were hoping for more than that, I'm sure. Vanya, really the only one alive here. Should get checked on. Does get one with her, but will be traded out eventually. So a clean, quick round coming out from G2. 4 standing, 2 rifles still in play, so should have a very decent purchase coming back in here in their bonus round to try and challenge this purchase coming out from BBL.
I think this will be a very strong bonus round going out there for G2, like you mentioned, and now BBL. So far, they've kind of been playing more so for those stacks, playing a bit more together, back into a bit more of a standard default Fracture hold. It might even be a pinch that BBL are looking to do over into the north side of the map.
Two suppressed.
Ooh, especially off the back of that, though. BBL should know there is pressure coming their way. Flash getting ready to be invested. Forced off the angle, though. No chance to use that, and Mary going to fill that gap, fill that void, get in towards the site. There's a lot of presence up towards tower, though. Hard to clear comfortably. Flash in, yes, but pushes forward, good. But it was Vanya still to find value towards Petra there. Oh, and the jump down as well. BBL making this deadly. No easy point of access now. Spike going to go down, sure, but this post plant difficult to hold.
Isolated on site here for Glance as well, really relying on that crossfire. Mary solo. Vanya trying to find something through the smoke. Won't connect though, and there's the Roomba. Boombot to come out. Mary for an early swing to player life.
Still 2 rifles though. Oh, the flash timing, fantastic to force Glance off the angle, and Vanya on the clear in the end. Massive impact from Vanya again in this round. Probably the MVP of this so far. Stand out from the rest. And defuse to boon, that's an early ult for her. A critical one as well.
Something important to look out for as well, I think, is between Vanya and Mary, it's been quite the duel so far. Mary's been the only one to really actually shut down Vanya on those first points of contact, so I will be looking towards Mary to find that kind of value. She's 7-1 on those first bloods up against Vanya in particular, which I think is a very big difference maker with how much of a raid boss Vanya has been lighting up in the last 2 maps here of this best of 5. And G2, look at the positioning. 4 players outside of Arcade, waiting for maybe... Okay, 0 point doesn't come out this time. Instead, Ava's actually playing for that flash here behind Dice. Little baby play.
It could be a swing off contact here, but actually, he was in a really bad spot for that. Still going to find Mary, actually. Big value, to be honest. They do get the ult off that too, though, for Glance, so that's going to be in place. Forces Rakier a little further back, a little uncomfortable, but the cross should be managed and maintained now. The rotations are in. They can take over tower, but we fight back on towards it. Rakier back filling that void. Oh, dangerous spot there on the other side. They're actually going to slip away from this. They've drawn the rotation, and they got punished on the way out. Mimi, big pick there towards Rakier. And now we look towards the other side of the map, completely absent of players. Vanya does have ult, though, so keep in mind, this may not be comfortable.
Felipe Arsu already here just to beat that timing. Around the corner, looking for one. And that's the fault line to come back out. Tuck's back in now to play numbers here for BBL.
40 seconds, they've got to make a move on this, though. What's the game plan? No more smokes to be really invested here. They've got very little to play with, trying to force them off with what they've got. Nice flashes, nice bits and pieces to at least facilitate the plant. Tap on the spike to hope to draw that ult. And there it is for the second time of asking. And there's your plant dead. Glance gone down. Nothing more to be said about that one. Felipe in a perfect position. Does get tagged up, though, but it's Alkir on the swing. And G2 piece by piece falling here on this board. Very difficult to try and fight this one back in with the amount of bodies against them and a limited time. A second attempt on the plant, though, but it's only going to be one player here. Petra with it all to do in a 1v2. Vanya's still alive, and as is Felipe, barely, but still standing. Petra, no flash for a while. Stunned up, has to be precise. Oh, a great attempt, but Vanya still stands, still delivers, and gets BBL tied up all even.
What a way to turn those tides as well. BBL initially down one person on that rotation coming out from G2. Now looking into this next round here. G2, I think a little bit of a struggle is going to be some of that early map control. So far, we've mostly been just seeing the 4-1 splits. So lacking a little bit of information on the other side of the map after you rotate off. And otherwise, though, at the very least, G2 haven't had to worry too much about the flanks coming in through BBL Queens. They haven't really gone too aggressive with it so far. BBL usually looking a bit later into the round for that info, but right now, might just go head-to-head here and be main.
Oh, yeah, brawly start. Look at them, willing to bring the fight. They're not really entertaining this kind of half-buy coming out from G2. And Petra's ult, you don't really feel that's going to find much value in this round. Might have to keep that one in the pocket for something a little later on.
Right here.
Carry on with this pathing. Petra maybe trying to find a little bit of chip damage on the other side. Take a little bit of space, but you can already see it. Rakier's still here, so all that utility, gonna be fine. Turret won't be taken down at all. Still got the alarm bot there as well. So a little bit of a late bit of presence, but G2 aren't gonna be given a fair fight any way they want to go. There is nowhere that is easy. Rakier still hasn't been seen, now noted, and the smokes are in place. Nice work from Mimi to isolate the fight towards at least the rafters there, but Wow, okay.
Okay,
what? You had no right to those kills, but she finds them nonetheless. But how do they make this cross? They got to go now. And Felipe doesn't quite catch it, so now they got a chance at a plant.
Rolling Thunder too here for Mimi to delay that retake. Does come out, pushes back BBL a little bit. Still one flash to work with here for Felipe. Not really able to contact off of it though.
Look at the HP. Mimi's on 8 HP and Glance is on 55. They're not sitting comfortably.
No.
It's still just a Spectre in hand and that rifle on Mimi. They can't really try and help each other out. Maybe bait on the door? No, they commit on the door. High flash. Okay, swing the corner. Pulls the attention. Can Mimi get away? Yes.
Oh.
Gonna readjust position. Very nice. Molly goes in. They're trying to buy some precious seconds here. They're doing just that. Still a chance on the cross, though. Mimi needs to do some damage. It's not. It can't all come down to Glance. Oh, but maybe it can. Brilliant work on the positioning from G2. Mimi in heroic mode there.
Mimi, 8 health left at the end of that round. 8 health going into that 2v2 situation. The amount of value she found with that Bulldog, that just shouldn't have happened if you're BBL. The amount of space, the picks that you get early on, and such a late rotate towards that B side as well after Petra makes all the noise and you have players abound. Now G2, they shift back over to that B side, always showing her that early B presence. It's been a bit of a swap back and forth between whether it's arcade or B main. Instead though, just the turret to watch an early flank out. BBL looking to maybe find a paint shells or something off contact here in double door.
It's a patient start here, both sides. Okay, first contact.
Oh, nice.
Flash good. Didn't quite give them enough to be able to swing the angle in time, but they found what they needed, but I don't think there's going to be much commitment behind this now. Yeah, they're backing all the way over towards B, so a tough round for Reiki again. Turret, not going to be able to do too much for her here. Doesn't even really give her the fair fight she would have wanted, so has to give up site control. Mary going to try and take the space as quickly as she can towards tower.
Planted.
Oh, it's going to be flanks, though. Looking to pinch here. No one's coming in from the CT side. It's going to be both mains. Extremity control here on the retake for BBL Zico.
Okay, Roxy's gone down. That makes the post plant a little trickier. Mary can't overdo this now. Got to be careful to find the timing right. There's a recovered rifle in hand. Reiki's got it. Alkia actually picking it up now. Might be the one to burst towards the side, but denied and slowed down. Glance. Beautiful work of the molly and the smoke, just combination work there. The cross now being watched by Petra. Push and pull, G2 not allowing it. Nice post-plant positioning. Got a little bit dangerous there with Roxy going down, but G2 keep control of the round. Couple of key ults now coming online here, Ash.
Incendiary buying so much time into B main as well. Now looking the ults, it's going to get scrappy, Pansy. I think looking towards site, we're going to see another mess, and it'll depend on who can thrive more into that chaos. But off the back of this replay, I'm actually going to see which ultimates are in play here for both teams. Taking a look over there, it's going to be the roll. Okay. BBL Queens, recipe for a retake situation. G2, exactly the same thing. It's the same ultimates back to back almost, other than that Rolling Thunder. Alkia pulls out, showstopper early on. Nobody is home here in arcade. G2, good gamble into B main.
Yeah, a little unfortunate on the other side, obviously. Kind of sucks to see that go to waste, but here comes the counters back and forth. There it is. So, lockdown draws out the orbital strike, gives them options, right? So this is just that game of chess, right? Back and forth between the two, trying to make each other, you know, force their hand almost. And they've done this early. They've done it with a minute still to spare. And the Seekers should confirm, actually, how much room they've given themselves, as they're going to go quite deep. Maybe just towards CT, just towards those rafters. So they should know, okay, site is clear. Can we get that spike down? We've taken away some of those key things, those key aspects. But that shot from Alkia, gorgeous. Takes out Petra. And even with the spike down, they have the player advantage here.
With dish control as well here, BBL know that G2 are all stuck on site and towards A main. Lockdown comes out, Rolling Thunder to push back these main players as well to deny. But Mary is still alive here in towards Sands. Finds two, but Vanya takes her down.
Yeah, just about buying enough time for the rest of G2 to get out of the ults, to get out of those issues that they're starting to face there, because BBL invested so much behind it. The molly is great. Glance denying Reikia, and now Vanya has to just give it up. There's nothing else she could have done about it. G2, I've got to credit to Mary in this. You look at the ults, the lockdown coming in, the Rolling Thunder, everything she was somehow able to navigate around all of that, right? Just by holding this position, not giving away too much. You can see it there. There's so much put in between where she is and where she wants to be. She held her ground. Big round from Mary in that one, and it's forced BBL back on a very weak buy, burnt up almost all of those ults. Now we're going to see the advantage swing a little more towards G2. Mary has hers, and Mimi not far away, just 2 off, so a little ahead in that. Now Vanya, yeah, already starting to build hers here, so maybe she get a bit more of that on the go, but ooh, G2 up for a scrap early on, and Mary's one out.
Gotta fall back here if you're Rika. Play your life towards site. Turret hasn't spotted anything out yet towards A main. That'll be the information given as Petra takes it out. Fast flank coming in here from BBL just to add that pressure back on. But now that means that they've got to regroup. It's still Rika alone in towards tower. 1 over to the other side as well. BBL looking to pinch, maybe even play exits in this situation.
Yeah, see if they can punish some of that. We can look at the money, though. It's getting quite nice for G2. A little bit of a buffer. Let's see what BBL can achieve on this. Didn't quite catch Roxy then. An attempt was made, but quite enough. They're uncomfortable now, forced to fight. That's better, Felipe. Okay, that's the first couple of steps here. How much more can they do to G2? How many more kills can they get? Petra called to attention. Oh, loses BBL. No. Where is this coming from? And now Mimi is surrounded. How does that ever happen when you have so much to work with? They get everything they need. Absolutely outplayed. BBL turning it around in a scenario they should never have had a shot at.
Fun fact, Pansy, before this series, before today's best of 5, BBL are 5-7 on their eco rounds up against G2 in the last series that we saw from them. So statistically, this is no surprise, but it's still just insane that they're able to connect these shots, find those openings when G2 had the advantage that they were looking for. And now, starting to flip that script on the money situation, a lot more even across the board.
I mean, that was a godsend for BBL. They were going to be screwed on money, even, you know, even in the best case scenario, they would have been screwed. Not the case anymore. Alec here, a little pre-fire on that juggle peak. Pain Shot going to force Eva away. Mary going to try and take that space, but we know this burst towards the site. She's been doing it before. Does she get stopped this time? Hello and goodbye. Felipe gets deleted. Didn't even see it coming. A rocket sent to the pocket, and now Eva's feeling a little isolated. Underhand flash. Gets to turn around. Takes down one with her. Mimi goes down. Follow-up. Roxy's gone. Individually, this team is wild. No plant to be had yet.
The micro play coming out from Ava is insane. Now Glance alone here in towards tower. Very weak. Can't even get that plant down. She's alone. Still needs to re-clear towards site, but smokes to come down now here. Glance doesn't have any others to work with, though, aside from the one that will fade after the plant goes.
Second attempt of this plant. Here we go.
Spike planted.
This is rough, but that's a great shot from Mary. Alkia goes down, maybe not expecting that repeat to come out from Mary here, evening the situation, but the HP is low. This could be a great round for BBL. Get closer on that scoreboard. HP dwindled. Already down to, 27, 40, even Mary down to 50. And now the barrel shows punishment had there for Petra. Wanted a little more, but she has the flash. Invests it. Catches one, but she can't swing it. That position's been noted. She needs a bailout. She needs something. But they're playing for that plant. And now the timing's great for Mary, but gets predicted. Turned on, turned around. She gets so caught up by this. What? Mary's got to check on the spike, though. One bullet to play with. And look at the HP on the other side. What an attempt. Watch out. 5 more bullets, but she bought enough time for this.
Somehow, the clutch coming out from Mary. 0.24 seconds on the clock were needed for that defuse. Absolutely down to the wire. Mary even swapping out weapons there as she ran out of bullets was just enough.
This peak from Mary's had a hero level round here. Genuinely, yeah, Petra did quite nicely here, at least pulling a couple of their attentions their way. But Mary's reposition here, the fact she got them to turn around like this, keep their attention and draw this 1v2 out when her HP is in the bin. Clean fight there, shockingly good behavior. I mean, Mary's saved the day in that. Now already Vanya does deal damage, takes out Petra from this, makes the side take a little difficult, but look at the pinch coming out. This is what I was expecting from BBL, maybe a turn up of the pace.
Really nice pivot there with the tempo, like you mentioned, and Alkia takes out the lurk coming out from Roxy as well. So now G2, they lose out on information on the left side of the map, only have this A main control, and in for a world of hurt if they do try to execute. Luckily, dodges the util coming out from Rika. We've got Ava here, a hold on Sands.
That flash though. Mimi tries to find a fair fight, but maybe tees up glance. There could have been a counter swing from the side. There it is. Maybe a little late, but it gets the job done. And that's the answer back from BBL. A little scrappy at the start, but they keep those 3 alive. They can maybe bolster the funds a little bit because that's running a little low. But again, 2 key ults so they get to play with it. Same on the other side. So some really interesting back and forth between these two. Shattered the money of G2 as well. So what did G2 do to this? Keep in mind, BBL were able to turn the events with those sheriffs. They were able to turn that around before, taking a full arsenal of weaponry away from G2. G2 kind of need a round like that. Otherwise, BBL are right back at the door.
Sticking together here, G2 clustered together, playing numbers into their eco round. Petra does go end up over towards that A side for a late lurk. But otherwise, BBL all pushed out towards Dish, pushed out towards Arcade. They know that G2 will be coming from the south side of that map. I think that was a guiding light on the other side as well. Look at the sewers though, contact about to be had.
Yeah, hyper aware of it though. They were so ready for what was coming their way. And no real chance here for G2. Ooh, maybe an overheat from Alkia. That seemed a little unnecessary. Now there's some rifles that they could maybe find. I think only one there. Yeah, Glance gets it. And Mary. So maybe a little unnecessary. You're playing a very, I guess, overbearing game style at that point. I don't think you had to commit that hard for it. 1 away from Seekers now as well for Petra. Okay. This round's starting to become a little bit more playable, but considering it's a 3v3 at 40 seconds, it's always hard to be on the right side in this map, right? Like, you have so many approaches towards these sites. For BBL, it's a gamble stack where you're going to be. They're putting a lot of faith in Vanya, right? Hold A on your own. You got this. I believe in you. Yes, you got a little bit of kit with her as well in the form of the utility coming out from Rakia, but this is going to be purely visual from Felipe. I don't know if she's even going to commit fully to this kill, just maybe shoulder peek it. And that's, okay, she is hunting it down a fair amount. Yeah, playing behind that smoke. That's the plant, and there should be a bit of chip damage, but Glance gets to keep her life and just spammed through the smoke. Okay, that's a little unfair, it feels. But they're forcing out some of these ults. Forced Petra forward, but she didn't get what she wanted, but it's Mary. The hero of just those previous rounds. How much can one player do? Not enough this time. Brilliant round from BBL, if not a little worrying at the start when they got a little overheated.
Yeah, I was definitely nervous considering the fact, you know, rifles get traded over towards G2. Ava's taken out of the equation, so no more null command to shut down that potential orbital strike in the post plant. But what a recovery coming in from BBL. Felipe finding Glance through the smoke there was a huge opener just to deny the potential of that orbital strike off the get-go. Now, heading into the next round, G2 finally onto a bye. Last round before we swap sides, and a timeout called out here by G2 goes in as they have nearly every single ultimate back online.
What do you do with it? But also keep in mind that BBL are 1 away from 2 of their round-changing ults, 2 away from Rakia as well. So it's like, okay, are they going to try and go for a couple of orbs here? How do we want to try and play around that? Do we want to try and counter it? How do we want to approach this, right? Because, you know, it's such a different look to the map when that happens. So again, it's super interesting to see how this round plays out. I think it's right that G2 went, okay, let's actually consider this. We have, you know, a pretty stacked hand this round. We've got 4 massive ults. I don't think Roxy's is really in the realms of reality of getting online here. So then let's also keep in mind how close they are as well. So they have to go through the options of, okay, well, they're going to have the null command there. That's already in pocket. Right. But then 1 away from the Rolling Thunder, 1 away from the Showstopper. These are big pieces to the puzzle. Do we try and challenge on that? Is that what we should expect? Are they going to play for it at the start? You know, this is what they've got to go through the motions here. Do they try and maybe take fast A space as they expect them to go for the ult orb towards, you know, maybe Dish? There's a couple of options here for G2. Let's see which ones they go for.
I mean, BBL, okay, no. Roxy is in danger now. If the pinch comes through here from BBL, Roxy's gonna have to take that zip line right back over. That Showstopper out early too from Mary finds nothing on this aggression.
Yeah, Roxy's made an emergency exit because they're all playing from that northern side, so right time for it. Seeker's going to come down, kind of give away a lot of the game here, but look at what they have ready to go. Felipe got hers online.
Right there.
Eva's got hers as well. You got that showstopper as well. This is going to be a very heavily equipped BBL. This is going to be a messy retake because G2 also have some stopping power. Mimi, Glance have her ults as well. There's going to be the first pop. They've got to be careful to not get caught by this. Alkia, first bit of contact as well. Flash comes in. Petra's position could be key, could be critical. You're going to see all these ults poured in as it's going to be BBL taken towards the site. First kill comes in. Eva's going to find Petra. Follow up there. Alkia going to take down Mimi, but it's Mary on the trade, but now they're on the spike. Where's the ult coming in from Glance? Where's that stopping power? Is that even going to come into effect? Vanya strides on in. Roxy can only do so much. Ult gets put through a Glance. Impeccable from the back line. And now, what else do you do in this but just admire the amount of chaos that went on?
G2 thriving in the post plant as well, buying so much time just with the utility alone. That's tough. I would have expected G2 or BBL actually to maybe have started that defuse a little bit earlier. Maybe there was a molly popped early on that denied that potential. But now G2 onto the defense side, stacking towards B. Right now, BBL. Okay, we're zipline. Okay, we're switching around. I'm just gonna wait until they're all posted up. Pings though, telling me that it's a story of dish control here. I do wonder if BBL also go for farming that ult economy that we've seen previously from them on the defender side.
5-7. Still close game between these two. And BBL first priority looks like dish. They're gonna take towards this now. Roxy not having the biggest impact yet. I kind of want to see a bit more from her throughout this series, but let's see how she does on this half. Let's see how she plays as that KJ. I genuinely have always enjoyed Roxy on that Killjoy. I think it's something that suited her very well. So I'm hoping we get to see a little bit more of that, finding some comfort here. But she doesn't get the test this map, or at least not yet. They took the ult orb and they're backing away. They're taking the tour here. Maybe having a little look towards B, maybe look towards Arcade, see what they can scrounge out here for BBL. No easy, quick challenge, but Petra could be that first challenger. Flash just about to be cycled back up. She's going to hear these steps. Decides to just swing it. Does actually find one, surprisingly.
I can't even believe that she found that first one. But now, that's BBL in a world of hurt. Because even more damage was done off of that sewers control. Ooh. The peek back through tower. Coordination abound here for G2 as BBL race towards this A site where Roxy is going to give them a world of pain for that plant.
30 seconds
yeah, let's see how that goes. Mimi actually the one to get the punish off the back of it, but that utility was in place. So very difficult to try and make that cross. The spike now goes loose, but Roxy gives up a critical position. That puts Mimi under scrutiny. Now, with the nade coming in, isolates at least maybe the chance for a plant. Glance's position is good though. Oh, that could have just been the kill right there. Didn't know it, of course, but G2 will get the pistol in the second half here. A couple of key engagements, got to give credit as well once again to Mary. That little pick, as you saw that one player kind of lingering around, but backing away from Arcade, kind of changed it, allowed for that quicker rotation, no threat to the back line anymore. They're able to get those players back towards A with very little pressure.
Now pressure's turning up here on BBL. 3-round lead on the side of G2. They've got a bolstered buy as well. The 3 Bulldogs going into the next round, if G2 can get away flawlessly, will feel very comfortable up against the rifles in hand. But on BBL side, you still got Felipe with the Sheriff. I feel like anything could happen. It's a slow contact up, an early rotation called here for G2, and if Petra pushes out further, she could even find that spike.
Yeah, she certainly could. That's not ideal that that's been left where it is. Now, obviously, G2 don't know that, so they probably won't get the benefit of it. Felipe will be the one, tasked to go back here. Eva trying to draw a little attention, but no one overly biting on this.
Got the spike!
And there's the spike back to hand, so I wonder what they do with this now, because they've almost kind of sold them a couple of footsteps, potentially. But as it stands, G2 just starting to clear through here as well. Seeing nothing. Gives them a couple of options to backfill, but no, it looks like they do want to finish towards that B site. As BBL going to try and continue on forward if they can. Again, it's mostly that Sheriff and Frenzy that could be the ones to cause a couple of problems.
Yep.
Lance is playing behind the turret. She's probably going to go for the smoke and Molly if she feels the timing's right for it. But no. I think they're just ahead of that, so Glance will get some pressure. Good damage done. ignoring the player on the plant's a little interesting, because they got off it and took the shot and did the damage, and now it's getting a little bit dicey out of nowhere. Shouldn't have been this close. You don't want to lose any more than 2, and luckily Mary and Mimi make it in time, but that got way too close there, got a little bit dangerous.
That third Bulldog, I'm pretty sure missed out too going into this next round. So only 2 going into the bonus alongside that Spectre. But like you said, BBL just keep it so close, even on their ecos. Potential to flip that script just like that is insane with the mechanical prowess of these Turkish players. Now, G2, they're going to have just pistols alongside that bonus buy. Pretty typical. Everything that you would expect for BBL. They've got the rifles in hand. Also just one away from that Null Command.
That's true. Oh, nasty little adjustment there, actually. That was interesting. Mimi trying to switch it up a little bit, but the rest of BBL come on back around. They're like, hold on, there's a scrap here? Let me get involved. Mimi still turned this a little bit, though. She managed to keep this at 4 apiece, but again, look at the overwhelming weapons, though. Mimi is down on 5 HP. I like this little idea of a backfill, though, trying to clear through. That's not bad. And BBL, this will test the patience. They have to re-clear this now.
Yeah, invest that Boombot into the re-clear. Flash out from Petra finds the information, but she's not going to overheat it. Just looks to call that rotation over by herself. Maybe a little bit of time as BBL start to speed up in towards A halls. Now Petra's in a bit of a sticky situation. Oh, Timmy.
Well, that's probably not how Mimi wanted to go down. Petra. Soaking up the pain shell. Yeah, this one's going from a little bit interesting to probably a clean win for BBL. We're going to see. Find out. Oh, clean work there. As Petra and Glance, the last 2. So, let's see if there's any potential threat. Oh, the floor's on fire. Probably not.
Yeah, no drop potential there unless you can hop onto the sidewall, but Vanya's watching that cross. G2 just looking to maybe take some weapons out of the hands of BBL. Won't be the case. Vanya to clean up very nicely for that 6th round on the board. Anti-eco and not too much damage, unfortunately, done by G2's bonus. And taking a look at this replay, I like the idea of the aggression coming through here.
Yeah.
It was a lot. Yeah.
Hey, I don't mind you trying something in these sort of rounds. Like, throw something in there, see what sticks. No worries. But for BBL, a needed round, considering the scoreline. They do want to close that back in. Seemingly getting a little bit more comfortable here. Mimi not far off her ult, though. That's 1 away. A couple more for Roxy, but on the other side, you can see 3 impactful ults about to be coming into effect. Mary taking a whole lot of space, and I wonder how aware she is of this. She might want to press this issue, but there's 3 players around this corner. How far are they willing to commit on this? Okay, the space is not good enough for a trade, so Felipe gets to keep her alive, but there are 2 players hunting her down here, and the support's called in. She didn't feel safe anymore. The spike was noted. That could have gone astray. No, they try and back away from this. Now Mimi has to respect that.
What a great trade of utility coming out from both Breach players as well. Now, lone here on that B side is going to be Mimi. She still has tower control, could try to rat around. Right now, BBL just looking for this pinch, but timing is everything here for Petra. Finds the backstab on Rika, and suddenly that opens things up a little bit more.
Roxy see the barrel. That's big. Doesn't get the follow-up, but it allows Mimi on the swing. This nice little push and pull is perfect. They should have enough here. Ava is already down low. That's a very difficult situation for her to try and work from. And just that barrel showing a little too early. Gave away the piece, and G2 stabilized. But that round, I thought after that start of kind of like taking down Mary, applying a lot more pressure, I think Glance then fell in relatively quick succession. Yeah, this little battle, that going BBL's way, I thought was going to tip the scales a bit. I thought, okay, well, that's enough here, because they committed, right? They pushed through, they pulled the players back from Dish. Alkia right there to fill the void. But this work from Petra allowed them to fully focus in. No backstab potential, no more threats. They could focus one side, and a pump of the brakes from BBL.
Yeah, G2 hitting the double digits and having that Rolling Thunder on deck here for G2's side as well. Makes her a stressful semi-eco round to walk into, depending on the buy we see coming out from BBL. Overall, though, they do have 2 ultimates to work with, potentially a 3rd on deck if they can focus in on grabbing an orb there for Vanya. So again, lots of tools to try and convert this round and turn the tide for them. And plus, we know BBL, They love their eco rounds. Again, we can't count them out quite yet, but G2 looking just a smidge more comfortable here on Fracture.
Yeah, a little bit. It still feels too close to call. As much as currently, considering where the money's at for BBL, the ults are starting to come online too. G2's going to have that snowball round, and they have the money beside them a little bit more at this point. I'm a little worried that there could be that snowball potential, at least to where you start looking at forced and unforced errors. They're going to go for, you know, kind of a half buy here down to like 1.5. So they're going to get what they can. So you can see Guardians, Bulldogs, bits and pieces. Reiki can't buy too much, if anything, maybe just a little bit of kit. And yeah, that's about it. So not exactly much to be brought in, a very sparse purchase, hard to make work on this attack, but let's see what they have in store for us.
0.0 doesn't find anything. He's just postured up for contact information. However, that null command, that actually stalls out further stall potential coming out from G2.
Petra, okay, that's opened up an opportunity here. Any chance found, you know BBL will grab that with both hands. That's a recovered rifle. They get a nice little upgrade off that. And so much space, the site's theirs now. This could be a mistake being made. And now those ults coming into play. Look at Vanya. She has the molly still in. She still has a smoke here. She has her ult. She can literally be, you know, the Zonya's hourglass. She can pause time here. She can buy so much of it. Mary gonna try and take some space. They need to fight this back line. Roxy's done well. Takes down Vanya, takes down Rekia. That's massive work from G2. They knew exactly where they had to fight, and they take every single one of them with them.
There's a phenomenal ultimate coming out from Mimi, just concussing these players here in towards A main, zoning out and helping the remainder of G2 to find success into that pinch. But overall here, G2 now 1 away from match point. BBL, they have that buy back on deck, but they invested 2 ultimates into that round. The only one really to work with here is that orbital strike. Meanwhile, G2, they still have that lockdown. Roxy's been holding on to that for a hot minute. Be a great piece of utility if G2 want to play the ebb and flow to allow BBL to feel a false sense of security into their post plan.
I'm a little nervous for BBL here. This is when that exhaustion comes in. Long series, Mary! Oh, 1-for-1 trade out, pound for pound, they go back and forth, but G2 have to give up a little bit of that space here. BBL have taken down the tip of the spear. They can backfill this a little. They continue on this path, they try and split further forward, make G2 very uncomfortable now. As you can see, both players have not rotated from G2. The other two are stuck towards that A site still, putting so much faith in Mimi and Glance to hold this down. And they've got the same idea. They're going for the same play. Oh, the read is divine. But Mary is alone now. Falls away. Mary? Who am I saying? Mimi. Falls away. And has to play this carefully. She needs support. The other two players are still so far from this. They still have that lockdown to bring in. Petra still has her ult, but Mimi cannot die here.
No, Mimi's just going to hide in towards spawn. Buy a little bit of time for Petra and Roxy to make that rotation over towards Arcade. Mimi has every single piece of utility available here as well into this retake. Seekers for Petra. This is looking rough for BBL.
Yeah, and considering that Vanya was one of the casualties, this comes down to just the guns in hand, really. They don't have that key ult to bring into effect, but the kill's great. And now a 3v2, they have numbers on their side. These flashes aren't going to be enough to be able to close down on a kill. It brings them a couple of steps, yes, but that's about it. That's all they got to play with here, and time being bought. Good flash, though, and now it's the chance to strike. There's still an opportunity. It's slim. As they're running low on time here, and look at this adjustment from Rekia. Surely this will be enough. Petra did find one. Rekia, though, still standing, gets them both. And the finest of margins, keeping hope alive for BBL.
Red Bull clutch coming out there from Reika, and all the reposition from main, crossing sewers and re-clearing into Arcade. What a way to do it. Now G2 have not found match point quite yet, still on the precipice of it at all times. But BBL Queens, they need big rounds like this to swing the momentum back into their favor if they want to take this series the distance. The adjustments coming out from both sides have been beautiful to see thus far. And again, another potential scrappy round to come through here with the ults on deck. What is worrying me here, though, for G2 is that BBL is just slowly building up their ult economy.
Oh yeah, they're going to have a big old snowball round at some point. And they might need it. 7 to 11. They are not out of the woods just yet. And a quick ult coming in, and they've already evacuated the site. They're not sticking around for this. They absolutely want none of what they're trying to sell. Vanya, though, up into a big position, holding towards the rafters. Utility starting to be burnt through on the site as well. They cleared that, so the plant should be able to come in. Shouldn't be a problem anymore. This retake, not going to be easy. That ult, not going to find what they wanted at all.
No, now, dish control here for G2 and Spawn. You take out Vanya, which is a really big piece into this round here for BBL.
Yeah, but instantly going to force the lockdown, though. They want to try and keep this under wraps. They want to slow down this retake, but they have to try and find the fight now. You can see the scramble towards it, the battle towards it. Can they deny? Can they take it down? Yes, they can. Lockdown gone, and as are the players, it's down to so few, down to none. G2 digging so deep here to be able to do this.
Not your day, is it?
Pansy, this isn't just match point. This is series point here. 5th map in this best-of-5 series for the grand finals of Game Changers EMEA, and overall, BBL do not have much to work with going into this next round. They use that lockdown, they use that showstopper. Orbital strike available, eyes on Ava to get that null command up and running. Even potential for Felipe to get the rolling thunder, depending on how it all plays out. But overall, this buy is not good or comfortable at all here for BBL. A lot of pressure on their backs.
How's it come down to this? So many key opportunities, so many moments, having the upper hand throughout this series. And G2 in the final moments, in the final hours, potentially breaking BBL's hearts with 7 rounds to 12. G2, if they can manage to get past this, have given themselves the gateways to the kingdom, but as it stands, the site is going to be under BBL's control. They still have the lockdown for Roxy. And they're ready for this swing. We're ready for that pressure off the back of that plant. Oh, but the turn, it wasn't good enough. Roxy unaffected by the flash. And Petra closing the gap, but there's a player close by. Great work coming through by Alkia, but they need more. Vanya does have the ult ready. The lockdown going to come in. That gets denied by the orbital strike. And now Mary closing the gap, though, getting closer. Vanya on the side. Needs to do wonders here. Needs to do some serious damage. Does do well, but needs to do more. It's not going to be enough just yet, as it's coming down to the last couple of seconds on this. They're on the spike. They send out the boom bot, but Glance ain't moving. She's unrelenting. She's so low. She gets taken down. And now, with so few seconds left, Roxy just has to dive on it, but she dies for it, and BBL stay alive for another round.
Okay, pulling every single scrap together that they could possibly find into that round. Investment coming out from the orbital strike, null command. Now, opportunity here for BBL. Sure, still down 4 rounds. But you can focus again on Felipe. Hasn't been able to get that Rolling Thunder online quite yet. 2 more ult points into it, and this is the time that you want to capitalize on building that ult economy further. It's a lot more easy for the attackers to farm orbs here on Fracture, and G2 right now on this scuffed buy is the time you have to capitalize.
There we go. How are you going to make it work now? You're getting taken to the absolute brinks, to the absolute limits here. Glance to readjust on the smoke could be good. Actually overwhelmed. No, Vanya, great spacing on the jump over towards the site. And now Roxy called into attention, but she's being surrounded. She's in danger. She's overwhelmed. The Classic does enough, but this is scrappy as hell. As Petra, the last standing player for G2 here. This could be 9 for BBL. Starting to strengthen their hold on this. Seemingly unaware of the chance of this position. Gets an opportunity. Maybe towards 1. Spots the barrel. That's a free kill. Follow up, not as easy. No! Down to 1 as Alkia making sure she stayed close enough by to make sure that never got out of touch, but it got close. 9 now for BBL, and another attempt.
3 more rounds needed here for BBL. Still match point though for G2, so constant weight onto the shoulders of this Turkish team. Looking to somehow solidify their undefeated run. We saw them go to OT already earlier today versus G2, and BBL are proving that they can take this the distance, that they have the endurance and the stamina to do so. G2, Seeker's online here for Petra. We're gonna have to see her survive into that late round. She goes for the aggression actually in towards Halls. Meanwhile, it's a scale up for the side of BBL here on Dish. Nobody to be found. Normally G2 do have 1 or 2 players posted up there. Look at the stack though towards that A side.
maybe expected them to go back towards this, but now Ult Orb gained for Vanya. She gets her ult online. Massive impact to be had off this. On the other side, it's only Petra's they have to invest into this round if they did want to go for that. 2 off for Mimi, 2 off for Glance, and the others a little even further away. So between Felipe and Vanya, this is huge. Yes, G2 will find out the information, but the turret's going to be here, so that's going to, if anything, encourage the hit to go even faster. Yeah, burst on the site. Roxy can't really do much to contest this. Has to respect the site being taken. Good bit of stall here, though. BBL being slowed down a little. Here come those Seekers. First contact will be made by main, so they know a player was trying to keep a little diligent towards this, keep a little closer. Flash comes in, Glance will find Rakia. Game on now. This is where we're going to start seeing it all being invested.
No.
Already Vanya's gone down. How has Vanya fallen? That's massive. That's the ult gone. And now suddenly it's down to the 3 here. Alkia, Felipe, and Eva. Can they keep hold of this? They're up against the odds, so 32 HP. A fight lost on the site. And G2 tearing it away from them. In the final moments, there was nothing left to do in this absolute marathon of a matchup. Truly a war of attrition between G2 and BBL.
Proving once again here why they are the champions of Game Changers internationally here for G2. BBL Queens, though, cannot deny the run that they've had, undefeated up until this point. The only team to also take 2 best-of-3 series up against G2 goes in back-to-back. But look at the joy on these players, the hugs going through here for this team. And we're gonna roll through these these Prime Gaming match highlights here, Pansy, as wow, the plays that came out. I can't believe how it all ended on Fracture.
Yeah, this is and you've got to put this in context as well. Yes, G2, I guess, on paper were the favorites, but we look statistically, recency bias, whatever you want to call it, the last 2 series, BBL managed to best them. It feels like only G2 could have pulled this off in the final moments, the final map. It went into that madness area, right? We went crazy by going this far into Fracture. That was really not a favorable map, you know, a comfortable map for either teams. We got to see them play their map. We'll have a fantastic series, and whatever was left in the tank. We've got to say this must have been exhausting for the IGLs, right? You have Petra still trying to work out this new squad as well. You've still got new players coming into the mix, trying to integrate Roxy into this. You look on the other side, Vanya, what a performance. Truly probably one of the most upcoming superstars we've seen in a long time. Baffling how she plays in moments, but truly a spark that has been brought to this roster. And I can't believe the heartbreak they must be feeling now after having what was an absolutely endurance battle between the two.
Heartbreak, but at the same time, can't forget to pat themselves on the back. This is so different from the BBL we've seen in the past. Sure, 2 new additions with Raika and Felipe joining their forces, but overall, what a showing to have this undefeated run up until this point in a best-of-5. It comes down to super minor mistakes. There were rounds tossed honestly from both sides across this series, but overall, G2, the way that they're just able to bring things back together. Fracture, while very, very close in some ways, you all could also see the way G2 were starting to like swarm around BBL, take those opportunities to close around them.
This whole series has been incredible. Genuinely, off the start, I thought, okay, it's going to be a bit of a blowout. Absolutely not the case. The resilience shown from BBL was incredible. Genuinely, like, that team is terrifying to watch. And if this is their first year of being truly, you know, as competitive as they are, we've got a new contender to push G2 to the next level, which is, if anything, a great sign, because I haven't seen G2 push that hard. From NA to EMEA, any other region, no one's really pushed them like that. Yes, they had lost in the past, but this is a totally different look, and what a fantastic way to close out the first real look here of Game Changers, at least for now, as we hand this back on over to the desk to wrap up the day.
Oh,
that's us.
Is that us?
How you doing?
Sorry, I wasn't sure when it was actually coming to us, but thank you very much, Pansy and Ash. I like the book closing there from Lauren.
Good book closing. Now we have to wrap it up.
Oh,
and
nice.
Then give it to someone.
Show us your average size book that you brought to us today. That you showed. They were so excited to show us.
It's a water bottle.
No, the notebook.
Oh, the notebook.
You threw it at me.
Hold on, I got this. Gotta reach down for it.
While Christy does that.
Look at that, it's a notebook.
But I mean, let's talk about
sticky notes, isn't it?
That's
Oh,
what I
it's a
said.
notebook. Yeah, you just don't get read my notes.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I hope you had the script because I definitely didn't see this coming. Fracture, a map that both teams have not really played, for us to go the distance there and for G2 to be able to defend it. I think that's maybe a bit of experience diff. You know, G2, they've been in those positions quite a few times and they've reclaimed their throne now in EMEA.
Yeah, exactly. Something that I'm going to say most people expected, but I think that my eyes are also on BBL and the amazing round that they had. For G2 is like going back to being here, but I love the fact that it was so hard for them. I think that they still have a lot of work to do into the rest of the year.
Honestly, it's just a wild series, especially ending on Fracture, where no one knew what was going to happen on this map. G2 end up getting the better hand. Roxy stays on top, back-to-back champion now. The first one ever to accomplish that in the Game Changer scene, so well done to her. And the rest of G2, I think we saw in the second half just very good retakes from them, whether they were pressuring on the flanks, they were really pulling apart, I think, the post-plant positioning of BBL. That's where it got a little bit out of sync from BBL, and they lost it towards the end.
I think it was very complicated. We saw Vanya in many occasions still having her ultimate, but not finding the position. And actually, G2 goes in really well onto that, just going on the extra aggressive and making sure that they can clear all the pathways to that bomb site. Clean for them, I have to say, in that second half.
And all things considered, I think throughout the day, maybe Split's an exception, but like rifle rounds, it seemed pretty even between the two teams, but it was like whoever was winning the pistols was running with the maps. And this is a map where G2 do a fantastic job winning those pistols, getting themselves in a fantastic position to be able to close through.
I mean, you mentioned the back-to-back, the one only person that could defend her title, of
start
course.
to
in two teams.
Yes, it is Roxy. I believe we have her with us for a quick interview. Roxy, welcome to the show. There she is, Roxy. Congratulations today for winning. Of course, you're the only player after Guild were knocked out that was able to defend your title from last year. But not only that, I believe you're the only player that's managed to win it, I think, twice on two different teams. So a lot of records and achievement for you today. How are you feeling? I think there is a delay, or I'm not sure if she can hear us. But we have to check.
Clearly, she feels fantastic.
Her face was like she was not acknowledging the question. So I think she wasn't
actually see because, like, when I'm looking at the
stoic
camera,
in victory, you might say. Nothing will phase her. She's completely unfazed. Could never be a part of FaZe Clan.
I thought she was just tired.
With how little phase she has.
Yeah, do you reckon they bring out the trash bags for this one? Because it's a very G2 thing.
No, I think that this was this. If it would have been a 3-0, yeah, exactly. There's no banter.
But Roxy's been on the receiving end of that trash bag quite a few times.
Yeah, but also she had the Uno reverse card the last time she
out
played
of
G2
the trash
in the final.
bag. You know,
that
she
was
could be coming out of the trash
bag.
bag.
But I do believe we have her now. Roxy, are you with us? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello,
Hey.
Roxy. Okay, I'm just going to repeat everything that I said, which you couldn't hear last time. But congratulations. You've managed to defend your title. You know, after Guild X were knocked out of this bracket, you're the last one standing from the one team that won last time here in VCT. And also, I think you're the first player to do it back-to-back on two different boards. So it's a record-breaking day for you as well. So yeah. How are you feeling about that?
I'm filled with happiness. It's just like I can't stop smiling. I'm just so like relieved and so happy that like all the work paid off and like everybody just so great. So I'm just like fulfilled with happiness right now.
I feel like you've been in a lot of pretty grueling series, like best of fives in particular. Where did this one sit, you know, in your career? How tough was it today to be able to go to map fight and close it out as well?
I mean, yeah, it was very rough. Like the first map was pretty dominant, and the second one, okay, it was like a little fight, and then obviously the other two maps that we also lost, like we also like had to really fight for everything. Like I really give them the credit for like being so strong about it, but we just took it back, so all good.
I know you're probably not going to want to leak anything, but the way the Carcass was speaking yesterday is that they don't think that you were going to play Fracture at all today. He felt like it was just going to get banned because obviously BBL had 2 bans. Are you surprised that you had to play Fracture? How prepared were you guys?
We were
really
super prepared actually. Like we had like a lot of time to like do work, so we were really prepared. And I think Carcass like a little bit of a bluff because like maybe even said like, oh, I really hope we get to play Fracture. And we're just like, I mean, it's the last map, so who knows? But in the end, we were prepared for it. So glad we won out on it.
Obviously, for you, this is a new team. Your teammates, they've been playing together for a lot longer. You're kind of the new addition. So what's it been like for you to kind of fill into this team? And did you expect to win a title so soon after joining?
I mean, I didn't have I had really high expectations for this roster. And it's they didn't disappoint me. I'm super proud of what they're doing and how they work and everything. I feel like I generally do fit in and I get along with these people so well. And fitting their synergy was actually one of the easiest things. So I'm really glad.
And how different would you say that your experience is winning this title compared to the last time? They're obviously very different journeys as well. So is there any difference for you?
Honestly, different people, same game though. Everybody has the same drive, so it was pretty much the same. It's just the difference is the players, but yeah.
In terms of it being the same game, I think we heard from Petra as well, who said earlier today that you guys have to work even harder to try and maintain to be at the top because everyone else is getting better and better. Is that how you felt? And what did you make of BBL's performance too?
Yeah, the competition keeps rising, and I feel like this is one of the hardest BO5s that I've personally played. So literally the grind never stops. You're not allowed to slack, and you just have to work hard for everything because nothing is free in the end.
I mean, yeah, true, but also I feel like the vibe of G2 is you like to banter about how everything is actually free, right?
Yeah.
You guys, I've seen some memes, Roxy. So is that how you feel a little bit, maybe?
Yeah,
cheekily?
I mean, we still do. Obviously, we always go into every game with a lot of confidence because I feel like we have the right to have this. So this banter is it also boosts our own confidence. It's hopefully scaring the opponent so that shitting their pants basically. So I mean, in the end, I think it's working. So
okay. Yeah, I mean that, and also the kind of individual brilliance, what you guys do on the serve. I think all of that is working. I feel like when you guys drop to the lower bracket, and maybe because I think everybody expects G2 just 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and when you don't do that, people start doubting a little bit, or people maybe feel like, oh, this is not your era anymore. Someone else is coming to take it from you. So anything you want to say to the people that might have doubted you when they saw you drop to the lower bracket?
I mean, we are not perfect. We're allowed to have bad games. The most important thing is that you recover from those, you learn from those, and you just come back stronger. There's no need to worry, no need to give up. If nothing is lost yet, then you can still get everything.
Do you believe that this year it is going to be you guys? I mean, last year I know G2 tried to win all three, but it was actually you stopped them from doing that. So what about this year? You think you can take the next two as well?
Yeah, for sure. With the drive that we have right now, and after experiences this feeling of winning again, I feel like everybody's drive is just way stronger, and we want to keep the #1 spot. We want to keep this feeling of winning, so everybody's just going to work harder for it, and we just don't allow slacking.
And last question is the Game Changers Contenders is going to be starting. We have the final soon as well. And obviously a lot of those players are wanting to get into where you are currently as well. Maybe they're looking at you, trying to take a shot at you as well. Is there anything you want to say to those players? Because we have so many players that signed up and so many people that want to be involved in the scene as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, same thing. Just keep on grinding. Just do what you can do to be the best version of yourself. Be the best to help your team. Be the best to grow yourself as a player, and just keep on going, basically.
You think anyone can come for you guys? Can come for your throne? Anyone that you've seen maybe in scrims or anything that you're feeling kind of like, oh, that's the next?
I mean, for us, no. But I mean, keep on grinding. You'll get there, I guess.
That's the G2 in you, Roxy. That's the G2 in you. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been a pleasure to watch you guys. Every single season it's been a pleasure. Congratulations once again. Go enjoy it, and we'll see you back here for the next split.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
What a good salesperson. Right? Just play more Valorant, guys. Play more Valorant, and you'll become a pro. Maybe
get good.
I honestly,
get good.
I do love the anyone you keep in your eye for? It's no. You got to work harder, to get my attention, you got to get better. It is very G2, and also they have the bragging rights. They have literally trophies after trophies after trophies to prove it.
They absolutely do. They got the biggest one that matters too, champions. So this whole year about, even with all the roster changes, with Giuliano leaving the team, Petra stepping up into IGL, Mary into Duelist, Roxy joining the team, it's all again about making that journey and repeating.
Honestly, the best thing that can happen for G2 is literally that they have opponents as tough as BBL just to keep grinding during the year, because I feel like the competition when we get to Brazil is going to be even tougher. So they need to keep testing themselves and improving game after game.
V1 Monka W. Holy.
Unironically, Poggers.
No, I'm just saying, there's some spooky teams out there.
Yeah, it's the Zoomer energy in you. But I do want to talk about BBL real quick before we wrap this up. We have a tweet, I believe, from their coach, where, I mean, BBL, let's be honest, nobody expected them to reach this far. Nobody expected them to be able to take 5 G2 to 5 maps. And the fact that Roxy herself admitted that was one of the toughest series that she's played in. I think they have nothing but pride they should be feeling right now.
100%. This team, if you look at it, they technically have the head-to-head this year versus G2 between the VO3s they play. Map difference. 5 map wins to 4. And I think that they'll come in and they'll be like, okay, look, it was a long day going into Fracture. It slipped away from them at the end. But the fact that they got so close to the reverse sweep and the absolute smashing they gave G2 on Split was insane, especially how good we all thought that G2 looked on Split yesterday.
And again, we know that G2 has had that change, but you know, the core has been together for a very long time. I think that there was not that much work to do because, you know, Roxy came in with a very defined role and they just needed to adapt to the meta. For BBL, some players weren't there some months ago, like not even thought, like the project was still there. They had some players, but it was not finished. And now the product that we have, even though I feel it's not finished yet, it's looking great. And
Vanya is a superstar in the making. If she hasn't been made already, her entire performance, not just today, but in the series leading up to this, all tournament long, she has been unrivaled in the Smokes position. No one has come even close. She is topping the charts in every category that you can ask for her. She has a very, very bright future ahead.
I don't want anybody to use the excuse that they're an IGL for bottom fragging ever again, because I think she's the living proof. Like, that was absolutely a crazy performance. But that is, we're coming to an end of everything now. The bracket has officially been completed. It is G2 reclaiming that title. Roxy thinks that they could do it again next split and the one after, but the way that everyone else is playing, of course Ascent as well, they've been improving. I think it's going to be tough for them. I think it's going to be tougher than last year.
I think over the course of this year, we're going to see level ups, because you can't forget, like, Ascent came out and surprised everyone with 2 players they added just 2 months ago, right? And they make it into 3rd place, taking down Guild. Guild, who lost Roxy, have to do some rebuilding there too. Like, you give them time, you know that team is going to be able to bounce back and be absolutely fierce. So yeah, next Game Changers, I think, is going to be even tighter. And this last series was as tight as it gets.
Also, thank you to the support that the orgs are giving into these teams. I feel like now they are 100% into what Game Changers can be for these players. I feel like that is going to be another pivotal point, and of course it's going to help a lot in the development of these players.
Yeah, also this is not over. We got more Game Changers coming at Contenders, as Roxy said that. It sounded like nobody has impressed us so far, at least behind the scenes. So if you guys are watching at home and you're going to be playing Contenders, this is your opportunity. You want to come for G2's throne, you got to make them notice you. We got 664 players in there. I'm kind of jealous. I wish I had time to play this as well. It sounds like a sick tournament. Of course, I mean, if you were on my team, it would be too OP. I feel like that would just be over for everyone else. She wants Alfred Sean Gares on stage. I bring up this story so often. Sean Gares.
You don't have to be that on our team.
Literally, just constantly.
I got your back.
I'm just like gassing you up. But of course, that's going to start on the the final is going to be on the 29th. We will have a stream for that. So I'm very, very excited to see some new talent. I do have some friends who's going to be playing in it. So I'm wondering maybe they're going to be coming up as well. But like I said, it's Game Changers action not over. We still have 2 more split left and another championship in Brazil too.
That it's literally better than main VCT. We have 3 splits. We have more action.
Yeah, agreed.
So, you know,
real.
And it's
we have G2.
And it's easier to actually participate. So
yeah. Anyway,
an accessible VCT.
Any last words before I round this off?
That sounds really dramatic.
Yeah, we're never getting invited back, so any last words?
Probably.
Yeah.
No, I'm very happy to see Roxy, especially since, we've known her for a very long time, to actually fit in a different team, and knowing that she's happy. I'm happy for all the opportunities that some players are getting and the performances that we're seeing. I'm happy that you're here as well, Ender.
Yeah, I mean, last words. Shout out to my sister Aria that plays in the Contenders in NA. So IGL Machine, Top Frag Machine, you got it right there.
Oh wow, okay.
Heady Tactics.
I'll definitely be tuning into that as well. The plugging, I love that. That's very wholesome.
Sure, why not?
But that is it from us for now. Thank you very much, you two, for joining me. Thank you, of course, to Pansy and Ash for casting. To all of the players that participated, congratulations once again to G2. And for you guys at home for tuning in, it's been an absolute pleasure. Make sure to come back on May 29th and watch the finals of Contenders, and we'll see you then.
Rave. Rave. Rave.